Every night this man prays to every god in the world that when he wakes up tomorrow, he'll be living in a fantasy world. And then one day his prayers were answered, but in a way that was totally different from what he had always wanted. He woke up and became a magi. Instead of being isekai'd to a fantasy world, he began a journey to explore the mystical land that he had long dreamed of, learning new languages and the natives' lore to fit in, but with such a terrifying look and a power that could pretty much solo anything. He is constantly misunderstood as a monster, yet he probably doesn't even realize it yet, still thinking he just did something good, and that everyone will love him for it. Exactly like the saying, rough exterior, golden heart. Anyway, let's dive right into the main story. At the center of the world, within the vast white wasteland, there exists a monster, a white serpent that devours glaciers, a grizzly bear that shakes the earth, a hideous rat that fouls the ocean. But then, an emperor who survived the white wasteland once said, "The most dangerous thing in that place is indeed the monsters." Right now, in the white wasteland, explosive tremors keep erupting. A girl takes down a monster barefoot in the middle of a blizzard. Nearby, a world-shaking explosion goes off. The firm grip of a man tightens around the monster's pincer. He lets out a fierce, ear-piercing scream, as if flexing his true power. At that exact moment, someone is slowly approaching. The monster trembles in absolute terror as soon as it sees him. He grips a sharp weapon firmly, with swift and decisive slashes being swung. The monster just got a free ticket to the afterlife. Then this guy stands with the two from before. Only barbarians would flex their ignorance like that. He walks over to the dazed girl and wonders, how much longer do I have to linger with these rude and brainless fools? She stares at him with wide eyes like a toddler. What's brainless? Is it edible? Hearing that, he sighs in frustration and walks off. And so, the bald guy and the naive girl casually sit and enjoy the monster meat. Just then, Kento approaches them like a demon. "I specifically told you not to eat that, because it'll kill you!" A fierce, murderous aura rises from him. "It hasn't even been a week and you've already finished it?" The girl sits there fumbling for words, meaning after that, these two started acting again. A performance that was totally sus. That was a truly noble challenge. And you're saying that's something to be proud of? Before he could even finish the sentence, Greta's pupils suddenly contract. His face turns pale as if he's constipated. His whole body trembles in agony. White foam starts bubbling from his mouth. Then, Greta collapses to the girl's horror. "Greta, what's wrong? Stay with me, over here!" Kento just lets out a sigh. "I already told you, but you guys wouldn't listen." And then he just turns and walks away, leaving the girl to keep slapping Greta's face. "Wake up, Greta, come on, get up!" Kento still has his back turned. Standing in the middle of a blizzard, he softly mutters a sentence. "This isn't what I wanted." Beginning the protagonist's monologue. In a world full of magic and wonder, in a world of miracles and sorcery, I quit my job and set off to wander. I climbed the highest mountain on Earth. I traveled to the very center of the planet. I even made it to the South Pole. But of course, nothing happened. Reality is a world away from imagination. Every night I prayed that when I woke up, I'd be in the middle of a dream. And one day that prayer came true. Scene shifts to a nearby location. The meal, the carriage, and the convoy are pushing through the blizzard. Damn, it's freezing balls out here. A man with blonde hair looks at the person next to him. Then bundle up tight, unless you want to freeze to death. The young man shields his face with his hand and struggles to reply. "I'm already bundled up." Sir, right next to him, another person speaks up. "Captain, no matter how big the reward is, this is still pure insanity. Crossing the white wasteland? Sir, you've arrived, so what's the deal?" But all he gets back is the captain's stern expression. "Shut it. Didn't we all agree to this already?" He looks away to the side. "But we didn't know it'd be this bad." Inside the carriage, the butler is annoyed by those complaints. Damn it. It's too cold." He covers his mouth and coughs slightly. Then the butler looks hesitantly at the person in front of him. "Lady, are you all right?" The girl with green hair gives a smile as bright as a flower. Yes, her name is Milena of the Akaza clan. She happily replies to the butler, "I'm fine." While outside, the cursed groans continue. "I'm gonna turn into an ice cube here," unable to hold back anymore. The butler looks out with an angry face and shouts, "How disrespectful." Yet Milena is still very sympathetic. "Don't be too hard on them. They're the only ones willing to escort us. Cross the white wasteland." Her face shows a trace of worry. "Even so, shouldn't we let them inside? They look like they're about to freeze solid." The blizzard outside grows stronger by the second. Everyone is struggling, shielding their faces. Suddenly the butler looks at her awkwardly. "Absolutely not. You know what kind of things dwell in the white wasteland." Hearing that, Milena looks down. "The monsters." Right from a very long time ago, an emperor with ambitions of world domination set his sights on conquering the white wasteland. He led countless warriors and soldiers, and he himself entered the white wasteland. Many years later, When the empire had fallen and been forgotten, that emperor finally returned. He had lost all his men and returned alone, a total wreck. He looked like he had aged decades and spoke like a man who had lost his mind. He said there were monsters in the White Wasteland. But the most dangerous thing wasn't the monsters, it was actually the barbarians. They were there. A familiar silhouette appears. It might be Kento. The butler continues to speculate. It's probably just a legend. Milena immediately counters from her side. But the emperor's words weren't baseless. Many of the monsters he described later on were confirmed to be real. The butler smiles to reassure her. Yet no one has ever seen a single barbarian. Then she accepts that as well. That is true. Countless stories have been passed down, but not a single one mentions those barbarians. Outside the carriage, the captain suddenly raises his voice. "Everyone stop!" He grits his teeth, staring ahead. There's something up ahead. What is it? The captain squints, trying to see what's coming. Finally, because the fog is so thick, he utters, "I can't see it clearly." A second later, his face turns to pure horror. "I've got good news and bad news." Everyone in the squad immediately urges him, "Spit it out." The captain stands frozen. "Damn it!" The good news is that thing is pretty small. As for the bad news, Kento's silhouette gradually emerges through the falling snow. It's heading straight for us. Right after hearing that, everyone shares the exact same expression. The butler's eyes widen as he looks out following those words. The captain immediately shifts into high alert. He grips the hilt of the sword at his hip. His face is a mix of terror and vigilance. The figure gradually becomes clearer. A human with ash-gray hair reveals himself. Along with a six-pack and massive scars, Kento walks boldly toward the group. His eyes flash with a purple glow. A squad member raises his axe high. He immediately recognizes him as a barbarian. Kento's gaze remains as sharp as a blade, slowly glancing over everyone present. Then he takes the lead to speak first. "I came out for a stroll because I was sick of looking at those other barbarians. Yet I run into outlanders in the middle of the snow? Now that's some real luck." Instinctively, his mouth curls into a suggestive smirk. At this moment, Kento shows an incredibly excited face. "I didn't expect to meet anyone in a place like this. It's a pleasure to meet you." He then glances over at the carriage. "Are you a merchant?" They immediately confirm, "Yeah." Kento continues to question them. "So you guys are mercenaries hired as escorts, right?" The captain honestly admits, "That's right." Suddenly, Kento rubs his chin and speaks up. "I suggest you all turn back, though I figured you'd show up here." The captain's face shows a hint of dread. Suddenly, Kento realizes something. There's someone in the carriage, isn't there? Inside, Milena flinches instantly. The captain of the convoy starts trembling uncontrollably, waiting for his next words. Yet Kento smiles and blurts out something that no one expected. "I want to be hired too." The whole group immediately goes on guard. "What?" But Kento remains very confident, putting his hands on his hips. "Was I not clear? I'm offering to help you cross this wasteland." Hearing this, the captain calculates in silence. A legendary barbarian asking to tag along. Could that really be all he wants? Then he cautiously replies, "So you have no hostile intentions?" Kento coldly crosses his arms over his chest. "If I did, you'd all be dead already." As the words hit, they all look stunned, as if they've just had an epiphany. The stylish young man suddenly turns to look at him. "Captain." Only then does he slowly raise his hand. "Did you hear that?" Milena remains silent inside. Then she immediately turns her face toward the outside. The butler wonders in confusion. "What the hell is going on?" The captain continues to report to her. "He says he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do you want to do?" Once again, Milena falls into deep thought, and then she raises a concern. What would happen if we fought him? The captain senses the intense killing intent emanating from Kento and replies hesitantly, "Personally, I wouldn't recommend it." Hearing that, she bows her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Immediately after, Milena looks out the window and gives the order. "I see." "Tell him that. We accept." Having received the directive, the captain nods in agreement. "All right." With that, he takes a small step forward. Thus, Kento's request is approved. She agrees. Upon hearing this, he breaks into a satisfied smile, even though he seems happy. His appearance is scary enough to make someone pee their pants. That's good news. Seeing this, two people's legs immediately turn to jelly. Kento walks step by step toward the captain. The man blurts out in confusion, "What?" Then Kento smirks to reassure him. "Chill out, you're just a hireling. I need to meet the person in charge face to face." Immediately, the captain's eyes flash with warning. "If you dare try anything?" Without letting him finish his sentence, Kento cuts him off. "You'll be the one regretting it." Just like that, the captain allows him to walk toward the carriage. Seeing this, the stylish young man looks at him in disbelief. "Captain, is it really okay to let him see her?" The client gave the green light. The boy beside him is also a bit wary. Even so, we're the mercenaries. Somehow we should have stopped him, right? The captain replies with a single sentence. Block him? The shadow of Kento, radiating pure bloodlust, is still right in his line of sight. Are you for real? Don't be stupid. Inside, the old butler is absolutely panicking. My lady, what on earth are you doing? Milena gently reassures him. Just stay cool. Suddenly, a voice rings out, making her jump out of her skin. May I come in? The old butler beside her is even more spooked than she is. So much that he drops his glasses. After a moment of hesitation, Milena agrees. Yeah, come in. Having received his answer, Kento's lips curl into a slight smirk. Looking like a demon on the prowl, the butler's body shrivels up in discomfort. While Kento is totally flexing his domain expansion vibe, Kento closes his eyes, with a calm and indifferent expression, advising the two of them to keep their cool. I have no intention of harming either of you. His massive frame, sitting in the carriage with the butler, almost squishes the man like a pancake. The butler turns pale, screaming internally, Don't come any closer, you monster! Milena, sitting opposite him, is a bit dazed, looking up, somewhat overwhelmed by his presence. The legendary Barbarian is standing right in front of her. She shyly takes the initiative to speak. It is an honor to meet you, sir, Kento politely replies. The pleasure is mine. While turning his head to admire the snowy scenery outside the window, he remarks softly. It's quite warm in here, isn't it? Even in a carriage in the middle of this vast snowfield. It's tough to keep this kind of warmth. Milena is slightly surprised, but explains, that's thanks to magic, he says cheerfully. Oh? Magic, huh? You know, this world? A series of random, cryptic sentences leaves her completely dazed. Kento looks outside again and continues. As you both know, this place is incredibly dangerous. Even with mercenaries as your escort, the chances of you crossing safely are slim to none. Therefore, I will ensure your safety. However, I do have one request. His sudden words make Milena and the butler freeze and stare at him. Milena hesitates. A request? What is it you want? Kento smirks. Knowledge from beyond the snowfields. He smiles faintly and continues bluntly. The information you hold is exactly what I'm after. She is confused by this. Knowledge from beyond the tundra? Kento nods firmly. That's right. He even tries to persuade her further. Neither of you will lose anything. Milena bites her lip, hesitating as anxiety fills her heart. We never had a choice from the start. There's no other way. Milena has no choice but to accept. I understand. The butler beside her immediately drops his jaw, frozen stiff like a statue. Kento smiles genially. Very good. So what is your name? Milena places her hand on her chest and answers formally, I am Milena. Milena of the Akaza family. Amused, he introduces himself generously. I am Kento. It's a pleasure to be working with you. In my past life, I was someone who craved a fantasy world. Right on his desk were open-world game discs and a PlayStation controller. One day I woke up, only to find I had been turned into a barbarian in the middle of the tundra. That figure stumbled, looking at his hands in disbelief. I didn't have time to look for a reason. The only thing that exists here is death and countless powerful monsters. I lead a tribe in the wild, hunting just to make a living, gritting my teeth and enduring every single day. I don't know how much time has passed. Through an unknown number of years, I never stopped trying to escape this horrifying tundra, but his hand slammed hard against the wall, blocked by a flurry of system windows popping up once more. Quest incomplete. You may leave the tundra only after completing the quest. An invisible force is stopping me from leaving this place, until the moment it seemed I was about to surrender. The figures of cavalrymen suddenly emerged from the snowstorm. I just don't get it. Why would anyone willingly set foot in a place this harsh? Yet every now and then, people from the outside world still show up. And I realized, Kento paused, dazed, that the world beyond this brutal tundra is the world of fantasy and magic that I've always dreamed of. Clear blue skies and warm sunlight, lush green meadows stretching out endlessly, villages or towns springing up at intervals with beautiful, ancient architecture. That is exactly the fantasy world. From that point on, I truly took action, no longer just for the sake of survival. He slashes through monsters. Quest 295. Eliminate the lizards within the time limit. I slaughter monsters and clear the quests assigned to escape the tundra. With a finishing blow, blood splatters everywhere. Quest 295 complete. The next quest will be provided, with the belief that one day I will escape this place. He thinks, since I can't leave this damn snowfield. The information gathered from those coming from the outside is incredibly precious. But Kento recalls, most of the people I have met so far either drew their swords in a panic or were half mad. He crosses his arms, remaining calm. This time, someone is finally willing to talk to me. How long has it been? Since I last spoke with someone civilized, I've only ever dealt with uneducated savages, so talking to someone civilized is like a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, he speaks up in a leisurely tone. You two are transporting weapons, right? Milena replies, startled. Yes, how did you know? He glances outside and answers, I can hear the clinking of steel in the carriages. It's hard not to notice. She says, a bit flustered, I see. Kento asks again, is there a war going on outside? Milena's expression darkens as she whispers, yes. The Empire and the Kingdom are at war. He realizes, I see. So the outside world isn't exactly all sunshine and rainbows, is it? She immediately counters him. Not at all, Milena says. Imagining two forces separated by a pile of tiny scraps, she explains that the Empire is overwhelming them with numbers and power. However, the Kingdom won't back down easily. Sword masters and heroes are defending the borders. Kento asks curiously, heroes? Sword masters? What kind of power do they use? Milena tilts her head slightly and dares to ask, wait, have you never heard of mystic arts, Kento? He answers honestly, I've never left this place. She muses, I don't know the full details either. But there exists a power called mystic arts. In this world, only a few can sense or harness this power. It's like spiritual energy or mana, attracted and concentrated in the core, and they are granted one of 5 ranks of power. First is rank 3. Magic can be gently summoned, manifesting right in the palm of the hand. This is only for those who can sense the mystic power. Next is rank 2, combining magic with swordsmanship. From rank 2 onwards, they are true users of mystic power. Then there is rank 1. They can transform mystic energy into a divine aura or pure mana. These individuals are usually mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond this, classifications become meaningless, because these are entities far beyond human comprehension. But if one must put a name to it, it's called the transcendent rank. Those are beings who can manipulate mystic arts at will, powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Sword masters in this category are ultimately at the hero rank. They are monsters whose control over mystic arts is off the charts, possessing the power to influence the entire world. Each hero is a living legend in their own right. Milena explained with a thoughtful expression. The fact that their power is named and ranked is proof of that overwhelming might. Even a rank 3 user is considered a top-tier expert in a local region. Kento wished, I hope I can meet them. She paused, sounding skeptical. Huh? Kento didn't reply. He remained in that position, staring at the distant sky, whispering to himself, I don't even remember how long I've been stuck here. I've just been trying to survive in this desperate place. All I know is this tundra, sitting in the middle of a fantasy world that I can't seem to escape. He stood on a sharp cliff facing the wind. This snowy landscape only belongs here. Out there lies the real fantasy world. Kento looked down. I really want to get out of here. A faint smile suddenly touched his lips. Kento corrected himself. No. His face was full of determination, his heart set. I'm definitely getting out. Time flew by as snow piled up on the carriage roof. They continued to push forward. Milena suddenly asked, Kento, you really are a manji, aren't you? Kento replied calmly, You could say that, judging by your look. It seems you've heard of me. She admitted, Yes, it's quite a legend. Hearing this left Kento dazed and surprised. A legend about me? It was her turn to be shocked. Wait, you didn't know? Milena told him everything. After a while, Kento laughed with pure excitement. He remembered and said offhandedly, So that's how it is. The old emperor. That guy was the emperor? I thought he was just some lunatic. She was floored. Huh? Kento waved it off. Forget it, never mind. That legend is true. It all happened a very long time ago. Milena stammered. Is that so? He pondered, looking a bit curious. All right then. Looking at this convoy, you're carrying a massive amount of weapons, aren't you? Why did you have to cross this tundra? She blanked for a second. Her lips moved. We need a lot of money, Milena replied gloomily with her head down. He was surprised by the reason. Milena said sadly, Our family has been in business for generations. We had accumulated a lot of wealth, but jealous rivals sabotaged us and now we're drowning in debt. This trip is meant to save our family from collapse. Kento rubbed his chin, deducing, A journey to settle debts, I see. So, you plan to sell weapons to the kingdom, which is at war with the empire. I get it now. She was startled. Yes, how? He calmly explained. You said earlier the empire has a huge numbers advantage. That means they aren't short on weapons. If not them, then the kingdom is the one in need. When supply is low and demand is high, prices naturally skyrocket. I don't know the exact values out there, but with that quantity, it must be a fortune. Enough to risk your lives crossing the tundra. Milena was stunned. Kento continued, "It seems you're having a rough time getting through here. Is there really no other way to the kingdom? Your territory borders the empire, doesn't it?" She stared at him in wide-eyed amazement, confirming he was spot on. Milena's mind went blank. She couldn't believe it. "No way." "I heard rumors that the legendary Manji was just an ignorant savage." She asked hoarsely, sounding cautious. "Who are you?" Her heart raced. "Are you really a maniac?" Suddenly, a massive tremor shook everything, forcing Milena to snap out of it. She jolted back. The carriage wheels wobbled and spun fast. The butler stammered in fear. "What was that?" Then an ear-piercing scream echoed into the carriage. He cowered in terror, his face turning pale as a ghost. In contrast, Kento calmly glanced outside. His voice was flat. "Looks like we have some uninvited guests." Outside, light snow fell amidst swirling dust. A monster resembling a heap of living slime appeared. Its bright red eyes glowed with bloodlust. The mercenaries guarding the convoy stood frozen in shock. "What is this?" Milena was also terrified, her face turning ashen. A voice suddenly piped up. "A black slime?" Kento rested his chin on his hand, mulling over the name. "Is that what they're called?" She nodded tremulously. "Yeah. That's exactly how it's recorded in the archives." He asked curiously, "What are the archives?" Milena explained. "Many skilled adventurers have challenged themselves to cross this land. Over the years, only a lucky few returned alive. But those survivors left notes about the creatures they encountered. And among them, the black slime appears most frequently." Then she asked seriously, "Wait, Kento, do you know anything about it?" He replied cheerfully, "Of course. They're chewy, not bad to snack on. The flavor is actually pretty good." Milena was shell-shocked. "Wait, you actually ate them?" Kento shared sincerely. "Want to try some? Let me go catch a few for you." She got goosebumps all over and coldly refused. "No thanks." Boom! A shocking sound erupted, making Milena flinch. Outside, the hideous black slime let out a roar. The captain froze up, unable to keep his cool. She also quickly realized something was wrong, and called out to Kento in a panicked voice. Kento just watched the outside silently without responding. Milena called him again, feeling lost. "Kento!" he said slowly. "I've signed a contract with you guys." Kento closed his eyes and continued calmly. "I swore to protect your lives. Therefore, I won't step in unless it's truly dangerous." She stared in shock. "Huh? What do you mean?" His tone was casual. "That thing? I can handle it easy peasy." Kento leaned his chin on his hand and smiled. He glanced over, continuing his role as a dedicated spectator. "More importantly, I want to assess this team's capabilities for myself." The chaotic shrieks of the black slime finally snapped the group back to their senses. The captain barked an order. "Shields up!" His subordinate immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir!" Just as the shield was raised, the black slime slammed right into him. He was pushed back through the snow, struggling to hold his ground. But it didn't last long. He was flipped backward and sent flying. Seeing this, another man nimbly leaped high into the air. He swung the axe in his hand, letting out a loud battle cry before a thunderous explosion rang out. He was blasted away, hitting something hard and coughing up blood from the impact. An axe slipped from his hand and fell onto the snow. Purple smoke curled and drifted off of it. Terrified voices questioned, "What the hell is this?" The black slime grew even more frenzied. It reared up, opening its mouth wide and roaring. The captain frowned deeply and ordered, "The black slime can only move in a straight line. Scatter and work together." The mercenary subordinates quickly responded, "Got it, let's go!" They instantly leaped away. The man in the green cloak charged straight at the black slime. He jumped up, pulling his spear back. And as he landed, he swung it with all his might, sweeping directly across the black slime's face. It roared in anger, becoming even more crazed. Slime splattered everywhere. Then, faint glows of green light appeared, gathering in someone's hand. A person channeled it into their spear. They thrust it forward with incredible force, cutting through the wind and slicing through the snow instantly. A second later, it pierced right through the massive black slime. Under the shocked gazes of his comrades, it shrieked in pain. Its slimy body had a huge hole in it, which it tried to pull back together. At that moment, the captain of the mercenary squad channeled mystic arts into his sword and charged fiercely. He also shouted out orders, "Don't stop! Keep pushing!" He swung his blade, leaving a beautiful deep blue sword trail. He said tensely, "Normal attacks are useless. Aim for the monocore! It's hidden inside its body now!" As time ticked by, with dozens of slashes and thrusts forming a nearly continuous chain of attacks, the captain finally raised his sword high and thrust it down powerfully. Mystic power radiated from the impact. The red monocore shattered into pieces, a faint, lingering cry. The slime fluid quickly melted and vanished, leaving behind on the white snow a shattered manocore. Their breathing calmed down, then immediately filled with excitement. All right, we did it. Milena was also happy for them. They were genuinely hyped to have beaten it. Kento watched silently. They set off again, and some time passed. They encountered a giant snow wolf. Hold up, there's another monster over there, aiming for its neck. Some slashed, some stabbed, some tanked. Every position was assigned. Finally, through the group's efforts, the beast's hot blood sprayed as its life force snapped. It fell with a heavy thud. They surrounded it, still feeling the shock in their minds. So this is a tundra snow wolf. Nothing impressive, Captain. Maybe the rumors were just cap. He turned back angrily and reminded them sternly, don't let your guard down. We're not even halfway there yet. But one guy felt indignant. Glancing toward the carriage, showing his attitude, he said, but is that manji guy really as strong as the rumors say? I mean, isn't he just a character from legends? They looked at Kento, whispering their judgments. He's considered the ruler of the tundra food chain, yet he's following us for protection. Shouldn't we test his strength? The captain frowned upon hearing this. He wavered slightly, then as if determined, they walked over. Milena noticed the doubt while Kento watched silently. Standing in the snowy wind, the guy who started this stepped forward and spoke. Lady, I have something to discuss with you. Are you curious? Confirm what exactly? The guy replied with a steady voice. We have bet our lives to carry out this mission as mercenaries. We signed a contract with you. That's our job. Milena stood outside facing them and said sincerely, and I truly appreciate it. Because you all accepted this request, I always value your help. She thought to herself. An escort mission through the tundra. Everyone else bailed when they saw the details of this mission. If not for you guys, I probably couldn't even start this journey. The guy suddenly said, however, there's one thing that concerns us. Milena was startled. He asked seriously, that manji guy hasn't fought at all, right? She hesitated. The thing is, not letting her finish, the guy expressed solemnly, so we want to check if that manji guy is worthy of the special treatment he is receiving or not. Milena was a bit hesitant upon hearing that. Avoiding his eyes, she asked softly, how do you guys plan to check? She looked awkwardly at the captain. The captain was also out of options and replied with a heavy heart. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen to me. Kento understood clearly. He chuckled and spoke up. So you guys want to test my strength? Fine. He stepped down casually and continued. But now's not the time. They were confused. Huh? Kento looked up coldly and replied, an uninvited guest has already arrived up ahead. They were even more confused. What are you babbling about? Suddenly a voice rasped from behind the mercenary squad. It was gloomy with a crazed killing intent. Weak mortals from beyond the 6 domains have arrived. It's been a long time since I've savored a meal. Of souls. The group turned their heads in sheer terror. Right in front of them, a massive serpent opened its mouth, exposing wickedly long fangs. It was sentient and spoke with a raspy voice. Hand over your lives, you pathetic mortals. The white snake mocked them loudly. Struggle as much as you like. It'll only add more flavor to my meal. Milena screamed and covered her ears. The guy next to her did the same thing. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Halt your steps. Kento's face turned serious and his voice grew stern. These two are my clients. Stand back. Hearing that, the white snake instantly appeared before him. Why are you present in this place? Have you forgotten the rules of the tundra? When one leaves their tribe's territory, Kento's face clearly showed irritation and annoyance. He immediately cut it off. That is none of your business. The white snake replied, how ridiculous. The battle broke out fiercely once again. It was the white snake, that savage. It began to howl. How dare you order me around? The one promised eternal life. Kento began to wind up for a powerful punch. Do you want a taste of this? The punch flew straight toward the white snake, so it immediately fought back with terrifying force. Tornadoes generated by the battle appeared, striking fear into everyone. The young man grit his teeth, trying his best to endure, growing larger and larger. On Milena's side, she had to use her hands to shield the lady. The white snake grew even more ferocious. You're the type that only learns through a beating. To listen. She collapsed to her knees, suddenly calling out hesitantly, Kento! Kento's sharp gaze intensified. I'll settle this quickly. With powerful strides, he was ready. It won't take long. Kento dashed toward the white snake. Gradually, his fist began to emit flashes of light from the battle, shocking everyone around. Later, Kento returned, I have committed a grave offense. Please be generous and forgive me. Before many witnesses, Kento replied, it's fine. Trusting a stranger isn't easy. Outside, the caravan was traveling through the snow. The freezing snow caused the butler to cough violently. This caught Kento's attention. He met Milena and asked instinctively, now that I think about it, I have a question. She looked at him. What is it? He crossed his arms, studying her attire and demeanor with a tense expression. It seems you aren't just anyone in the tribe. Why did you join this journey yourself, when it's this dangerous? Hearing that, she quickly replied, I am the eldest daughter of Verika, concubine of Lord Kasaka Kasa. Kento questioned, a concubine? So you're the child of a second wife? She answered, yes. Then Milena began to tell her past. She came here for a political marriage, but then she was cast aside, pitiful mother with no real power. Kento empathized with her plight. I see. Milena clenched her hands and continued, my mother and I only had the family name, but in reality, we were nothing. We were treated like servants. Feeling insecure, she lowered her head. I didn't intend to say this much. Not long after, Milena spoke up firmly again. I volunteered for this expedition. Kento crossed his arms and faced Milena. Really? Even though it's a high-risk journey, you say? She didn't dare look him in the eye, stuttering. But someone has to lead by example. Kento cracked a smile. Got it. You're quite sharp. Milena was surprised and lost her confidence again. She stayed silent as he spoke. And you have grand ambitions, too. You're very ambitious. Sweating, she stammered, You? Kento and Milena both looked out the window. We're here, huh? The mercenary captain arrived, stunned by the beautiful scenery of this place. The butler bowed politely. Thank you very much. Kento asked Milena, how do you plan to get back? She responded, we'll pass through the empire. He replied sarcastically, since you've sold the weapons and aren't carrying contraband, crossing the border shouldn't be too hard. Kento stared at her. Kento. Suddenly, Milena added, you called me sharp and ambitious? What does that mean? The butler and Milena glanced at him as he spoke. You are smart but also very ambitious. Kento gestured with his hands, analyzing that your family was once highly respected, but is now in crisis because you're broke, even though you are the child of a concubine. If you personally paved the way to save a clan on the brink of collapse. She stood deep in thought for a long while. A pitiful expression appeared on her face. Then who do you think the subordinates would trust and follow? Your goal is to seize real power within the clan, isn't it? Kento lowered his voice and whispered, am I wrong? Hearing that, she immediately thought of a perfect comeback. Her answer was no. Her thoughts grew more and more intense. A precise response, yeah. It's a classic struggle for a concubine's child. Having to face deadly trials to inherit the family legacy, Milena fixed her gaze on him and thought, this savage is incredibly sharp. He's nothing like those arrogant meatheads, and that power to take down a white snake without breaking a sweat. If this force were on my side, then she called out loudly, Kento! Hey, if you're planning to leave the tundra... Kento's face went blank when he heard her question. Why not come with me? Kento politely replied, I'll have to pass for now. I still have things to finish. Milena looked down and gave a soft smile. I see, she said, clenching her fist. In that case. She immediately pulled out a necklace. Will you accept this? Milena smiled radiantly. If you ever travel out and find the Akasa clan, just show them this piece. Not wanting to let her down, he replied with a bright smile. If this is a gift, I'll gladly take it. The butler following them expressed his respect. Sincerely, thank you. Kento spoke while looking at the necklace with a hint of regret. I hope we meet again someday. She quickly replied, definitely. Then Kento watched the carriage drive away, his heart heavy with sadness. A long time passed. 5 years later, at the tundra. Finally, all conditions were met. The system window appeared. Mission 784 complete. Rewards distributed. Conditions satisfied. You may now leave the tundra. Kento stepped forward with courage. At last, my first step. A bright smile broke out. Into the fantasy world I've always craved. Kento closed his eyes, savoring the scent of fresh grass, the smell of wild animals, the scent of rivers. All of these things that didn't exist in the slightest in the snowy lands. Kento smiled softly, his face full of bliss. This is good. This is really great. Opening his eyes, he looked around with pride. Previously, he had stood before the snow and screamed, damn these snowy lands. I hope I never have to see you again. But here, the scenery was fresh and pleasant. This is the fantasy world, where everything is lush green and the sun is gentle. The world I used to dream of. The place I thought I could never reach. A world full of wonders and the unknown. Though I started in the worst way possible, I survived. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I'm going to enjoy this world. Magic and swordsmanship, dragons and elves, everything a fantasy world has to offer. He stood stunned on the lush green grass. Without that desire, I probably would have died a long time ago. The snowy lands were hell, where a mere will to survive wasn't enough to stay alive. Looking into the distance, he found it strange. He suddenly thought, there's a place up ahead. I can sense a lot of life force. Kento smiled brightly as if he had discovered something. It must be a village. Could it be that I'm finally seeing a residential area? Honestly, in this world, Kento thought back to a man and a little girl covered in snow. Back in the snowy lands, I used to try to explain to those stupid manji the importance of having a decent shelter. Properly. But all they knew was digging holes to sleep in the snow. Then they'd stare at me wide-eyed as if I were speaking gibberish. I really miss human villages. Solid and orderly. He closed his eyes tightly again. What should I say for my introduction? Should I go with a polite greeting or keep it old school? What kind of world is this? Kento, standing there, gazing at the mountains and the lush green canopy. Either way, I'll approach them with courtesy. The ancient trees here are well tended, so they look very vibrant. Afterward, the hand of the elf village elder pointed forward, solemnly declaring to the elf villagers, "From now on, this will be our new home." Hearing those words, the people in the village, from the elderly to the children, everyone was overjoyed, their faces glowing with happiness. Standing on high ground, he shouted loudly, "Everyone hurry and unload the luggage." The villagers below were incredibly hyped, cheering and shouting non-stop. Suddenly, a young blonde man walked up to him and said, Elder, the elf village." He replied to the young man with a cold and slightly annoyed look. "Is something the matter?" He stammered as he tried to explain. "Are you sure? Is this place really safe?" He closed his eyes, looking exhausted. Safe. Other villagers were busy packing their things, with a joyful and happy mood. Then he continued, "This is an extremely remote wilderness. Humans can't possibly make it here." He hesitated. "Yes, I know that. But isn't the tundra right next door?" The elf elder glanced over at him, making him even more nervous. "You're worried that monsters from the tundra might crawl over here, right?" He scratched his head and replied hesitantly, "It really is close, way too close." His face turned serious. "There's no problem at all. For thousands of years, nothing has ever emerged from the tundra. Furthermore, to be safe, I've erected a barrier amid this beautiful scenery, a cloaking field that masks our presence, making this place look like just an ordinary forest. It took months to set up. It's an ancient technique of the elf race that we worked so hard to reconstruct. As long as this barrier stands, no one will be able to reach us. And even if monsters from the tundra show up, we'll be fine." Then, he immediately thought of a beautiful woman, because we have the queen. The elf elder quickly regained his confidence and pride. "Not even the monsters of the tundra that can lay a finger on our queen." A wanderer in the forest suddenly thought blankly, "I heard something rip. Did I break something?" His steps were slow because he was unfamiliar with this place, getting discouraged. "Seriously, how much further do I have to go?" His attention was caught by a little girl. The tiny girl seemed to be lost in the forest. He was surprised by the sight. An elf? A real elf? One of the first races one thinks of when talking about a fantasy world. A perfect elf woman appeared in his mind. He smiled with excitement. "I didn't expect to meet one so soon. Fortune is really smiling on me. I'm glad I survived it all." As for the girl, she was so scared she burst into tears in the middle of the forest. "I'm so scared I don't know where I am. What should I do? I must have gone too far." She sat down to rest, thinking the shadow of a tree was shading her, but it wasn't. The girl was terrified by this figure. Kento, with his massive build and scary face, suddenly smiled at the tiny girl. "Hi." Since he was as huge as a literal monster, she froze for a few seconds and then collapsed. With the scenic view and birds gliding by, Kento didn't know what to do with the girl, so he stood there stunned for a while. The girl had fainted, and he squinted his eyes. "I didn't even get a word out before she passed out. I guess I should take this kid back to the village." Kento walked while thinking of beautiful visions. According to mythology, the elf race, supposed to be a gentle species, and organized. If I bring back a fainted child, maybe they'll see me as a good guy. I wonder how hospitable these elves really are. Always with a smile on my face. Honestly, I'm a little hyped. With one of his large hands, he could carry the little girl gently. He was suddenly horrified when the villagers saw him and panicked, shouting, "No way, a human! Even here, no way!" Everyone was wary of Kento. Some held sharp weapons, others were crying, "You there, who are you? How did you get past the barrier?" Kento lost his mood. "This is not going according to plan at all." The mother cried out for her child, "My baby!" The village elder was also in a panic. "Impossible! There shouldn't be a single human soul here. Why is he here? There's a barrier, so how?" The villagers stammered and shouted, "Elder! There's a tear in the barrier!" He shook his head. "No way! Where's the queen now?" The villagers were all freaked out. "Her Majesty is out scouting the area nearby." Kento raised his hands to explain, but he couldn't hold back the locals. "I'm not your enemy." The mother was worried sick about the girl. "If you don't give her back, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth." He slumped down. "I'm busted." This barrier was built with ancient secret arts of the elf race. No ordinary person could ever reach it. If it has been broken, then the humans must have prepared for this. He blinked at them. They think I'm a kidnapper. Looking down at the girl, I need to clear this up. The commotion woke the little girl up. The girl opened her eyes. Kathio immediately put the girl down. Hey, go back to your people. Stepping down, the girl looked up at Kathio's scary face, causing her to break down. Tears began to stream down her face, and she ran quickly toward her parents. Is my face really that terrifying? He stood there frozen for a moment. Back in the snowfields, and I thought my face was pretty average, facing the villagers. Anyway, I've returned the child. You elves? And as you can see, and I'm not your enemy, he shouted out an order. The hostage has been released. Then everyone started firing arrows. Everyone attack! Fire! Cattell didn't even have time to explain. Can't a guy get a word in? Jeez! Catel's face suddenly darkened. Elves are actually more savage than I thought. According to legends, elves are... Then he thought of beautiful scenes. A peaceful and righteous race, who love nature and seek harmony. Yet elves in real life are fierce and brutal. Well, elves naturally live in the wild. Visions of beasts biting each other appeared, and the wild is where the strongest survive. It's not peaceful at all. From that perspective, their ruthlessness makes sense. Kathio put his hand to his chin, standing pensively against the rain of arrows. So this is the reality. Finding it odd. What kind of magical artifact is he using? He must have a limit. Keep attacking! On the contrary, Kathio remained calm, as long as... Then he prepared his hands to unleash magic. Get a grip! A spell was slowly being revealed. Hands clasped together, his eyes glowing with purple light. An explosion followed by a tornado was deployed, causing everyone to panic, to the point where they had to dodge all his magic, deploying defense. The magic of... Kathio sent everyone flying into the air. The blast echoed further away. The elf village elder's hands were trembling, eyes wide with shock, hesitating at the sight. What the hell is this? Kathio blasted a huge hole, stood tall and looked at the villagers. I am not your enemy. Clasping his hands together, he thought, damn it! Did I seriously underestimate my own power? Then, mid-sentence, you elves! Suddenly, a fire missile streaked past Kathio's head. Exploding with a massive bang, the elf village elder stood dazed at the sight, with long hair and green doll shoes standing from above. None other than the queen of the Leaf Tribe, Maxaria Hassian Carusia. She stood holding her weapon, firmly asking the villagers, what happened here? He held a staff in his hand. A human is attacking! Suddenly, she lowered her face slightly, so the time has finally come. Then she gently looked up. Even this place isn't safe anymore. Facing the cloud of smoke she left behind, Kathio spoke up. Wait a sec. Standing frozen, I need you all to just listen to me first. He could actually speak, which shocked Maxaria. He was no exception either. No way! He took a direct hit from the queen and didn't have a scratch. Standing from on high, she maintained her composure. Are you another powerful enemy here to harm us? Her eyes narrowed. Humans really are a trash species. She gradually took aim with her bow. She is the queen of the Leaf Tribe, whose leaves change color with the weather. Then she began to cast a cold glance at Kathio. Listen, human, my bow is ready. You'll pay for your greed toward us. Kathio had a million thoughts racing through his mind. Is talking just not an option? We clearly speak the same language. So she's doing this on purpose. She's just straight up ignoring me? Or are human-elf relations really that messed up? In an instant, Cattell quickly visualized his moves. Fine, guess I've got no choice. His gaze shifted. A lesson I learned from the frozen snowfields. If they won't listen, just beat them until they have to. Maxaria's bow shot appeared. A fierce creature began charging toward him. Kathio immediately threw a punch to counter. The punch gradually closed in. Kathio's power surged further out, leaving her completely stunned. To her surprise, Kathio suddenly felt regret for hitting too hard, resulting in Maxaria collapsing to the ground. Kathio scratched his face. His expression shifted. Maybe I should have held back a bit. Her eyes widened in absolute terror. She felt a surge of frustration and unease. Just from that brief exchange, I realized it. This opponent is insanely strong, at least transcendent rank. Why would someone this powerful show up here? Maxaria showed signs of total exhaustion. Everyone evacuate this place immediately! Everyone panicked, yet hesitated. Your Highness! Irritated, she screamed out, Go now, everyone run! The citizens obeyed instantly. Yes! Everyone scrambled to escape. Maxaria's rage hit its peak. Human, I acknowledge your strength, but you will never achieve your goal. Kathio was frustrated because no one would let him explain. No, I just wanted to have a conversation. Why is everything getting so messy? Afterwards, she began muttering a few incantations. Thou who holdest the essence of primal purity. thou who burnest through the deep night. Manifest now, O spirit. Pointed horns embracing the purest flame. A fierce look rose in her eyes. Magic emerged from her hands. A bull appeared. He should have been scared. But instead, KuBI was completely fascinated. Summoning! The creatures in the frozen snowfields were all freaky and deformed. KuBI thought of the animals that he usually saw. Some looked somewhat like mythical creatures, but they just looked disgusting. He looked at the creature, which KuBI found adorable. But the creature in front of me right now, a dairy cow with flaming horns. KuBI's eyes lit up like he'd found treasure. This really is a mystical spirit. Then Maxaria ordered the creature to attack. My beast, Fiego, destroy the enemy before you! Unexpectedly, the creature let out a long sigh. Ugh, being summoned by contract is such a drag. It's nothing but trouble. She barked, shut up! Looking at Fiego, she thought, the more powerful a spirit is, the more arrogant and ancient they are. Normally, I wouldn't be able to summon one of this level. But thanks to the support of another tribe, I was barely able to forge a contract. I never expected I'd have to summon it in a situation like this. Fulfill the contract, Fiego! Maxaria grimaced, showing clear signs of anxiety and gravity. So the condition is to kill the human in front of me? Fiego began to hesitate before this formidable opponent. A powerful flaming bull emerged. Kento looked at the beast that had just appeared, with eyes sparkling in pure admiration. Incredible. So this is a real summoned spirit beast. This is what a fantasy world is supposed to be like. Maxaria's voice rang out, causing him to stiffen. A human has trespassed into our domain. Fiego seemed a bit displeased. Lowly human? How dare you covet the race of nature? Fine, I've decided. I'll burn you until not even ashes remain. Kento stood stunned at the current situation. Fiego's eyes flashed as he began to channel his power. The flow of mana began to shift around him. His hind legs kicked off, his tail lashing. Fiego charged rapidly toward Kento. With an incredibly powerful momentum, Kento watched blankly. Watching the flaming bull lunging straight at him, a massive shockwave exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying. Maxaria stood at a distance, but she was still caught by the blast's impact. Quickly shielding herself, she looked toward the battlefield, with eyes full of shock. Through the thick dust, an arm reached out and grabbed Fiego's horn. As the smoke cleared, Fiego couldn't believe the sight unfolding before him. Kento flashed a smirk. Actually, a beast is much easier to handle. He gripped the horn tightly, pulling his other hand back into a fist. I don't mind beating it to death with my bare hands. Kento unleashed a devastating punch directly into Fiego's head. A burst of energy flashed, radiating a massive shockwave. The vibration created an explosion that ripped through the forest. The blast was so powerful it shook the entire continent. At the center of the fight, horrific explosions occurred in rapid succession. Maxaria buckled under the pressure of the aftershocks. Kento continued to rain punches down on his enemy. A while later, once the battle had completely ceased, Maxaria couldn't help but fall to her knees, sighing in relief. What? She looked at the devastation before her, and at the man standing in the middle of the clearing. No way! Maxaria was speechless. Watching the man as he walked closer, she bowed her head in fear. Please. Her words made Kento pause. Please spare my tribe. Kento looked down at the trembling figure kneeling at his feet. I am not your enemy. The elf Maxaria was stunned by his words. Her suspicious eyes looked up. What? Kento re-explained everything while she listened in shock. After a long debate, Maxaria finally realized, we have finally accepted one thing, that he truly isn't our enemy. Maxaria bowed apologetically. Forgive us, human. We were far too quick to judge. She thought back to his expression when she had misunderstood him. To mistake the one who saved our tribe's child for a kidnapper. It was truly disrespectful. Kento stood with arms crossed, flashing a helpless smile. It's fine, I get it. You said you were being hunted by humans, right? Even so, it was still a bit sad that you guys never even tried to listen to me. Maxaria was still somewhat in disbelief. Are you really not one of those hunters chasing us? Kento answered her calmly. This is the first time I've ever even met an elf. There are no elves in the frozen snowfields. Maxaria looked shocked again. What, the frozen snowfields? Her words caught him off guard a little too. The gray wolf outcast of the snowfields. That's the name those outsiders gave me? Maxaria continued to look skeptical. Impossible. We never thought that a human could ever survive in that place. She suddenly became anxious. If you were able to leave the frozen snowfields, does that mean other things can get out too? Kento shifted his weight. Who knows, but I don't think so. Not everyone can just up and leave like that. He thought of the giant serpent and that strange quest board. The frozen snowfields have their own set of rules. Even a creature as powerful as that serpent couldn't break them. For some reason, I was granted a way out. through something called a quest. Kento had a pensive look in his eyes. That must be an extremely rare exception. Maxaria let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's a lucky break then. Kento spoke up to check on things. By the way, is your spirit beast okay? He awkwardly scratched his face with his finger, thinking of that fire bull. I did kind of slice it in half. Maxaria stood up and reassured Kento. Don't sweat it. Spirit beasts are creatures of nature. If defeated, they simply return to the spirit realm. Spirit beast, huh? She looked at him with a serious face. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. If there's anything you want, as long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen. Kento was still mulling over the words she had just said. Spirit beast? He posed a question to her. So can someone who isn't an elf actually form a contract with a spirit beast? Maxaria looked uncertain. That's pretty much impossible, I think. She continued her analysis. Of course, if a human has a deep soul-level bond with nature, they might be able to forge a contract with a spirit beast, so the chances are still slim to none. Maxaria fell silent at his sharp words. She made an offer. If you really want to contract a spirit beast, try going to Elfo Sagrado. Elfo Sagrado. Maxaria thought of a lush, vibrant land full of life. That's where the elf deity resides. The most sacred sanctuary of the elf race. The Elf Sanctuary. There you might just have a chance. Kento happily pointed at himself. Can a human like me even step foot in there? Maxaria explained again. Normally, no. But with a recommendation from me, you can. I'll give you a map. Keep it to yourself. Maxaria thought of that land, while summoning a small ball of light. The Elf Sanctuary, Elfo Sagrado. It's the place every elf scholar dreams of. She thought of those savage warriors. But for elves, it's incredibly dangerous for humans to get anywhere near it. To protect that place, which is worth more than their lives. Elves have never revealed its location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Maxaria's hand. Even so, I still want to trust you. She handed it to Kento. Take this. He took the crystal. I accept. Thank you. Maxaria thought of a guardian deity. Of course, even if you do manage to get there, our God will surely test you. She smiled at him. But for someone like you, I don't think that'll be an issue. I wish you luck. Thanks. Maxaria happily introduced herself. I am the queen of the Leaf Tribe. Maxaria Hasian Karusia. And what's your name? Kento smiled back. I'm Kento Maji of the frozen snowfields. A powerful foot slammed down, shattering the ground. Kento flexed his energy, building momentum to leap away. He landed and then vaulted up again. The sound echoed through the treetops. Kento continued to leap rhythmically through the forest. Border of North Khan, Kingdom of Jin. A guard panicked. What the heck? What's going on? I don't know. Something's coming. The captain of the North Khan Guard also looked tense. Ring the bell. Assemble the entire garrison immediately. Repeated explosions erupted nearby. I'm moving toward the city. Familiar boots emerged from the dust cloud. The smoke cleared, revealing a figure. The guards couldn't hide their fear and trembled. You? Kento flashed a friendly smile. Are you guys the guards? Nice to meet you. The atmosphere among the crowd fell dead silent. The guards' faces were tense, their bodies trembling. That loud noise just now? Was it because of this guy? He looked toward Kento, who was standing there looking clueless. The ash-haired captain of the North Khan Guard couldn't hide his fear. A scar on his chest? No way. He thought of a man standing, tall and imposing amidst the snow. The gray-haired savage. Kento walked closer to the group. The guards stayed alert, raising their weapons. Hold it right there. One more step and we attack, Kento calmly explained. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would just chill out. I'm not your enemy. The North Khan Guard captain questioned him. What do you want from us? Kento slowly raised his finger. He didn't say a word, just pointed in one direction. The North Khan Guard's captain flinched and followed his gaze. He couldn't hide his surprise. The fortress, Kento answered seriously despite his dazed expression. I want to enter your territory. The guards looked at him completely puzzled. A moment later, a voice rang out in the room. You want to enter our territory, just passing through? Kento rubbed his chin, deep in thought. If possible, I'd like to stay for a while. I'm not sure for how long, though. The North Khan Guard captain interrogated him. So you plan on staying for a bit? What's your name? I'm Kento. The North Khan Guard captain continued the questioning. Well, do you have anyone to vouch for you? Or any identification? I don't have anything like that. His gaze suddenly shifted. He thought of Milena smiling as she handed him an object. Thank you, Kento. If you ever leave later on, please show this token if you want to find House Akasa. Akasa. Kento grabbed the token in his pocket and placed it on the table. How about using this as confirmation? The North Con guard captain was a bit surprised. What is that? Kento sat with his arms crossed. The crest of House Akasa. I received it from someone of that bloodline. The North Con guard captain inspected the token. House Akasa. They're the merchant family from the kingdom of Daniel. Is that right? The North Guard captain held the token in his hand. The family that visited the snowfields a few years ago? Kento was slightly surprised. You know them? The North Con guard captain didn't hide anything. That family has been blowing up lately, since the new head took over a few years back. They've expanded really fast. Kento asked a question. So can I use this as ID then? The North Con guard captain seemed conflicted. It doesn't look like a fake, but it's still hard to verify. Plus, it doesn't belong to this kingdom. This is the kingdom of Jen. The North Con guard captain set the item down on the table. Even if I can't verify it, it's still useful. Fine, you can enter. But there's a condition. Kento was surprised. A condition? The North Con guard captain looked at him seriously. Verification. We need to make sure you're not a threat. Kento's voice carried a hint of suspicion. A party? The North Con guard captain explained. Right now, 3 others are also asking for entry. The condition is that you must clear a dungeon with them, one that's near our territory. Kento rubbed his chin. So forming a party is the condition. That's easier than I thought. Kento laughed happily. Fine, I accept. But there's one more thing. The North Con guard captain looked at him gravely. After clearing the dungeon, I want a detailed report from you guys about everything that went down in there. Kento smirked knowingly. I get it. Sounds like you're not sure about their identities either. You want us to keep tabs on each other, using this chance to weed out anyone sus. Not a bad plan? Actually, it's pretty smart. The North Con guard captain looked at him in awe. It's not just that. Are you really a savage? Kento nodded. Yep, I'm a savage, all right. The captain of the North Con guard was secretly terrified. I've always thought savages were a brainless species. You're the first savage who's made me rethink that. The captain of the North Con guard stood up. Let's move. That's enough talk. Let's go, a man with a mustache sighed. Even if it's the law having to enter a dungeon, gee, with pickpockets who are like sewer rats. The man claiming to be a paladin. Alexandro Tyrannus looked annoyed. What a pain. A thief named Kasan H. also seemed disgusted. You got a problem? Is this old man trying to flex on me? Just because he lost all his cash to a thief? Alexandro was furious. You little brat, you dare insult a paladin? Kasan looked at him with contempt. Paladin? My foot, what kind of paladin these days wears armor like that? If you were a real paladin, you wouldn't have even shown your face here. You're just a self-proclaimed wandering paladin, right? His words made the man flinch with guilt. You're just a drifter, same as me. Alexandro gripped his sword. As Kasan continued to mock Tyrannus, that name of yours, where did you even dig that up? He furiously drew his sword. You bastard! Kasan gently swayed the blackjack in his hand. Wanna try me? You think those scraps of armor can block my strike? Kasan's blade began to ooze. A strange green liquid. Alexandro also tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The metal clashed, emitting brilliant white sparks. A voice rang out. I'd really appreciate it if you two stopped. A priestess appeared. She sighed while watching the 2 men fighting. Priest Hayes of Colossia sat in the corner and sighed. Do I really have to clear a dungeon with this bunch? Is this going to be okay? She tried to analyze the situation. By the way, the dungeon requires at least 4 people. Someone else will be coming. Hayes looked worried about the current state of things. A sound startled her. The captain of the North Han Guard pushed the door open. The final member has arrived. Kasan seemed hyped. I hope it's a normal person this time. See for yourselves. A foot wrapped in animal hide stepped inside. Kento entered the room with an incredibly powerful aura. The people in the room panicked when they saw him. Kento smiled. Is it you guys? The ones in my party? Alexandro thought to himself, he's huge. Hayes couldn't hide the shock on her face. Is that really a human? Even Kasan looked scared. What's with this pressure? Kento waved excitedly. Nice to meet you. The captain of the North Con Guard instructed the group. All right, introduce yourselves. I'll be right back. Kento looked toward the group. Well, let's start the introductions. I'm Kento Manji. He looked cluelessly at Kasan. What about you? I'm Kasan H. I'm a thief. A thief? Alexandro cleared his throat, interrupting the two. I am a paladin. Alexandro Tyrannus, the paladin. Can you use holy magic? He looked embarrassed. Normally, yes, but I'm a special case. Actually, I can't use it. Kento was puzzled. I see. Hayes also spoke up. I worship the god of deceit and fabrication. I am Hayes, a priest of Colossia. You're a priest? Nice to meet you. Kento was a bit surprised. Even as a priest, your identity is still unclear? Hayes looked shy. The god I worship is Colossia, the god of tricks and illusions. My god doesn't exactly have a great reputation. The captain of the North Con Guard pushed the door open. While the group was talking, he spoke up. If you're ready, let's go. Kento and Alexandro didn't show any emotion, but Hayes and Kaysen seemed a bit uneasy. A while later, the captain of the North Con Guard spoke to the group. We've arrived. Kento was a bit surprised by the surroundings. The captain of the North Con Guard stood before a cave. He introduced it to the group. This is the entrance to the dungeon. He introduces the dungeon to the group as they show various expressions. It's a 3-story dungeon. We'll be facing undead monsters. Kento gives a confident smile. As the captain of the North Con Guard continues, clear the dungeon and bring back the emblem. Mr. Kento starts the conversation. Now, let's get to work on a plan. Could you explain things? The thief Kasan H panics as cold sweat starts pouring down. He stammers, Lord Kento? Kento replies gently. No need for formalities. We're teammates, right? The thief scratches his head shyly and gives a forced laugh. Then he starts acting serious. Well then. He seriously lays out the plan for everyone. Kento and the knight will lead the charge on the front line. I'll handle trap detection and the priestess will stay in the back, providing magic support during the fight. What do you think? Hearing this, Kento's eyes light up with an excited look. Got it, clear as day, making Kaysen H laugh awkwardly. The 4 of them move into formation, looking powerful and full of hype. All right, let's roll. Scene changes to the evening. The 4 of them look worried and are on high alert. While still on their way, they're almost at this battleground, but it's pitch black. Hayes says fearfully, Gosh, I can't see a thing. Kasan H breaks into a cold sweat, feeling anxious. There are no guards or traps at all. Everything seems eerily calm. Suddenly, the sharp eyes of the thief Kasan spot something unusual. He walks up to Kento, glances around, taps his shoulder, and says, Wait, stop, there are monsters. Kento replies blankly, I don't see anything. But Kaysen H points at the skeletons on the ground and says, Do you see those bone fragments scattered on the floor over there? Those are skeleton soldiers. Take just one more step, and they'll come to life and rush us. Kasan's gaze is sharp and cold as he thinks, just as I thought. That lowlife, a guard captain knew everything. This dungeon isn't a training challenge. It's a trap to get rid of. Outsiders right from the start. Kento ponders Kasan H's words. Skeleton soldiers, huh? Kasan H continues to explain and warn everyone. Skeleton soldiers aren't easy monsters to handle. Even if their bodies are damaged or limbs are cut off, they keep moving like normal. Moreover, with bodies made of bone, and their defense is incredibly solid, the difficulty of this dungeon is way beyond my expectations. Kasan H arrogantly starts assigning tasks to everyone. Listen up. Priestess, get your spells ready. Old man, prep that shield of yours properly. Kento, you've got to be ready too. I'll focus on finding openings during the combat. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they'll still move. So we have to aim for the weak point, the neck. Also because they're so tough. Hey, you have to strike the same spot multiple times to take them down. Kento praises him. You're an excellent leader, I got it. Well then, says Kasan H as he approaches the skeletons on the ground. Kento's eyes widen as he watches the skeletons. Oh! The skeleton soldiers are standing up, preparing for battle. Alexandro sets his shield firmly. Hayes folds her hands and starts chanting an incantation. Kaysen H also gets into position, focusing on this high-tension battle. The battle has begun. Kento throws a punch at a skeleton, shattering it instantly. The time it took Kento to destroy the skeleton was so fast and easy that it leaves both him and everyone else there stunned. Kento says with a bright smile, Oh, Kasan, you were spot on. Just smash their heads and they stop moving. Kasan laughs awkwardly, completely shocked by how Kento is totally cracked. However, in his head, Kasan is thinking, That's not what I meant. Skeleton soldiers are creatures made of bone, and their bones are as hard as steel, making them almost impossible to break, even for an experienced swordsman. And if they can't use aura, it's almost impossible to cut through their bones in a single strike. Not to mention, these skeleton soldiers are buffed by the dungeon's magic. The only way to take them down is to focus all attacks on the neck. Like felling a massive tree, you must snap their cervical vertebrae. It's absolutely insane that he can just blow their heads off and grind them to dust like that. Cold sweat rolls down Kasan's face. His eyes are filled with intense tension. Deep down, he's still deep in thought about Kento. I knew he was strong from the start, but I didn't expect him to be on this level. Is he even human? The 3 teammates are still shell-shocked. The fight against the skeleton soldiers seemed like it would be a struggle, yet they were wiped out by a single punch from Kento. Kento bounces on his toes and says excitedly, "Hell yeah, let's go!" Hayes rushes over and shouts, "Yes, sir!" Seeing this, Kento is confused. No need to be in such a rush. Kason quickly responds, "Got it!" Alexandro and Hayes are crying out in fear. "I don't want to die in a place like this!" After taking a few steps, Kento stops, sensing something is off. A skeleton soldier's head appears at his feet. The others call out to Kento in wonder, but he stands there stunned. The scene before him is a floor littered with numerous skeleton soldiers. Hayes cries out in panic, "Skeleton soldiers!" And Kasan has also realized the anomaly by now. This time, it's for real. They are charging in. Suddenly, Kento shouts, "Can I ask you guys for a favor?" The other three ask back, confused. "What is it?" Kento says coldly and with total swagger, "Let me handle these annoying bag of bones myself. I want to test a few things." Hearing this, Kasan jumps at the chance and replies hastily, "Oh sure, do whatever you want." Hayes looks like she just hit the jackpot. "I agree too." Kento's eyes suddenly glow purple. A mysterious smile plays on his lips. "Thanks a lot." The battle begins. The skeleton soldiers slowly rise, weapons in hand. The other three wonder to themselves, what is he planning to do? Kento looks carefree and quite confident. He wonders, what's the structure of these things? Pretty weird. A skeleton soldier begins to unleash a skill. It swings its weapon at Kento, intending to strike. But Kento stops the blade effortlessly with just 2 fingers. Now Kento holds 2 fingers up to his face. He closes them as his eyes flare with purple light. He begins to cast a technique. Now what are you going to do? A strange turquoise light begins to radiate from the skeleton soldier. It raises its sword, ready to fight. A golden flash glints off the wooden staff. The battle unfolds. The skeleton soldier swings its sword at Kento. However, Kento tilts his head, dodging the strike with ease. He grabs the skeleton soldier's arm and gives a smug grin. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier's hand falls to the ground. Sword and all, Kento stares intently at the light, lingering on his own palm. The skeleton soldier stands there dazed and confused by its missing hand. Its face is pure what the hell and totally cursed. Its eyes flare with turquoise light, showing pure resentment. The skeleton soldier uses a technique to recall the sword to its hand and gets into a ready stance. Kento chuckles. "Ha, so you even know how to switch hands?" The skeleton soldier lunges at Kento in a rage. Suddenly, he catches its other hand and snaps it off. A strange aura appears at the skeleton soldier's feet. The skeleton soldier attacks Kento again, even more violently this time. But Kento restrains it effortlessly. He even looks amused and entertained by its fighting style. Kento praised it. "You can even switch positions during a fight. Your brain is really something else, isn't it?" Turning toward his 3 teammates, Kento noticed Hayes, trembling all over with anxiety. Cold sweat was pouring down. Kason and Alexandro witnessed the battle, and were also so freaked out that cold sweat covered their faces. Kasan watched the scene of Kento grabbing the skeleton soldier by the head. His entire body was enveloped in a fierce purple light. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is a straight-up maniac." Kento smiled and waved his hand. Kasan immediately panicked and started shaking like a leaf. In an instant, a skull dropped to the ground. Kento stood tall. He glanced down at the skull with pure disdain. Kento stepped on the skull and said coldly, "So you can still move around? With just your head, huh?" The skull was crushed to pieces. He chuckled and said, "Now that's cool." A moment later, Kento dusted off his hands, smiled at everyone, and said, "Did you guys wait long? I'm sorry for making you wait." Hearing that, Kasan immediately shouted, "No, you do whatever you need to do." Kento whispered, "Thanks." Then he walked forward. He smiled and said, "Well then, let's keep going." All 3 of them, Kasan, Hayes, and Alexandro, immediately replied loudly, "Yes!" After walking for a while, Kento stopped. He lowered his head and looked down. Kason said, "This is..." A set of stairs appeared before them. Kason continued, "The 2nd floor." Kento's group quietly walked down. Alexandro and Hayes looked around alertly. After a moment, Kasan took off the cloth, covering his face, and exhaled. He whispered, Maybe we should rest for a bit?" Kento turned to look at everyone. He rubbed his chin, thought for a second, and said, "You have a point. A quick break would be good." Kason immediately knelt down, bowing his head and shouting, "Thank you." Kento crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. The other 3 also sat on the ground to rest. The air was a bit awkward. Kento spoke up. "I have some questions about this dungeon." Case looked at him and asked, "Say what?" Alexandro also opened his eyes to look at him. Kento smiled and said gently, "Actually, I don't know much at all." Case was startled by that. Realizing she might have offended him, she stammered, "No, the desire to learn is a great thing. I don't know much either. But hearing that, he simply said, thanks. Kay stared at him with wide eyes. She asked curiously, what are you wondering about? Kento thought. About the happy citizens walking on the streets and said, this dungeon is quite close to the territory. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, is it really okay? With the dungeon and the monsters here? Hearing that, Case looked at him and explained, basically, monsters in a dungeon can't overflow to the outside. Of course, there are exceptions. But those cases are always controlled and handled in advance. Kason Hawk rubbed his chin and gave a light cough. A cough. Kasan Hawk remembered scenes from the dungeon and said, dungeons are naturally occurring phenomena. Sometimes they are caves, sometimes they are towers. Dungeons often appear near populated areas. Kento seemed to realize something and whispered, so that's why this dungeon is here. Case looked at him and said, when a dungeon appears, the territory will assess the danger level. Then we, the outsiders, mercenaries or guards, will step in to handle it. Kento smirked as if he heard something interesting. He smiled and asked, does that mean there are no dungeons within the territory? Case shook her head and said, no, dungeons only appear at a certain distance, away from residential areas. Kento nodded. Got it. His face immediately lit up. He happily said, if it's a dungeon, there must be rewards after clearing it. Right? Case imagined gold and jewels in her head and said, that's right, there will be a boss on the final floor. If you defeat the boss, you will receive various types of rewards. With a dungeon like this, the reward is definitely going to be fire. Kento smirked and said, just like playing a game. Hearing that, Case wondered, what is a game? Kento replied, I was just mumbling to myself. He looked at her and said, I have one more question. Case hesitated and said, yes, please ask. He lowered his voice and asked, who created this dungeon? Case was stunned upon hearing that. A few question marks appeared above her head. She said in shock, what? She looked at him skeptically and said, dungeons form naturally. Nobody creates them. Kento imagined a hand controlling the people. He spoke his mind. That seems hard to believe. First of all, they always appear near populated areas, as if someone deliberately set them up for us to explore. The image of a snake coiling tightly around an apple appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, they appear near crowds, and even lure people in with attractive rewards. Kento crossed his arms and said coldly, I think it's more of an artificial setup than a natural phenomenon. Case was startled as she realized, that actually makes a lot of sense. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, I've never considered this perspective, because I always took it for granted. And Kasan Hawk also lowered his head in deep thought. Honestly, I've never thought deeply about it. No, I haven't even... Because it's a clear principle, an undeniable truth. Could it be that this manji dares to doubt such an obvious truth? He sweated slightly while pondering. Since forever magi have always been an ignorant and brutal species. Kasan Hawk recalled the image of Kento in the blizzard. He stood over a corpse looking absolutely terrifying. He thought to himself, heartless and cold-blooded killers. That truth has never changed. The image of Kento's glowing, dangerous eyes in the snow flashed through his mind. Kasan Hawk pondered, if what I know is correct, then is this manji really just an ordinary manji? Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting Kasan Hawk's train of thought. Kento chuckled and said, this is quite interesting. He stood up and said with a smile, is everyone done resting? The group was startled and stood up immediately. They said in unison, yes. Kento turned to walk away, waving his hand and smiling. Well then, let's keep going. Kasan Hawk replied instantly, yes. A while later, Kento's group walked on. Everyone looked around alertly. Kento calmly moved forward, ignoring the anxiety of those behind him. Suddenly, he noticed something and stared at a locked golden treasure chest that appeared before him. Kento said curiously, what's this? When Kasan Hawk saw the treasure chest, he said, that's a treasure chest. One of the labyrinth's rewards. If you can open it, the treasure is yours. In his heart, Kasan Hawk imagined people opening treasure chests filled with gold. He thought easier said than done. But to open a high-level chest like this, you need a skilled rogue, at least one proficient in lockpicking. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and thought, but if they reached that level, they wouldn't need to risk their lives in this dungeon. What a shame, we'll probably have to skip this chest. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Kento looked at him and said, Kasan, open it. Hearing that, Kasan was utterly confused. He thought to himself, what the? Kento looked at the chest and said, that's a treasure chest. Then he looked at Kasan Hawk and said, and you're a rogue, right? This is your job. Kasan Hawk's face went pale as he stammered, that's right, but... Kento's face lit up with excitement as he said, Aren't treasure chests a rogue's specialty? That's why I'm telling you to give it a shot. I want to see a rogue's talent with my own eyes. Kassenhak grimaced in annoyance and thought, oh boy. That's true, but there's a problem. Kassenhak kept a smile on his face, but internally he felt helpless, holding his head as he thought, if I could actually do it, I wouldn't be stuck here. His jaw dropped in panic, frozen like a statue as he thought, a low-tier rogue, who isn't even recognized by the guild. Where would I even get lock-picking skills? He thought anxiously, but I can't tell them the truth. Kento was looking at him with eyes full of hope. He thought to himself, those eyes are so expectant, if I try and fail, that hope will turn into instant disappointment. He imagined a scenario where Kento looked at him with a cold, oppressive gaze. Kento said to Kassenhak, are you telling me a rogue can't even handle that? Utterly useless. He remembered the terrifying sight of Kento stepping on a skull and was filled with dread. Internally, he screamed in agony, but outwardly he scratched his head with a forced smile and said, ha ha ha, all right, I'll give it a go. A moment later, Kento watched Kassenhak opening the chest with an admiring look. He said in awe, oh, so you use those kinds of tools to pick locks? That's so cool. Kassenhak felt an immense amount of pressure. He thought nervously, he's staring right at me from behind. If I fail, I'm toast. He was stressed out, trying to remember the past, recalling when he saw another rogue picking a chest's lock, pondering and searching his memory. Remember the skills I saw back when I was a porter, working as a porter. Kassenhak examined the lock. He felt the heavy pressure from behind and thought, remember! His whole body felt like it was on fire. Sweat poured down his face relentlessly. He thought tensely, betting my whole life on this. Rogue Kassan! A cry from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, the thief Kassan widened his eyes in sheer surprise. Amazed, he began to tremble. Seeing this, Kento was very confused. It turned out he had used his innate talent to successfully open the treasure chest. Overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears, he blurted out, hey, I opened it! Awesome! Standing aside, she was very happy and excited. Oh, is that so? I heard only master thieves could open this kind of treasure chest. Who knew we'd find someone who could do it right here? That's GOAT! Hearing that, Kento was happily surprised and gave a thumbs up in praise. Is that right? Great job! Kaisen heard the praise, but the thief Kaisen's expression wasn't happy at all. He thought blankly, I shouldn't have been able to open it. How did this happen? Opening it just by looking? This skill is cracked. Kassan had always taken pride in his survival abilities, but now, for the first time, he questioned the meaning of his life. He stood there dazed and motionless. Have I really been doing my best? And so Kassan lost his sense of pride. Kento then approached the treasure chest, looked at it, and asked curiously, by the way, how much is this treasure worth? She also stepped forward, looked, and said, with this amount, a family could live in luxury for a whole month. Kassan still hadn't escaped his existential crisis, doubting his own human experience. Kento smiled and replied, I see, got it. Then he turned to the thief Kassan and said, Kassan, you handle the distribution of the rewards. The thief Kassan was snapped back to reality by Kento calling his name. He cried out in fear, yes! The thief Kassan then approached the chest and gently lifted a trophy. He stared blankly at the trophy's shimmer, watching it unconsciously for a long time. Suddenly someone called him in an eerie voice, Kassan! Kassan was spooked by the voice and let out a loud scream. It turned out Kento was the one calling him. Kento said, do you need any help? Kassan was so scared he was panting heavily. Seeing him like that, Kento asked, are you hurt or something? The thief, Kassan, panicked as if he had just been caught red-handed. He yelled, no, I didn't do anything. All three people there were completely puzzled. A moment later, after the group had cleared out the treasure chest, they immediately set off. While walking, Kento suddenly spotted something up ahead. He stopped and said, hold on, it's skeleton soldiers. At that moment, a pile of bones appeared in front of them, lying, scattered on the ground. Kento's group saw this and came to a halt to observe. Kento counted the skulls and exclaimed, I see 4 of them here. I'll take care of 3. The 3 behind him, including the thief Kassan, Hayes, and Alexandro, were startled to hear that. Kento gave a creepy smile at the pile of bones in front of him and said, the last one is for you guys to handle. The thief Kassan immediately replied, understood. But in his heart he thought, this is a real fight. It's going to be tough. Hayes and Alexandro also nodded. Yes, Kento quickly stepped forward. All of a sudden, the pile of bones on the ground flashed with a green light. The thief Kassan broke into a cold sweat at the sight and thought, no matter how many times I see it, seeing bones reassemble themselves is still chilling. Then, as if possessed by a soul, the bones slowly clicked together and stood up. The group backed away in fear. Only Kento stood his ground courageously. Then the 4 skeleton soldiers charged toward the group. Kento ordered, "Everyone, let's go!" Immediately, Kasan, Hayes, and Alexandro raised their hands and chanted, "Holy light magic!" A golden aura appeared and surrounded the 3 of them. "Let's do this!" The thief Kasan bravely rushed forward. He threw a punch at one of the skeleton soldiers. The other 3 skeleton soldiers were about to charge angrily, but suddenly, their necks were gripped tight by a powerful arm. This took them completely by surprise. Kento was using his muscular arms to easily restrain the 3 skeleton soldiers. Seeing the thief Kasan acting so brave, he remarked, "Now that's a rare sight. Don't mess around, I'll handle you guys." The remaining skeleton soldier was swinging its sword with all its might at Alexandro. Alexandro quickly raised his shield and blocked the strike. Alexandro's gaze became more determined than ever. Then Kason suddenly leapt into the air. He planned to take the opportunity to attack from behind, raising his sword high. The skeleton soldier sensed the danger from behind and glanced back. However, Kasan was too fast. The skeleton soldier couldn't dodge and was cut down by Kasan. Only then did Hayes start to move. Her eyes glowed brightly. She reached out and shouted her technique, "Cloak of Shadows." Immediately, it was as if Alexandro had been buffed. He dashed forward with dizzying speed. Alexandro quickly landed a slash on the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier collapsed unexpectedly. Its neck bones began to crack and snap. However, it didn't die but let out an angry roar. Kento stood by, witnessing his teammates' performance, and smiled happily. "Ha ha!" He held 2 large stones in his hands. He said cheerfully, "I didn't expect to witness such a perfect display of teamwork." Kento grinned creepily and said, "Truly one of a kind." Then Kento suddenly crushed the large stone in his hand into dust. Kento smiled and said, "Now that the trouble is settled, let's have some fun." After speaking, Kento quickly swung a blade at the remaining skeleton soldiers. A moment later, Kasan, Hayes, and Alexandro had backed one skeleton soldier into a corner, and they seemed to be on the same page. The thief Kasan thought there was no longer any doubt. Hayes broke into a cold sweat, thinking of that man guy. Alexandro thought, "He's calling us out." The skeleton soldier's eyes went wide and looked at the 3 of them with a guilty face. He sat quietly in a corner looking totally lost and pitiful. All 3 of them, Kasan, Hayes, and Alexandro, had their eyes light up, staring angrily at a skeleton soldier who was dazed as they continued thinking, "If we show any weakness, we're toast." Then came a barrage of slashes, unloading everything onto that poor skeleton soldier. A moment later, finally the skeleton soldier's head rolled off. Alexandro tiredly plunged his sword into the ground and slumped down. Not just Alexandro, but Kason and Hayes too looked absolutely wiped out by now. After taking down a single skeleton soldier, the 3 of them were exhausted. However, there was only one, Kento, who was still perfectly fine. After single-handedly wiping out 3 skeleton soldiers, he crossed his arms, reflecting on the past and thinking, "There's no doubt about it anymore. The people in the ice tundra are actually pretty chill." Kento noted that the 3rd-floor monsters were also skeleton soldiers. Their numbers increased, but with Kento leading the way, we cleared it with ease. And finally, at this moment, Hayes and Alexandro looked worriedly at Kento, who was lost in thought. Kasan also looked at Kento with great concern. The group had now reached the deepest chamber, the center of the dungeon. There was a skeleton knight sitting there. He was sitting on a golden throne, motionless. Hayes' eyes went wide in pure shock. She gasped, trembling, "A skeleton knight? How is something like this even here?" Kento still didn't quite get it. He asked, curiously, "Is it different from the others?" Hayes replied, "Yeah, it's a beast." Hayes looked absolutely terrified. She thought to herself, "A skeleton knight swings a great sword effortlessly. And with such power, if you're not knight level, you don't stand a ghost of a chance against it. This isn't a monster we can take on." Kento continued to wonder, "What if we head back without beating it?" Hayes replied, flustered, "The association will conduct an investigation. If they find our reason is legit, then we won't have any issues." Suddenly, Kento smiled when he heard that. Then he stepped forward boldly, with a confident smirk, and replied, "Fair enough." The others gasped at the sight. Kento, the skeleton knight, stood majestically, radiating a massive amount of power. He gave a sinister grin and looked at his opponent. Yet Kento didn't show a hint of fear. A skeleton that can keep its form while fighting? This is actually interesting. Instantly, the skeleton knight took a combat stance. Hayes' face showed clear shock. Reacting fast, she immediately cast a barrier. "It's dangerous!" 2 powerful surges of mana were clashing. but Hayes seemed to be losing the tug of war. In no time, the barrier shattered. Luckily, Alexandro managed to block it with his shield just in time. Then he also fell back onto the ground. This move made Kento glance over in admiration, while Alexandro was totally stunned. A single hit was that powerful? The attack from the skeleton knight truly shocked him. It was way too strong, and he wasn't done yet. The skeleton soldier's eyes flashed again. This time, his move was even more powerful than before. Yet Kento remained completely unfazed. He just stood there watching the skeleton soldier get closer. Unbelievable. Before the skeleton soldier could even act, Kento one-shotted him into oblivion. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Kassan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Hayes and Alexandro were just as shocked. Afterwards, Kento casually dusted off his hands, acting totally unimpressed. Is that all? Then he turned to look at the people around him. Suddenly, Kento's eyes froze, as if he had just discovered something. Next, he called out a name. Kassan was startled at being mentioned, looking a bit dazed. Yes? There was a treasure chest glowing brilliantly, and Kento wanted to know if he could open it. Kassan flinched and shouted, "No way! It's protected by a high-level lock. With my skills, there's no way I can crack it." Hearing that, Kento feigned disappointment. "Really? That's tough luck." Kassan also looked gloomy in response. "It's a shame, but we'll have to give up." Or so it seemed. Until Kento swung his hand and smashed the chest himself, Kassan was scared out of his wits once again. And finally, the chest shattered into pieces. Alexandro and Hayes looked at him like he was some kind of freak, but Kento didn't care one bit. "The rewards look pretty massive. Kason, you clean this up, okay?" He immediately obeyed as Kassan stepped closer, his mind still reeling from the surprise. Opening a chest with brute force like this is a first for me. Something was still bugging him, though. If he could just break it, why even ask me to unlock it in the first place? After completing the mission, everyone went outside together. The sky was beautiful and sunny, with birds chirping in the air. Once again, something caught Kento's attention. The cave the group had just entered suddenly collapsed. Kassan immediately explained the situation. Once a dungeon is cleared, it disappears. So there probably weren't any secret rooms this time. Kento asked curiously, "Secret rooms? Those things actually exist here?" And Kassan confirmed it. Even though they're dangerous, they really do exist. Upon hearing this, Kento smirked with excitement. That sounds pretty interesting. Seeing this, attitude of his made Kassan feel confused. The guard captain had just heard something. His face showed pure shock. "Wait, what? It's all finished?" Right now, outside the city walls, the guard captain asked for an update. "So how was the dungeon?" Kento replied playfully. "It was a blast in there." The captain breathed a sigh of relief. "I see." Then he requested everyone to follow him into a small room. Hayes said softly, "There weren't any major issues, sir." So the captain asked pointedly, "Do you think that Manji guy can stay within the territory?" Hayes whispered in objection, "I think it should be fine." And the captain noticed one thing clearly. When talking about that Manji guy, she was being vague. He closed his eyes, looking tense. Conquering the dungeon wasn't the issue, but rather how it was done. The real goal was to sniff out any dangerous individuals. Kason added more detail. He's not the type to go looking for trouble. But the captain knew for a fact the guy was as strong as a beast, yet he didn't harm anyone. Truly different from your average Manji. Kento finally spoke up to praise each of them. Kassan did a great job. As a rogue, he disabled the traps and tried his best with the chest. Alexandro is also an incredibly strong frontline warrior. Your prayers helped us out a lot. The captain was skeptical. That's strange. Usually, when strangers are forced into a party to conquer a dungeon, they don't usually praise others so warmly like this. In the end, he had to agree. "Very well, you're permitted to enter. But first, a word of advice. Even though you've been granted permission, if you cause any trouble, you'll be expelled. Be careful," Kento confirmed. "Got it." Then he held out a pouch. "This is the conquest reward. You guys split it amongst yourselves." As far as the captain knew, guards would sometimes just pocket the rewards. Kento didn't think twice and took it with a smile. "Thanks a lot." The captain was just guessing, but this time they probably wouldn't touch it. Kento suggested, "Let's split it evenly then." They were stunned by his words. "Huh?" Hayes quickly refused. "Oh, no need for that. Even Alexandro doesn't dare accept it, and neither do I." But Kento still tried to talk them into it. "The whole squad worked on this together. We have to split the loot evenly." No backing out allowed. Hearing that, Kason spoke up. "All right, fine." Only Kento could be this persuasive. "In that case, let's go celebrate. See if there are any taverns nearby." The group didn't see this coming. "Wait, what?" In the end, they reluctantly agreed to celebrate. Sure. But honestly, they were crying on the inside. "I just want to go home." While the others were feeling down, Kento was totally hyped. The captain watched him completely fed up. A Manji who killed a skeleton knight with a single punch. He's strong as a beast. His gaze shifted to one of scrutiny. He's at least as powerful as a knight. He's definitely no ordinary manji. And the captain could guarantee that. This was a legendary manji, a true freak of nature. Afterward, he sternly assigned the task. I'll report to the Lord. You guys guard the gate. The subordinates immediately obeyed. Understood. Night had fallen. At the massive imperial palace, the firelight created a solemn atmosphere. The emperor sitting inside ordered in a low voice, "Come in." The captain bowed and stated, "I am here to report, my lord, to the Lord of Bakan, Kingdom of Jane." Luke Bakan responded, "What's going on?" The captain immediately disclosed the situation. Captain of the 1st Security Squad. Reporting to the Lord, a manji has entered the territory. That night in the lobby, outside the residence, Luke's voice rang out from within the room. "You've already granted him passage?" The Bacon guard captain bowed his head. "That's correct, sir. However, that's not the real issue here." From his golden throne, Luke looked down skeptically. "Then what is the actual problem?" He reported with a hint of tension. "He's too powerful. Powerful enough to become a concern." He looked up curiously. "Just how strong is he?" The room fell silent. Only the voice of the Zvakan guard captain remained, along with Luke's astonishment. Word has it he crushed a skeleton knight with just a single blow. His eyes widened in shock. A skeleton knight? His mind visualized the monster. Kento stood holding his sword, shrouded in dark energy. A skeleton knight? The kind of monster that's a nightmare for anyone below knight rank. And he took it out with a single punch. Then he bowed his head again, pondering about those massive warriors standing in the snowstorm. A manji. Those savages who only know brute force, simple-minded and completely uncultured. Next, Luke spoke with hesitation. "So he's top tier, right?" The Bacon guard captain assessed. "That's probably the case, sir." He questioned, "And could he be even stronger?" The expression of the Bacon guard captain was filled with tension. "I can't say for certain, sir." Hearing this, he went silent and didn't say another word. A warrior of that caliber being a manji? A race that believes strength is everything. This is going to be big trouble. Then he decided, "For now, just summon him. I need to see him for myself." Down below, the Bacon guard captain was sweating bullets. He was a little worried. "Are you sure you'll be okay, my lord?" He assessed. Simply letting someone that strong run wild in the territory is already a risk. Seeing him in person to size him up would be much safer, I think. The Bacon guard captain tried to object. "But it could be dangerous, sir." The knight, standing nearby, stepped forward with a stern look. The Lord of Bacon, sitting on his golden throne, reminded him, "I have my own personal knight to protect me." At that, he was taken aback and looked up. Next, Luke turned his head toward the knight. "What do you think?" He gripped the hilt of his sword. "He's strong for sure, but he's just a savage. Just a big meathead with 0 brains. Then he thought of his master, full of dignity. "I'm telling you, compared to my swordsmanship, which was taught directly by the sword saint, he's not even in the same league. Therefore, you have nothing to fear, my lord." Luke nodded in silent agreement. Finally, he announced in a loud voice, "Summon that manji here. I shall speak with him face to face." Elsewhere, the table was overflowing with food and beer. Kento took a big bite of meat and chewed loudly. The 3 people at the table watched him eat like he was starving to death. Their faces went pale, frozen in an awkward chill. He paused and raised his beer mug, wearing a friendly expression. He chugged a mouthful and slammed it back on the table. Then he smiled at the group. "This stuff is fire. I also really dig how quiet it is in here. Tonight's on me, so eat up, everyone." Hearing this, the gang just gave Kento a forced laugh. Suddenly, he turned toward him. "You're a holy knight, right?" Alexandro flinched. "Yes." With a puzzled look, Kento stared at him. "What kind of holy power do you use?" "I didn't see you use any during the attack." "In the dungeon, did I?" Alexandro scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I'm still in training, so my holy power hasn't awakened yet." Kento's eyes widened with pity. "Oh, that's a bummer." Alexandro cleared his throat. "Ahem, yeah." Then Kento turned again. Hayes was sitting quietly nearby. "You said the god you serve is named Galaxia, right? Are there any temples for that god around here?" She shifted her gaze away uncomfortably and explained, No. I don't think there are. He isn't exactly a widely worshipped deity." She recalled the cold, distant look of that god, entwined by a serpent, the god of lies and deception. Galaxia was shunned and rejected by all. Hayes clutched her skirt. Sir Kento?" He replied, "Yeah, what's up?" She pressed him, "Just how strong are you?" Upon hearing that, both Alexandro and Kassan jumped and looked toward him, but he just kept chewing his food, looking back at them in confusion. After that, Kento stroked his chin, trying to recall the ranking system. "I'm not really sure myself. I only recently left the frozen tundra, so I'm also wondering how strong I actually am. Just how tough was that skeleton knight I took down? Hayes's eyes went wide as she explained it to him. From what I know, it would take at least a rank 2 to handle him. As for rank 1, they could crush him just like you did, Sir Kento. He figured that I'm probably rank 2. Suddenly, a man appeared before them. His palms were dripping with sweat. Excuse me. The shopkeeper cowered, his body trembling. We're about to close for the night, sirs. Seeing this, Kento just smiled while the man only grew more terrified. My bad, let's head out. The group stepped out of the shop. Do you guys have any plans or a schedule for tomorrow? To his question, both Alexandro and Hayes shouted in unison, Yeah! We're already booked. Kassan quickly yelled right after them. I'm super busy too. He looked at them, feeling both awkward and a bit bummed. I see. That's too bad. I guess this is where we part ways. Catch you guys later. Those three were low-key celebrating as they said their goodbyes. No need to catch us ever again. That night, Kento lay on the bed with his legs kicked up. He closed his eyes in pure bliss. Phew, this is the life. This is the first time I've been in a real bed since I arrived in this world. Earlier at the inn counter, the innkeeper had stared at him so hard he drooled into a cup. Kento thought to himself, I'm glad I can stay at an inn, thanks to the dungeon loot. And I haven't run into too much drama either. Right now, sunlight streamed through the window. He sat on the bed with his legs crossed, humming excitedly. Compared to the frozen tundra, this place is literally heaven. He looked back on the time when he was still in the frozen tundra. Faced with endless confusing system windows, it really took quite a while. Ever since I woke up in the frozen tundra, until I found a civilization like this one. So what should I do next? I want to explore more and experience more of this world. Kento raised his palm, spreading his fingers as he muttered, I want to go on an adventure. He set his destination in his mind, to the sanctuary of the elves. His eyes gradually grew hazy. The magic tower and the magnificent capital of the kingdom. Then he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. He woke up feeling groggy. Kento sat up, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, when he heard a voice calling from outside the door. He stepped out to see who was behind the door. The captain of the back and guards looked at him hesitantly. Oh. Did I wake you? My bad. He looked at him confused. Captain of the guard, what's going on? The bacon guard captain cleared his throat, then solemnly announced to him, The Lord wishes to meet you in person. He muttered, Wow, the Lord? Then he started imagining the wealth and luxury. The Lord, the ruler of this land, the master of this entire territory. A figure like that wants to meet me? Kento's face was full of bewilderment. Sure, that works. Kento looked at the bacon guard captain and informed him, Can we go right now? Let me get changed and I'll follow you. The captain, meanwhile, stood frozen in shock. Did I come to the right place? How is he so easy to invite? Later, on the busy streets, merchants were bustling about the market. He thought to himself, it was pitch black when I entered this territory, so I only caught a glimpse. Kento's eyes sparkled. As he followed the bacon guard captain, he looked around. But seeing it during the day was truly incredible. He smiled with a face full of admiration, giving him a thumbs up. If this is a fantasy world, I'm totally ready for all the surprises it brings. The bacon guard captain's face turned pale and bewildered. What's wrong with this guy? Then he frowned and screamed internally. Time is running out. Must get back as soon as possible. Immediately after, an announcement was made. My lord, I have brought the manji to see you. Hearing this, Luke turned around. He ordered, Let him in. The grand hall doors quickly opened. He looked inside. Luke reached out his hand sincerely. Pleasure to meet you, Manji. Luke stood by the window. With one hand behind his back, he politely extended the other. I am Luke Bakan, the lord of this land. Reintroducing Luke Bakan, lord of the Bakan territory, kingdom of Gentho. Kento reached out to take his hand. An honor to meet you, legitimate lord of the Bacon land. He then bowed with his eyes closed. I am Kento, a manji. Luke's eyes widened at the gesture. At Kento's polite handshake, his expression turned startled. Kento's hand was still shaking his. He held the lord's wrist with one hand and bowed respectfully. Luke was skeptical. A manji shaking hands? He had only imagined Kento as a cold person. But now he began to calm down somewhat. Manji had never really shaken anyone's hand before. To them, power is everything, no exceptions. Well, I suppose I've lived long enough to see something like this. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. It seems you've picked up some basic etiquette. Have a seat. Luke sat on his throne, while Kento sat across from him at the tea table. The space inside was both silent and luxurious. Kento glanced around for a while. So this is what a lord's castle looks like? His eyes lit up. Even in a fantasy world, castles still look exactly like the Middle Ages, huh? Standing before him was the knight beside Luke. He stood tall and solemn with his hands behind his back. Is that a guardian knight protecting the Lord? His gaze was filled with curiosity and awe. His hands clenched tight upon the table. He stared fixedly as hyped as a little kid. I used to be obsessed with role-playing as a knight when I was a kid. Never thought I'd see a real-life knight one day. Man, he looks so majestic. This is lit. He's exactly like I imagined. The knight also noticed his gaze. The knight standing by Luke frowned in slight shock. Huh? Bloodlust? He gritted his teeth in anger. It was definitely bloodlust, no mistaking it. How dare he show such intense killing intent? Right in front of the Lord? From his perspective, it felt like Kento was radiating a murderous pressure. The knight grabbed the sword at his hip. You fool! You won't be leaving here in one piece. Suddenly, Luke spoke up. The reason I invited you here is quite simple. The knight paused while Luke's face was full of scrutiny. I just want to verify a few things about you. He calmly crossed his arms and looked at him. It's up to you, my lord. What exactly do you want to verify about me? Next, he questioned, where did you come from? Kento closed his eyes, remembering the snow-capped mountains. So that's what you're interested in. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in white snow. Upon hearing this, both of them were startled in amazement. The eternal frozen plains? He stared at Kento intensely. Kento remained with his arms crossed, eyes closed in thought. He really is the legendary Manji warrior. And now he's standing right in front of me. Then Luke looked down. What you're saying is hard to believe. He crossed his arms and sighed. It's a harsh place. Believe it or not, it's up to you. His voice echoed through the room once more. Then let me ask you another question. His eyes were sharp as he looked at him probingly. Just how strong are you? Luke imagined him ruling with absolute madness. The question is his strength as terrifying as the rumors say? No. Hearing that, Kento countered his question. You've got it wrong. I don't know what the standard for strength is in this place. Vague as the answer was, he replied. I see. Then he glanced over at the knight beside him. The knight nodded in silent agreement as Luke made a proposal. Well then, would you like to test your skills? Against one of my knights? If you accept, I'll ensure you receive a worthy reward. Kento's face lit up. A duel? Then he added, of course it won't be a fight to the death. I believe you'll be able to restrain your power. Hearing that, he also smiled. Now I'm interested. His excited laughter gave both of them a start. A match against the Lord's knight. Internally, he thought about the knights from the fairy tales. Not just any ordinary knight, but a knight from a fantasy world. Someone who possesses magic and an aura. An opportunity to witness his true combat talent. Kento put his hand to his chin and smiled with delight. I'm actually super hyped for this. Luke gripped the arms of his chair. He looked towards Kento, who was now displaying a murderous vibe. He thought, as expected, a manji is still a manji, no matter how polite and elegant he seems. His wild nature, his thirst for battle, and his passion for the battlefield remain unchanged. Kento's excitement unintentionally startled the other two. At the arena above, Luke sat in the observation seat. Down on the field were the knight and Kento. The knight stared him down while Kento smiled excitedly. He reminded the two of them, well then, let's begin. Hopefully no blood will be shed here. The bell soon rang out. The knight drew his sword, watching him warily. Consider this an honor, to witness my swordsmanship. You manji! Hearing that, he just smiled back. I've been itching for this fight too. He gritted his teeth, fuming with rage. How dare he be so chill while fighting me? The knight beside Luke crouched down, ready to lunge. I'll show you. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sword ki swirled around his body. The massive skill gap between us. Kento stayed calm as he watched him charge. The knight beside Luke screamed internally, now let's see what you've got when you're up against me. Before his eyes, the manji's sword tip split into three. With blinding speed, his eyes widened in shock. The triple thrust left him completely bewildered. The sword split into three? What? He screamed in his head, what kind of illusion is this? As the three sword tips swung toward him, Kento's eyes widened as he dodged them with zero effort. No way, this was definitely no illusion. On the other side, the knight beside Luke continued his frantic slashing. He dodged them like it was nothing. All three blades were real. Is this his sword skill? He observed closely and confirmed, yeah, it is. Across the way, the knight beside Luke smirked through gritted teeth. You're gonna have to sweat a lot. Just to dodge my blade! Making it this far. Against me is already pretty impressive. The strikes came faster and more relentless, but there was no need to drag this fight out anymore. Suddenly, Kento raised a hand. He gave it a light flick, shattering the sword into pieces. The knight beside Luke stared in total shock. What's happening? Kento's hand landed on the boy's chest. The armor and the sword were smashed to bits. His hand gripped the armor so hard it crumpled. Then he hurled him backward with force. He was thrown until he passed out. Meanwhile, Luke cried out in absolute horror. What the heck was that? The knight's hand slumped onto the ground. He lay against the wall, leaving a long skid mark on the floor. Luke stared in that direction, frozen in fear and amazement. With just one punch, a first-class knight was floored. What kind of terrifying power is this? Elsewhere, Kento turned to leave. He then smiled and asked the Lord, "So that's the end of the battle, right?" The Lord stood up abruptly, looking like he'd seen a ghost. He stood there, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, Luke replayed the moment Kento threw the knight with such ease and sank into deep thought. A manji who can knock out a first-class knight with one hit. That's the strength of a total beast. He's at least reached the transcendent rank. But that's just the bare minimum of the power he's shown. His true hidden power is likely off the charts. His face darkened as he sat back down. A manji, possessing strength like that, could turn this whole continent upside down. Then he thought of the hero and his dragon. If so, I should probably let him know. One of the rare few on this massive continent who holds the title of Holy Sword. Luke bowed his head and muttered, "It's time for him to show his face. I wonder if he'll get hyped when he finds out about a manji like this." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you talking about me?" Luke jumped and looked up. The window was wide open with the wind blowing in. Kan's silhouette appeared from behind the curtain, arms crossed and perfectly chill. Seeing him, Luke let out a sigh. He rolled his eyes. "Your hobbies are as weird as ever." Kan clenched his hand and teased, "Ha ha! Doesn't everyone need a little entertainment, right?" Then he crossed his arms, his expression turning serious as he pushed, "Well, aren't you going to share that juicy story with me?" "Yeah, this is Sword Saint Kan." Luke stood up, leaning on his hands. He bowed respectfully to the old man. "It's an honor to see you here, even though I sent word on such short notice. Greetings to the great Sword Saint, Lord Kan." The old man also smiled. His gaze sharpened again while Luke remained bowed in respect. Over in the knight's room, while he was lying on the bed with his arm across his forehead, The door opened. He walked in and asked after him, giving the boy a start. "Has your body recovered yet?" He then sat up abruptly in a panic. In a few more days, I'll be fully healed. Please forgive me, sir." From behind, Kan also stepped forward. "It's me you should be apologizing to." He placed his hands behind his back. "To think my foolish disciple lost to some nobody manji." The boy was terrified upon seeing him. "Master!" His eyes focused on the torn section of the shirt on the chest of the knight, standing next to Luke. There wasn't even a tiny scratch on his body. Internally, his anticipation for Kento grew. "Before I came here, I saw the kid's armor shattered to pieces. Judging by the state of that armor, it wouldn't have been surprising if he had died, yet his clothes are only torn in a few spots, and his body doesn't have a single graze. Could that manji have been holding back?" Kan leaned on his hands, assessing the situation. He's no ordinary brainless savage. He's someone who can control his strength and strike with absolute precision. The knight beside Luke stammered, I understand." The old man's eyes were sharp as tacks, and he's so far beyond a knight's level that he can fight while going easy on his opponent like it's a joke. He must be at least transcendent rank. Hearing that, both Luke and the knight beside him were stunned. He muttered, "Huh?" Then looked at Kan skeptically. "Forgive my rudeness, but how does he compare to you, Lord Kan?" The old man turned his head and stated, "He's pretty strong, but I am a sword saint. Even if he has transcendent power, he still can't touch me." Luke said awkwardly, I see." The old man was still lost in thought. But I didn't see him use an aura during the fight, and yet his strength has already reached this level." He added, surprising Luke further. "That's impossible by any normal logic. Is this the power of a manji from the frozen tundra?" At those words, he lowered his head, thinking back to the scene of Kento in the frozen tundra. At first, I couldn't believe it either, but it seems he really is from the frozen tundra. Suddenly, Kan looked up. A manji from the frozen tundra? He thought about Kento, surviving the blizzards with such cold indifference. The legend of a survivor in the frozen tundra. Is he even human? Or is he... He stroked his beard cautiously. A mutant? Images of ferocious snow snakes and bears flashed through his mind. But then he dismissed the thought. No, that's not it, leaving Luke confused. He then thought of the aggressive demons and white snakes, and concluded, If he really were a mutant, he wouldn't have been so merciful toward you. He was puzzled by Kento's appearance. I was wrong, but for him to come from the frozen tundra, why that place and why now of all times? Ken fell into doubt while Luke stood by, baffled. Is something wrong, Sword Saint? He raised his head. No, it's nothing. Let's leave that for later. His Majesty the Emperor is the same. Then he thought of when the soldiers entered the snowy mountains. He's always making the most bizarre demands. Kan turned away. No need to worry about that now. Luke fumbled. I understand. Then the old man pressed him. Is that Manji still in these lands? Luke replied quickly. Yes. He said he'd be staying here for a while, so I'm certain of it. Hearing that, the old man turned to leave. His face was full of gravity and curiosity. I have to test his strength for myself. The next morning, sunlight shone down on a white castle. The captain of the Khan Northern Guard asked him, What are you planning for your next move? He then stared at Kento, waiting for an answer. He hesitated. I'm sure that right before that, a bag of gold was placed on the table. This is the reward for the recent battle, and... He cut himself off, then closed his eyes and announced, From now on, I will no longer interfere with your actions within this territory. Now he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I don't have a clear plan yet, but it would be better if I could verify my identity here. Having to conquer a dungeon every time I enter a new territory is a real pain in the neck. The Northern Guard captain, Han, looked at him and made a suggestion. If you're worried about that, there is a way. You can find someone of high status to act as a guarantor and verify your identity for you. Or, he trailed off, making Kento curious. Or what? He continued. You could become a mercenary. He closed his eyes, thinking of the life of a mercenary. He explained, if you build up enough achievements and get recognized by the Mercenary Guild, then your identity will be accepted. Deep down, the Northern Guard Captain Khan had his own calculations. However, mercenaries are just people who do odd jobs. If you haven't reached a certain rank yet, it's hard to get your identity verified. With the strength of this Manji, finding a guarantor would be the easiest choice. Right now, Kento muttered, mercenary. His eyes lit up with curiosity. There's actually a way like that? In his mind, the badass combat images of a mercenary made him sink into a daydream. Mercenaries are specialists who carry out missions, slaying monsters and protecting merchant caravans. This is the symbol of a romantic fantasy world. If that's the case, Kento smiled excitedly. Where do I have to go to become a mercenary? The Northern Guard Captain Khan raised his head and looked at him in total surprise. Well, there's a guild in the city. His face was full of excitement as he smiled, with sparkling eyes. Please take me there. He looked at him with a blank stare. All right then. An explanation about mercenaries. Mercenaries are wanderers who travel everywhere to complete assigned tasks. Some people see them as symbols of freedom and romance, but in reality, mercenaries are the lowest class in society. It's for those whose identities haven't been recognized. They get attacked by monsters in dungeons. Even powerful mercenaries often lose their lives in dungeons that have never been explored, or they're just pawns sacrificed for dirty work. Because of that, low-level mercenaries are often vulgar, filthy, and loud. Currently, a guy in blue angrily punched a guy in brown. You bastard, you dare lay a finger on me? This is the Mercenary Guild. The guy in brown crashed onto the table. Ugh! He then sprang up and cursed. You looking for a fight? The blue-shirted guy yelled back, Come and get some if you're so tough. Others stood around cheering. Hey, guy on the right, I'm betting on you. Don't you dare lose. I'm betting on the guy on the left. They lunged at each other, pulling hair and brawling. Nearby, a pink-haired girl was organizing documents while glancing sideways. Rosa, how's this batch of rookies looking? Rosa sighed dejectedly. They're useless. Just a bunch of weirdos. This is Rosa, the receptionist for the Mercenary Guild. She thought of Alexandro. There's a maniac calling himself a holy knight. Then there's Kassan, and even a talented thief. And finally, Hay. That priestess is a total mess. The deity she serves isn't reliable at all either. Seeing Rosa like that, the pink-haired girl hesitated. I see. That's a shame. She lowered her head gloomily. Sigh. Nobody decent ever shows up, while these uneducated mercenaries do nothing but pick fights all day. She imagined a handsome blonde prince reaching out his hand to her. Sigh, if only a Prince Charming on a white horse would show up, standing by my side. To help out with this receptionist gig, that'd be so lit. Someone stepped through the door. Rosa looked up. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw him. Kento walked in, smiling and looking around. So this is the Mercenary Guild. The two guys who were scrapping also turned around, looking shook. No way. A manji? The rest of the crowd just stood there, jaws dropped. He felt a bit weirded out with everyone staring at him like that. Then he sat down at the desk, arms crossed with a smile. I'm here because I want to become a mercenary, facing Rosa. Holding the papers, she was shaking and stressed out. Do you really want to be a mercenary? May I ask what your objective is? He calmly asked. There are plenty of reasons. But I heard that becoming a mercenary can help get your identity recognized in this kingdom. She explained awkwardly. That's true, but to get verified through the mercenary path, you'll need to rack up quite a few achievements. Is that cool with you? Kento confirmed there was no problem. She pulled out a typewriter and announced, then I'll register you as a mercenary for a fee of 5 silver coins. Could you tell me your name and age? He placed the money on the table. I'm Kato. As for my age, I'm not really sure. Her fingers hit the keys like a pro. I'll just put down an estimate then. Finally, she handed him a card from a wooden box. All set. Your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It's the mark of a mercenary, so don't lose it. He stared at it, then happily picked up the card. I'm officially in. Then he looked up at Rosa again. With a totally innocent look, he asked, Any quests available? I want to start a mission right away. She stammered. A mission? Yeah. She pushed a paper toward Kento. These are the quests you can take right now. Next, he took the stack of papers from the desk. Hold up, only these low-tier missions? Contents on the quest board, quest level, F-, herb gathering, basement cleaning, sewer maintenance, street sweeping, night patrol. Rosa broke into a cold sweat trying to force a smile because you're currently just an F-rank mercenary. So these are the suitable missions for you, terrified inside. Manji are usually so full of themselves. What if he suddenly catches an attitude? Should I call for backup? She closed her eyes tight, explaining nervously, If you finish these simple tasks and build up your rep, you'll get tougher missions later on. He replied, I'll take this one. She opened her eyes, got a grip, and looked down. He pointed at the very first quest on the board. She looked up hesitantly. Are you sure? He crossed his arms and asked back, This is what needs to be done, right? She hesitated. Yeah, I see. Then Kento asked with a smile, So where are these herbs I need to pick? Rosa showed him a photo. Is that what the plant looks like? You gotta head out of the village into the forest. They look like this. He excitedly grabbed the photo and left. Got it. I'll be back in a bit. She stammered. Right, sure. Kento turned away. Still staring at the photo, Rosa watched, confused. Why's he so chill? Then he walked out the door. The pink-haired girl's limbs felt weak. Rosa was frozen in shock. In the dead of night, somewhere in the forest, the flowers Kento needed were on the ground. He looked at the photo, then checked the flower. He mused, So these herbs are for healing wounds? Looks pretty weird, huh? Then his hand took off his coat and tossed it on the ground. So Kento put his hat on with a smile, flexing his biceps. I've got my UV protection gear all ready to go. Time to get started on my first mercenary quest. UV rays are harmful even in an isekai. Nuggets of knowledge from Kento. About an hour later, at the mercenary guild, a whole sack of herbs was dumped onto the desk. Rosa was totally shook. He looked at her innocently. Is this enough? She stammered, It's too much. She was so confused. Did he plan to wipe out the whole herb field or what? Her eyes widened. Wait, but... Then she looked at the pile of herbs in the bag. The quality of these herbs is top tier. Most mercenaries just yank them out carelessly, which ruins their value. Kento shyly rubbed his nose. Don't let the looks fool you. I was pretty meticulous while picking them. She hesitated. I see. Then she handed over 1 silver coin. Thanks for doing such a careful job, Kato. Here's your reward for the quest. 1 silver coin. It was only enough to buy the cheapest meal. Even so, this is the first bit of money I've earned from an honest day's work. Kento thought back to when he was seriously picking herbs. He smiled, thinking to himself, this is actually touching. Next, he excitedly grabbed the silver coin and stood up. I'm really happy with this. Can you give me the next task right now? Rosa was dazed. Huh? Her eyes went wide in confusion. What is this? He's actually satisfied with this reward? This manji guy. Kento, meanwhile, was full of joy and gratitude. Looking at the silver coin in his hand, it's still daylight, so I want to get as much work done as possible. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Why is he so hyped? She was completely baffled. Tears streaming down, she screamed internally, OMG, this mercenary is just as weird as the others. Kento pointed his finger at a quest. Warehouse cleaning on the F-rank mission list. And he said, this time, I'll take this one. Rosa thought it was strange. After the herb gathering, this was already the 3rd cleaning gig. Seeing Kento still standing there all pumped up, Rosa felt suspicious. Does this crazy guy actually enjoy cleaning? Rosa's tone was stiff. All right then. The mission is yours. Kento's footsteps were heard. Hearing the footsteps, the blue-eyed woman glanced over. Kento, built like a tank, walked in and said, "I'm here to clean this warehouse." The brown-haired woman with the ponytail was stunned, speechless. Kento asked friendly, "Are you the owner of this warehouse?" She snapped out of it and replied, yes. Thinking to herself, a manji, cleaning the warehouse is pretty simple. Moving things in the warehouse went without a hitch. With his massive strength, he easily hauled a huge stack of items, to the brown-haired woman's absolute amazement. The next task was street sweeping. He picked up the broom and started sweeping the road. At first, he had a bit of trouble controlling his power, but he eventually got it under control. At that moment, Kento swept up a cloud of dust, turning the whole place into a hazy mess. The image of Kento working was being watched by someone. Seeing how normal he acted made Kan cry out, "What the heck? Why is he doing that?" Kan thought to himself, clearly he's at least a mid-tier mercenary, with enough determination. He could even influence a whole kingdom. If he just showed off his power, he'd be respected wherever he goes. Yet a manji, who usually settles everything with brute force, is now out here sweeping the streets. He watched the way he swept and thought, and he's not just half-assing it. He's taking it dead serious. Right then, Kento was happily sweeping dust into the pan. Kan had a midlife crisis, thinking, he actually seems to be enjoying himself, and he wondered, what the hell is he doing? The bright light poured down, highlighting the lush green leaves and a pair of sparrows. Kento just woke up and stretched his arms, letting out a satisfied He stepped down onto the wooden floor. Kento looked over at the nightstand. Seeing the coin pouch, he let out an ah! He stared at the bulging cloth bag and started reminiscing. Flashback to the pouch. The coins were placed on a tray and pushed toward him. Rosa said, "You've worked hard for your first day as a mercenary. Kento, this is the reward for a total of 15 quests." In his silver-white eyes and across his face, excitement was clearly written. Rosa said helplessly, "It's 15 silver coins." Despite that, Kento wasn't disappointed at all and remained hyped. "Thanks, I'll be back tomorrow then." End of flashback. Kento reflexively smiled and said to himself, "Let's start day 2 in the civilized world." A cute brown-haired girl hugged a woman's leg, crying, non-stop. The other adults all stared up in total shock. Kento walked calmly under everyone's gaze. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Kento wondered, what's going on over there? He looked at a large, 2-story building with curiosity. Is that a library? He pushed the door open, making a small brass bell ring. Dingling, a librarian with a neat bun said politely, "Welcome," but mid-sentence, she shrieked in terror at Kento's massive size. Meanwhile, he asked politely, "May I read some books?" The awkwardness passed, and Kento successfully borrowed the books. He excitedly picked up a book that was only as big as his palm and read it intently. The librarian with the neat bun was left speechless at the sight and hid outside, watching in disbelief. Thinking a manji is actually reading? Even if I can't see clearly, my gut tells me for sure. He thought a manji, known for being ignorant and savage, was reading a book. Could it be that manji from the frozen lands are totally different from your average barbarians? Looking at the genuine interest on Kento's face, he wondered. Or is that guy just a total outlier? Kento reached out and closed the history book. He whispered, "So the Empire won in the end." He remembered the blue-haired girl from back then and thought, years ago Milena came to the snowy region and said she was heading to the kingdom, which was at war with the Empire to sell weapons, Kento thought. It looks like that war ended with an imperial victory. Kento calculated. The Empire currently seems to hold overwhelming power. The kingdom of Bakan has basically become a vassal state. The Empire has swallowed half the human world, and it's still expanding, full of aggression. Kento thought to himself, it's like they're trying to consume the whole world. Kento muttered, "World conquest, huh?" Immediately after, Kento brushed the thought aside and became filled with excitement again. All right, enough about human affairs. Now what I really want to find out about. He looked at another book and said, is the non-human races. Kento thought happily. A book documenting non-human species. The fantasy races, recorded in this book, actually exist in this world. The world's greatest cavern, where rare ores are scattered like trash, Mantomia. The dwarven mining caves, Bisarafia. The fairy village, Rakaparia. The floating city of the Celestials. And the sacred lands, the forbidden zones that no one can reach. Elfo Sagrado, the holy sanctuary of the elves. No one knows its exact location. Countless people have tried every way to track it down, but they all failed in the end. Kento said, so I already hold the rare right to enter the elven sanctuary. Suddenly, he cried out in slight surprise, "Huh?" Then Kento held up the book and shouted, "What?" There's another place like the White Tundra, the Demon Realm, a place humans are forbidden from entering, teeming with mutated creatures, insane and twisted. Demonic realms are not few in number, but in this world there exist exactly 5 massive and unique demonic realms. Among them is the Silent Forest, a place of stillness and never-ending dread. The Abyss, which drowns the world in a deep pit of evil. The Deep Sea, where souls still breathe and live. The Hollow, where nothing exists. And finally, the White Tundra. Within these realms exist horrific creatures, known as variants. However, the existence of these demonic realms cannot spill over into the human world. After finishing the book, Kento wondered, just how vast is this world anyway? Kento thought to himself, the White Tundra alone is already massive. To think there are so many other places like it? He stood up and said, for now, this is probably all the info I can get here. His sudden movement startled the librarian. Kento told her, thanks to this, I've confirmed enough. Thanks. The librarian, trembling with fear, replied, yes, of course. Kento happily opened the door and left. He went back to the mercenary guild and asked Rosa, are there any quests today? She jumped and replied, oh yes, Kento, you're here. Rosa handed over a list and said, here is the quest board. Kento's face lit up with joy like a squirrel finding a nut. Kan, hiding to the side, found it hard to believe. This is truly strange. Finally, he made up his mind. It seems I'll have to meet him in person. Finally, after a long period of secret surveillance, Sword Saint Kan made his move. By now, the moon was high in the sky. The streets were completely deserted. Kento was walking down the road. He smiled with satisfaction as he walked. I cleared over 10 commissions today. Even with these small errands, handling this many, the income is actually pretty decent. If I keep up this pace, being recognized as a true mercenary shouldn't be too far off. He hummed and whistled while walking, unaware that someone was lurking behind a wall, watching him. As Kento drew near, that person stepped out. To his surprise, it was none other than Sword Saint Kan. The two stood facing each other for a long moment. Kento spoke first. You're the one who's been tailing me all day. Hearing this, Kan was stunned and thought to himself, what? Kento crossed his arms and asked, what do you want? Kan was still in disbelief. You realized? I clearly used magic to mask my presence. No matter how sharp your instincts are, detecting my presence should have been impossible. Suddenly, Kento's hands moved fast as lightning to secure his coin pouch. Then he exclaimed warily, are you a mugger or something? Kan felt like he'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. Kento's eyes grew sharp as he doubled down. Looks like I guessed right. Despite the good security here, highwaymen still show up. Kan's eyes went wide as he tried to explain. No, I was just wondering, if I tell him I'm the Sword Saint, would he even believe me? Kento delivered another verbal low blow. Resorting to robbery at your old age? I guess the economy really is in the gutter. Ken felt completely framed. Kento mused, wait a minute. Then his face brightened up. This might actually be a great opportunity. Ken remained stunned into silence, unable to process what was happening. Seeing Kento's blank expression, Kan thought to himself, he's mistaking me for a thief, fine. The best way to gauge your true strength and identity is through direct combat. Let me see the power of a legendary. Manji for myself. Then he began to roll up his sleeves. Ken quickly stepped forward with a wary look. Kento remained silent, then suddenly vanished from his sight. Kan gasped, he's gone? What on earth? Kento abruptly reappeared right in front of him. A hand reached out as he moved his feet. Ken thought while dodging, if I just stand here, he'll grab me by the neck. Kento suddenly let out an "oh" and gave a smirk. Pretty fast, huh? He blurted out before starting to move again. Ken fell into a panic. No way! I almost got nabbed. If my reflexes had been just a hair slower, I would have been caught red-handed. But what's even more insane is, I can't feel even a single trace of mana flow coming from him. Kento crossed his arms, laughing as he said, this is actually pretty fire. Kan was still low-key reeling inside, using just a pure human physique. How can he move that fast? This isn't just a test anymore. I'm going all out with this attack. Thinking that, he lunged forward. Kento's face darkened. Then he suddenly vanished from right in front of Kan. He appeared behind him, eyes glowing intensely, and grabbed the opponent's wrist, and broke into a cold sweat. What the heck is this? I clearly expanded my perception. Yet I still couldn't react. His hand was twisted backward by Kento. This wasn't just a simple grip. It felt like his arm was pinned to a rock. His whole body was being hoisted up by raw power. Kan gnashed his teeth in agony. What kind of monstrous strength is this? His physical force alone is totally overwhelming. If that's the case, I'll release every bit of my power. A surge of energy erupted from him. Kento saw it and was briefly surprised. Huh, light? A blue glow radiated from Kan. He stared at the scene thoughtfully for a while. Then an explosion immediately burst forth and slid out, escaping Kento's control. Kento looked down at his hand. Kan, standing opposite, glared at him. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Man, even highwaymen have some cracked skills these days." He felt completely speechless inside. Why does he keep calling me a robber? Then Kan seriously sized him up again. Rare mana materialization. Only those who've reached a certain realm can do that. And yet he coats his body with it. Someone like that, why would they do something as trivial as banditry? But it seems he really thinks those are just thief skills. Kan briefly fell into deep thought. Then his thoughts raced instinctively. He materialized mana. Manifested mana can even shred solid steel. Any human body that touches it should be pulverized, to the point where it's totally unrecognizable from its original state. Yet there's not even a scratch on him. What kind of freakish body is that? To tank manifested mana with his bare flesh. As he was thinking, Kento spoke up again. Even though you're using some weird stuff, I guess it's time to wrap this up. Kan reached for his sword hilt at his side. Suddenly his eyes filled with shock. Kento suddenly appeared and touched the hilt with a finger. He just smiled. His movement seemed so effortless, with such a clueless look, that it startled Kan so much his eyes nearly popped out. His mouth gaped open, then he gnashed his teeth again. He tried with all his might to draw the sword, but his hand only trembled. Suddenly Kan was filled with dread once more. Kento's eyes glowed as if he'd spotted prey. He screamed like crazy inside. Ah! Simultaneously, tears started to fall. Is this where it ends? A large hand reached out. Then suddenly Kento let out a sigh. Huh, so this is what a bandit in a fantasy world is like? As he spoke, he slung the unconscious Kan over his shoulder. Northern Guard Captain. Kan was flabbergasted. Then he froze at the sight. Oh my God! What on earth is happening? Kento was carrying Kan effortlessly. It made him suddenly wonder, what kind of weirdness is going on here? Why is Sword Saint Kan showing up here? And he was tucked away like a sack. He felt a sense of dread. Don't tell me that Manji guy actually dared to attack Lord Kan. Now what do we do? Suddenly Kathio spoke up. I just busted a robber. Hearing that, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. A robber? Kathio was lugging him around while wearing a bright smile. If I turn him into the guards, it'll count toward my track record as a mercenary, right? The captain of the North Khan Guards stood frozen. He remained dazed for a long while. Finally regaining his composure, he gently asked, what on earth is actually going on here? A man who had reached the pinnacle of superhuman skill, the Sword Saint Kan, and that great man was being held by a barbarian in an incredibly awkward and humiliating position. He spoke softly. That man is not a robber. Kento's face began to change, turning serious again. You know him? So you're accomplices? The captain of the North Khan Guards stood with his feet in a V shape. Then he stood and saluted him in an extremely polite and formal manner. The only Sword Saint of the Kingdom of Gehenker. I offer my deepest respects to Sword Saint Kan. After hearing this, Kento looked down at him. Say what? Kathio was stunned, looking down at the man he had been carrying all this time. The noble title of Sword Saint? And he was called a robber? Kathio growled. No way, this old man is legit a robber. He attacked me to steal a few silver coins. He looked Kathio straight in the eye and countered. No, he really is the Sword Saint. There is no way I could mistake that face. Unable to believe it was true, Kathio quickly shot back. Is it possible he's a mage using magic? He felt frustrated, squinting his eyes as he explained further. If he were a mage that powerful, he would be honored just like a Sword Saint. Kento couldn't accept the reality. Is Sword Saint just a pretty name for robbers? He was helpless. What the hell are you rambling about? The back and forth continued. So he really is the Sword Saint? That's right. Kathio was still looking at him like he was tripping. I will report this to the Lord. A while later, Luke slammed the table and shouted in a rage. What? Lord Kan is missing? Kathio bowed his head, expressing his respect to the people there. I'm sorry, I should have let him explain. Facing Kathio, he replied, No, it's also my fault for not saying anything. The two sat there pensively, one massive, the other tiny. As Luke entered the room, he was horrified by the sight right before his eyes. What the hell is going on here? I thought Lord Kan would find that barbarian to challenge him, but I never thought he would lose. Kan looked pensive. Lord Kan had been defeated by the barbarian. I don't know the details, but it's the truth. He looked in Kento's direction, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. So that means that barbarian is even stronger than the Sword Saint. Then he turned back to Lord Kan. Of course, even among the five, Superhumans, there are different ranks. Lord can only recently reach the title of Sword Saint, so perhaps he is at a lower level. But regardless, a Sword Saint is one who has attained the noble title of Sword Master, and that barbarian took down someone like that. He looked at Kento, imagining a much more terrifying entity. That makes him a total loose cannon. He was so terrified that sweat poured down his face. My head is splitting. Then Luke gave some advice. It seems there has been a misunderstanding here, so I'll take my leave. You two should talk it out clearly. With that said, he left the room. And so the two of them sat in dead silence. Kento looked at Kan as if he wanted to say something. Lord Kan trembled as he sipped his tea and thought, how embarrassing, but I cannot deny it. It was an absolute defeat. My pride isn't just wounded. It has been completely shattered. Setting the teacup down, Kan placed his hand over his chest and held his head high. Let me introduce myself formally. I am the Sword Saint Kan. He asked a question. Is Sword Saint your last name? He replied softly, when one has reached the realm of a Sword Saint, human names become nothing but a void. And Katheo asked further, I get it. So, everything you just pulled off is the skill of a Sword Saint, right? His eyes looked as if he had just remembered something. Then magic began to flow from his hand, glowing with a green light. You mean this? Katheo's eyes went wide, appearing very hyped about this unique magic. Oh, after that, he thought of the scene when the man unleashed his magic. At first I thought it was just some cheap trick from the bandits, so I didn't really care. But now that I know it's a Sword Saint skill, I'm starting to get into it. Ken immediately gave a clearer introduction. This is the manifestation of Axon, also known as aura. Keitel was surprised. Aura? His eyes were full of pride for that magic. His cheeks suddenly began to flush. So that was aura. Unable to contain his excitement, Keitel stood up, his eyes shining bright. How can I learn it? He looked down at the innate magic in his palm. Well, basically, you must control your mana and manifest it externally. Katheo posed a question. So is Axon just like mana? He began to explain with great admiration. Axon is the name for the essence of mystic arts. When you use it as aura, you're a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you're a mage. Katheo had a smile on his lips. I see. So swordsmen and mages both use the same energy, called Axon. Are you willing to teach me that skill? He stood up and said flat out, it's cringe to admit. But I'm still learning, and I haven't really mastered this technique yet. Katheo's menacing face appeared. I'm begging you, please teach me. He hesitated. All right then. Then Kan's face turned serious. But do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? He sat down and folded his arms. I don't know anything about Axon or swordsmanship. The truth is, I just swing my sword wildly. Surprised, he asked again, for real? He immediately imagined himself explaining things, making Keitel admire him. That's right, I am the Sword Saint. I might have lost, but I hadn't even drawn my sword yet. Fine. I will teach him the way of the sword, and show him its greatness, and I will reclaim my pride. Stopping his train of thought, he quickly agreed. Very well, I am the Sword Saint, a master of the blade. Without a sword, I'm just mid. Suddenly, things didn't go as he thought. I knew it. No wonder you're so weak. It's because you weren't using a sword. Kan was stunned. Yeah. Katheo folded his arms as if to say, I'm called a Sword Saint. Yet that's all the power I have? I thought something was sus. He was furious. This kid? He added, if you had used a sword, maybe you would have won. He felt frustrated. Could I really have beaten him just by using a sword? Katheo perked up again. I'm so hyped right now. On the other hand, Kan was sad. My pride. I will get it back, right? I feel like I'm going to be cooked, even more disastrously. Before the regression, I used to train in sword skills, Kento thought. But this is the true mystic sword technique, a miraculous style that employs a mysterious aura. This is the mystic sword technique in the training yard. Sword Saint Kan, with a serious expression, held the sword with one hand. Standing in a tilted stance, he instructed, the most distinct feature of my sword technique is the combination of illusion and reality. When you faced my disciple, what did you see? Was that knight your disciple? Kento recalled the knight standing beside the Lord. He pondered for a moment before answering honestly. His sword technique is split into 3, and all 3 were actual strikes. Kento keenly realized, oh, so that's what you meant by combining. He suddenly asked, it's a technique that relies more on skill than raw power, right? Ken confirmed, exactly. He further explained, sword arts is the art of blending swordsmanship with mystic arts, and the one who reaches the pinnacle of this path will become a sword saint. Saying so, he swung his blade from the hilt. which began to pulse with vibrant green surges of life force. It looked as if it were bathed in sunlight, vivid and intense, shrouding and dancing upon every inch of the blade. Kento watched him with admiration, his eyes sparkling with wonder. His voice was full of hype. Whoa! So that's the aura of Sword Saint Kan. He stiffened and forced a reply. Indeed. He closed his eyes, his heart feeling a bit restless. I still find it hard to believe this is actually happening. Kan cleared his throat. Ahem. He reached up with his other hand to grip the bottom of the hilt. Continuing, I suppose talking about combining illusion and reality. Does sound a bit too abstract? Inside, Kan was reeling. I'm really passing down my sword techniques to a barbarian. On the outside, he maintained an unfathomable calm. He held the sword out in front, just below shoulder level. Kan's voice was stern. So I'll let you experience it firsthand. With that, his gaze suddenly became sharp and piercing. Kan lowered his body and delivered a downward strike. The sword intent curved with sublime precision. The tip of the sword slammed down hard, shattering the floor and leaving a deep crater. And from where the tip landed, the aura split directly into 5 separate paths. Carrying the sword intent, they shot forward. Kento was shook. Your sword technique. Look at that. The sword intent clearly diverged into 5 paths, only to converge back onto a single target. He marveled in disbelief. It split into 5 parts? The dust from the impact quickly cleared, revealing a deep indentation right on the wall. The sword. Saint's voice was calm. There are many techniques that create illusions using aura. Kan looked at him sharply. But turning those illusions into reality, only my sword technique can do that. Kento was spacing out. The move you just pulled off. Before he could finish his sentence, the man's ego was through the roof. Yeah, that's a master-level mystic art. What do you think? He replied bluntly. I think I can do that too. Kan was shook and froze up. Facing this innocent yet low-key trolling vibe, the Sword Saint was salty and snapped. What are you even saying? He thought indignantly. I've dedicated my entire life to the way of the sword, combining natural talent with relentless training. I barely managed to reach this level of achievement. How can a barbarian learn it just by looking once? I'll show you. Kento was confident. Kan looked at him and flinched. Is that an axe? He smiled brightly, a massive axe resting on his shoulder. Stepping out wide, Kento crouched low and swung the axe behind him. Then, relying purely on speed, he unleashed dozens of axe strikes in a single second. Kan's eyes went wide. That technique? He watched him swinging wildly, his jaw dropping in shock. He's just using brute force and pure power. To move that fast. With the final strike, Kento immediately channeled his killing intent, splitting it into 5 branches that surged forward. They all slammed into the exact same spot. Boom! The wall exploded in a flash of fire. The Sword Saint was completely stunned. As the axe lowered, a faint mist of vapor radiated from around his feet. Kento casually shouldered his axe, turned with a bright smile, and asked for feedback. Done. So what do you think? Kan was blanking out, thinking back. It looks like a combination of illusion and reality. When he strikes simultaneously, but in reality, it's just relying on overwhelming power and speed. Even I was almost fooled for a second. He remarked sternly, You're just swinging that axe with brute force. There's no technique at all. Then Kento talked back. But is the result any different? Sword arts are meant for real combat after all. He asked bluntly, As long as the result is the same, it's fine, right? The Sword Saint didn't know how to respond, stammering, Despite his calm exterior, he was crying a river deep inside. A single tear of sorrow subtly escaped the corner of his eye. He's not wrong, but he's really hurting my pride. Kan snapped, Is that so? Then how about this? He then swung his sword again. This time his form split into multiple illusions, unleashing a chaotic flurry of techniques. His entire body was enveloped in a profound aura. Countless slashes were unleashed just like that. Kento was stunned. Your body, it's splitting apart? The sword intent swirled and built up, growing larger and larger, transforming into a massive magic sphere that filled the space. Then, as if it couldn't cram any more sword intent inside, the concentrated sphere exploded, violently, the shockwave shattering rocks and sending debris flying everywhere. After everything gradually settled, where the Sword Saint stood was now the center of a giant crater. It spanned at least 6 to 7 meters in radius all around. Kan panted heavily and spoke coldly. This is the afterimage technique, achieved through the ultimate mastery of using aura. He wiped the sweat from his chin. He looked at him warily and asked, Can you mimic this? Kento pivoted and silently walked to one side. His expression hardened as he swung the axe over his shoulder. Kento's gaze was calm as he repeated his old trick. He relied on his edge, his unusually insane speed. He frantically unleashed countless blade intents. Kan was shook in total shock. Kento held his ground, swinging the axe as every bit of killing intent merged, building up like a towering tornado. And indeed, that's what it was. The killing intent swirled in a ragged spiral centered on him. With a final stroke, the massive tornado was saturated with a deep, dark purple killing intent. A chaotic whirlwind. Moments passed. Kento's voice rang out coolly. "What do you think?" He tilted his chin slightly, stepping out with an arrogant vibe. Ken completely broke down, collapsing onto the cracked ground. He trembled, crying silently. "My life's work." Amidst the wreckage of that crater, the two faced each other. Kento smiled at him, looking confused. Kan looked haggard and miserable, his mind screaming. "My sword techniques are cooked." He really didn't know what to say. He was straight up bullying an old man. This guy is acting way too out of pocket. Returning to our sword saint, he slumped in agony, muttering, "No way." He started crying pitifully. Kento crossed his arms and sighed, calmly saying, You're mentally weaker than I thought." He walked over slowly, continuing, "Your sword techniques are truly wondrous." Kan, who was crying, suddenly froze. He looked down at him and honestly confessed, "I'm just swinging the axe fast." "That's not an authentic sword technique. The move you just used wasn't just an illusion. It was a real sword technique." Kan listened blankly as Kento stammered slightly. I can't reach the true mystic realm." He bit his lip, thinking proudly, "That's right, my sword techniques still have value. Combining illusion and reality into a concrete entity, I'm the only one in the world who can do it." Kan was revitalized with a burning flame of determination. He clenched his fist, thinking, "Indeed, my technique is perfect. That barbarian is just a freak." Kan glowered at him with frustration. What kind of freak can move so fast that they become a mere blur in the air, without even using aura? That's not something a human should be able to do. Suddenly, Kento asked again, "Can you teach me the true meaning of this sword technique?" The sword saint froze for a moment. He quickly regained his composure. Sorry, I let my emotions get the best of me." "I can empathize with that. I get it." Kan calmed down and cleared his throat with a hem. Then he began to explain. "To pass on the true technique, first you must master how to control aura." Kan opened his palm. A profound flame of aura flickered upon it. He looked at it and continued, "But to control aura, you must understand mystic law first," Kan emphasized. "Whether it's a mage, swordsman, or witch, no one can enter a higher realm without awakening their mystic law. Only those who believe in the gods are an exception." Kento asked with sharp curiosity, "So divine power is something entirely different?" The sword saint replied, "Their miracles come directly from the deity they worship. It has nothing to do with personal ability." He understood. Kan continued his teaching. "Mystic law is like this. It is the latent power hidden deep within every human. How one utilizes that power, that will decide everything." Kento looked at the hand radiating his aura and summarized his thoughts. "So to use aura, absorb mana or control spirits, the foundation of all supernatural power, stems from understanding mystic law. Mystic law has 5 different stages." As Kan held up one finger to represent it, his face became serious. "The most basic is sensing the mystic law. That is the realm of awareness, discovering and feeling the mystic law." He spoke frankly. "Not everyone can feel the mystic law, right?" Kan said that was a given. "Without talent, you won't be able to sense it." He continued, "Those who can sense the mystic law, we call them third-class rank." Considering further, Kan explained clearly, the ability to use mystic law is divided into 5 levels. Third class is the first level. Kento suddenly remembered when Milena gave him a serious answer. She once said, "Usually we categorize them as third class, second class, first class, transcendent, and hero." Those words were starting to align. Those are the 5 main ranks of mystic law. Kento thought to himself, "Oh, so that's how it is." Kan continued speaking. "In reality, it's just a classification to make it easy to understand. Even within the same rank, there's still a huge gap, and the boundaries between those of the same rank aren't clear-cut. Just grasping this concept is enough," he said seriously. "I get what you mean." He remained composed. "Well then, let's begin." Kan was straightforward. The first step of mystic law, sensing the mystic law. Feel everything around you. Kan closed his eyes. Under his guidance, Kento also closed his eyes to feel. Learning mystic law means awakening a strange new perception that has never existed within you before. Expand your senses to the absolute limit. In his mind, it was the sound of the greenery outside, filtered through Kan's voice. Embrace the wind weaving past you. Absorb the warmth radiating from the earth. Notice every movement in the air, the vibrations, even the sunlight in the sky. And in the midst of them, search for a special presence. Kento sat in meditation, trying to sense his surroundings. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The connection snapped. I don't see anything at all. Hearing this, Kan looked at him in bewilderment. The atmosphere became awkward as they sat staring at each other. He was completely flustered. Really? Is that so? I assumed someone with your abilities would sense it immediately. Shortly after, thinking of those with great potential, who can all easily gather energy. It's not exactly a rule. But the strong, even if they lack mana, usually find it easier to learn mystic law. Perhaps you are an outlier, you savage. Seeing the situation, he stroked his beard, looking totally confused. Or could it be due to the White Emperor anomaly? In his mind, he remembered the people from his hometown. I don't know. No one around me has ever felt what they call mystic arts. That's just how folks from the imperial lands are. Seeing that, he tried to explain, actually, the vast majority don't exactly find it easy to pick up mystic arts either. Let me try to transfer energy directly into you to open a path to the mystic arts. Kento looked on in confusion. His eyes widened in awe and excitement. Are you going to transfer internal energy? He looked at him seriously. Pretty much. His face was full of hype. He pointed at himself with total solemnity. Got it, I'm locked in. He also looked on in confusion. You're ready? Kan stood up and walked behind him. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He reminded him while rolling up his sleeves. Now relax your entire body. Focus on your core and channel every sensation into your body. His hand touched his back. Now receive the mana I'm transferring into you. His face darkened in shock. This body. Kan's jaw dropped, his arms stiffening in bewilderment. Is he actually human? He imagined his body was like a solid block of stone. How tightly packed are these muscles? Is he really just a normal person? He didn't feel a thing and was totally confused as well. Then he pulled his hand back, startled. Sorry, my mind just blanked out for a second. Then he announced, let's get started. His hand began to emit energy, eyes closed with confidence. I'll jumpstart your internal energy flow. The key is to awaken the mystic arts pathway inside you. Finding it is the goal. It shouldn't be that hard. While Kento focused intently on sensing it, Kan froze up. Huh? His eyes widened in total shock. What's going on? His body stiffened up. While he sat hugging his knees, smiling and hyped as he waited, I can't find a single mystic arts pathway in his body. Actually, more accurately, his face was full of disbelief, screaming internally while Kento was still waiting. I can't even reach it. Then he imagined himself being submerged underwater. No matter how much I expand my internal energy, it doesn't make contact with anything. Nothing at all. It's like swimming in a bottomless abyss. No, it's like being crushed by the pressure of the deep sea. Finally, he closed his eyes and gave up. This isn't good. Kan cleared his throat, making his eyes widen in confusion too. Huh? Hearing that, Kento looked like he'd been hit by a thunderbolt. What do you mean, not good? Are you saying I have no talent? Ken tried to explain. No, it's not like that. Just transferring internal energy into you isn't enough. To find the mystic arts. He thought about the suppressed energy in his body. You have to find the way out yourself. Guide it from within and awaken the power. That is lying dormant. Kento sat on the ground, looking up at him. I get it, but... Kan spoke bluntly. I can't find the pathway to your mystic arts. His eyes widened in shock. His face went blank with disbelief. Are you saying I can't learn the mystic arts? He stood before him and reached out. No, not exactly. I can't even tell if it's there at all. Kento tilted his head up. What do you mean? Kan affirmed his body was just different. Kento looked up, startled. He calmly added, to find the mystic arts. Internal energy has to seep deep inside. But your physical form is too dense. My internal energy can't penetrate deep enough into you. Then he thought about an immovable flow of energy, a rock pinned down by the sea. I've never seen anything like this. Can a pure physique actually block internal energy? Kento also sank into thought, closing his eyes in helplessness. Is even a sword saint powerless? With a gloomy face, he asked again, so I'll never be able to pick up the mystic arts? Kan replied, it's hard to say. I can't say for sure either way. He then suggested two paths for Kento. I'm not even sure if the pathway exists within you. You should find a sword master who understands internal's energy better. Or head to the mage tower. Next, he placed his hand over his heart with total sincerity. He bowed. Anyway, I'm sorry. He looked back at him. No, it's fine. Kento rubbed his chin, deep in thought. There's still hope. That's enough for today. Then he pushed off his knees and stood up. Even so, he gave an optimistic smile. I've learned a lot over these few days. I really appreciate it. He looked at him, speechless. Then he thought back to those terrifying manji from before. Every savage I've met has been fierce and uncontrollable. They loot, they drink, and they live by violence. That's why society shuns them, but this guy is different. Kan stared at him intently. Have you ever thought about joining this kingdom? Kento looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean by that? He reached out to explain. I'm talking about swearing, allegiance to the kingdom, and receiving a title. He then placed his hand on his chest with earnestness. With this kind of power, you'd climb the ranks in no time. I'm even willing to sponsor you myself. He clenched his fist. That's an interesting offer. But then he bowed. I'll pass. I don't want to be tied down over there. Kan had his own hidden agenda to take on the Empire. If I can get him on my side, maybe we can finally break free from the Empire's control. Hearing that, Kan looked at him with confusion. Even so, does a title not interest you at all? Why, is that not enough? His expression went dark. Huh? Then he crossed his arms and smiled, sharing his ideals with Kan. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. He was taken aback as the realization hit him. Then he looked up at him awkwardly. I see. Is that so? I understand. Kento looked at him confused. Next, Kento smiled and reached his hand out in a friendly gesture. Anyway, thank you. I won't forget this favor. Kan's eyes lowered as he entered the corridor. Kan walked alone along the hallway. He sank into thought with a sense of shame. I was so stupid. Then he recalled his figure, thinking I could control him, even if just for a moment. But that's impossible. That savage only acts according to his own ideals. He might cooperate with outsiders, but that's where he draws the line. Inside, he only follows his own path. Then he remembered Kento's refreshing answer. You can't predict what he's planning. That makes him more unpredictable than any. Barbarian tribe, one born from the Devil's Land, a dweller of the White Desert. He thought back to the barbarians he'd encountered in the blizzard. Kan muttered, Emperor. Kan looked up toward the moonlight. Trying to invade the demon realm? What scheme are you cooking up? At Luke's room, he sat at the desk, resting his head on his hand in confusion. Seriously? Does the Emperor really want to conquer the demon world? Kan sat opposite him, arms crossed in frustration. People are dying in the name of scouting. But he still didn't believe it and asked for confirmation. Are you for real? He bowed his head and sighed with certainty. Of course. Maybe he thinks he's the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Regardless, that's a problem for later. Kan looked dead serious as he crossed his arms. We don't even have full control over human territory yet. Luke looked down, realizing the truth. It's only a matter of time. Then Kan looked up solemnly. Yeah, this land belongs to the Empire. We could be called up at any moment. It's best to be ready. Luke replied, Thank you. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. Times are already messy enough. Now the Emperor is half insane. What a headache. Luke was startled by what he heard. His gaze turned sharp and cold. Are the rumors actually true? He calmly affirmed. That's right, the demons have started mobilizing their troops. His eyes widened in sheer panic. Then Kan recalled those monsters. The hellish eruptions were also abnormal. It's not certain yet, but some report that the rift in the demon realm is leaking. Then he mentioned the demons and the white snake. The situation is unfolding, and no matter what, this is a catastrophe for humanity. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. Come to think of it, perhaps the strangest thing has already appeared among us. Luke lowered his head. Meanwhile, Kan prodded further. What do you think? He asked doubtfully. I'm not sure. Then he turned to a more optimistic thought. At the very least, he's not an enemy. But then he recalled the frenzied image of Kento. Besides that, I can't say anything more. The next morning, the sun shone over the city walls. Kento was strolling along, looking quite happy. Suddenly, he looked toward a certain direction. A woman and a child were clutching each other, looking at him with absolute terror. It left him feeling confused. Next, he turned his head back. He saw a man cowering against the wall, avoiding him. He was puzzled. Huh? Then he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Are they terrified because of what I'm wearing? He thought back to an encounter with a couple. While he was standing by a tree, showing off his new shirt to them, he concluded, maybe it's because I'm not wearing what they call proper clothes. An animal hide coat is all right, but it doesn't exactly scream civilized person. They probably think I'm crazy and don't want any trouble, but he was dead wrong. Next, he knit his brows with determination. All right. Kento pumped his fist excitedly. He cheered, let's go buy some decent clothes then. At the shop, clothes were hanging on the racks. Fabrics were neatly folded as well. The door opened with a chime from the bell. The shopkeeper, who was measuring an outfit on a mannequin, turned to look. Hello? His face turned pale with fear. Before him, Kento stared him down. A murderous aura unconsciously leaked out. I need to buy some clothes. The shopkeeper panicked internally. A savage? The owner stammered as he looked at him. Tears welled up from fear. I'm so sorry, but I'm afraid we have nothing that fits your build. Hearing this, Kento crossed his arms in annoyance. What a pain, so there's no other way? The man bowed and suggested, If you're willing to wait, our shop takes custom orders. Kento grinned excitedly and accepted. Oh, is that so? Then do it. The owner looked up in confusion. Yes, of course. We'll let you know when it's done. In his mind, he imagined a furious image of him if the clothes weren't to his liking. If he hates the clothes when they're finished... Kento grabbed his collar and glared. You call this clothing? His face darkened as he spiraled into dread. Will I even survive this? While Kento was on his way to the guild, he suddenly saw something. Huh? What's this? Beneath his feet was a blue gem. Kento reached out and picked it up. Then he held it up to the sunlight, curious. A jewel? The inside of the gem sparkled brilliantly. He squinted his eyes in awe. Whoa! Then he slipped the gem into the pouch on his hip. All right. I'll go ask the guild. At the merchant guild, he asked Rosa, Do you know what this is? She looked blankly. This was Rosa, the guild receptionist. Next, she reached out to take the gem from him. You picked this up on your way here? Kento sat opposite her with his arms crossed. It doesn't look like an ordinary orb. Rosa stammered, I see. She carefully held up the gem to examine it. But it's not a gemstone either. The surface is incredibly smooth. It looks like it's been crafted by someone. She stared intensely at the blue gem, shimmering in her hand. Her gaze gradually drifted into a daze. There are no insignias or markings. She stared at it blankly, muttering under her breath, Why does it feel so valuable? Suddenly, a finger snap pulled her back to reality. Rosa jumped and snapped out of it. She looked up with a completely dazed expression. He pulled his hand back and checked on her. Are you okay? She looked up, totally confused. Huh? What do you mean by that? Kento explained. You looked like you were being hypnotized by that orb. Hearing that, she remained clueless. Wait, what? Kento brushed it off. Yeah, never mind. Just forget it. Then Rosa looked at the stone awkwardly and suggested, Even so, this orb is very mysterious. I can feel a weird energy coming from it. Do you want me to have an expert appraise it for you? He gave an excited smile and declined. Thanks, but I'll figure it out myself. That's where the fun is. Then he changed the subject, crossing his arms with a smile. By the way, is there any work available today? She quickly snapped back to it. Yes. Please wait a moment while I get the quest board. Rosa set down the quest board and pushed it toward him. Frank quests. Street cleaning, unclogging drains, weeding, and digging up potatoes. Kento looked hyped while holding the quest board. That evening, a bag of money was placed on the table. Kento lay down with his hands behind his head, laughing happily. Ha! Another glorious day. Afterward, he took out the blue gem again to look at it. But seriously, what on earth is this thing? He recalled the way Rosa had been entranced by the gem. Rosa looked like she was about to lose it over this. His expression turned somewhat suspicious. Could it actually have some kind of power? His eyes widened. Huh? A voice echoed in his mind, making him jump to his feet. The gem began to emit a black aura. Come to me. Kento was bewildered. Why did I just hear a voice coming from the orb? Soon after, he got dressed and followed the gem into the night, full of curiosity. It kept repeating, Come to me. Come to me. Come. It left him feeling unsettled. Where exactly is it trying to lead me? He closed his eyes. He thought about the navigation arrows appearing in his head. And now it's showing some map inside my mind. Some kind of control spell. Kento looked at the gem in his palm, which was now pulsing with a dark aura. It urged, Come to me. Then he calmed himself down. Back in his room, he looked out the window with excitement. Well then, let's go. At a thicket, Kento pulled the bushes aside. The voice was still echoing. Come to me. He sighed. I said I'm coming already. Shut it. He stood before a path. Then he looked up to investigate. Before him was a pitch-black cave. So this is the place? Kento smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened its blue eyes. Detecting him, the voice continued to ring out. Come to me. Without a hint of fear, he entered the cave. I'm here. The one behind the voice laughed. Through chains of monitoring energy, his image appeared once more. Another sacrifice walks in. A dim-witted savage this time? At least he's big enough. The gem atop the staff glowed brightly. The skeleton bared its teeth with satisfaction. Its body emitted a blue light. That makes 10 souls. It's enough. He sat within a magic circle, one hand on the staff and the other channeling energy. Behind him was the sacrificial altar. He wondered, this must be a dream. Is resurrection even possible? Long ago, during a time of chaos when many kingdoms fell, an evil sorcerer was behind it all. He manipulated and toyed with emotions, controlling the minds of countless kings, triggering wars and ruling over their realms. But his ultimate wickedness was eventually exposed, and he was struck down by heroes. However, just before his defeat, he transferred his soul into a life vessel, allowing him to become a lich. In the form of an undead mage, a lich, an immortal entity, with a soul housed inside a phylactery. He remains deathless until it is destroyed. He cackled savagely. Maliciously, he raised a skeletal hand, seeking to manipulate. Thus, the evil wizard, who once conquered the world, had become a lich and began plotting his own resurrection. His dark magic lurked in every street, alleyway, and the resurrection spell requires a massive amount of life force. He settled down near a secluded estate and scattered enchanting orbs, collecting 10 sacrifices one by one. The orbs act as a mana core, essential for the resurrection spell. That stone emits an essence, a shimmering glow amidst malevolent auras, deathly and with his immense power. He planned to conquer the world once again, arrogant and ambitious. That goal was nearly within reach. His deep, low voice suddenly spoke. Why is a barbarian here? A peaceful scenery, where Wood Village holds abundant life energy. This is a remote territory, and I chose it because I need to collect 10 powers, a place of seclusion, away from the prying eyes of the public, he muttered heavily. That's why a barbarian appearing here is abnormal. His faint silhouette was projected. The weathered sorcerer stared at the flames, demon eyes tracking Kento, cruelly calculating. Those creatures from the north have traveled quite far. Judging by your size, you will make an excellent sacrifice. I placed a special effect on the orb. It only enchants those who are ignorant of the arcane. His skeletal hand released the magic orb into the cave. Therefore, anyone enchanted by the orb here will not understand the mysteries. The sorcerer saw his nonchalant smile, concluding that in the end, this barbarian is just a nobody, knowing absolutely nothing about the arcane. At all. The fact that he doesn't seem enchanted must be an illusion. He felt gleeful. Come here, barbarian. Become the stepping stone for my magic. My glorious resurrection. Time passed by. Scene change. So it's this place. Kento stood before a massive wooden door, estimating its size. It was roughly twice Kento's height. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Kento's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The hollow, dark eye sockets flickered with light. A skeletal hand gripped the staff tightly. The sorcerer stood leisurely on a high platform. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A lich? Kento stared, speechless. He was shocked. A lich, a real lich, in his imagination. A lich wears black robes and carries a scepter, looking like a priest from an ancient civilization. The peak state that a top-tier sorcerer could achieve. An entity that always appears in fantasy stories. As a villain, I never thought I'd meet a real lich. Seeing him standing there dazed like a fool, the sorcerer spoke up suspiciously. Who are you? Don't tell me you aren't enchanted by the orb. Kento snapped out of it and laughed in realization. So that's how you trick people into coming here. On the ground were scattered pale white bones. He went silent. The sorcerer was confused by the situation. He pondered, what's going on? I don't sense any mana coming from him. Meaning he's just an ordinary barbarian. If that's the case, his voice was raspy and mocking. You must be carrying a mind protection artifact. Secretly, he calculated. An artifact so high grade that I can't even sense it. I don't know how a barbarian ended up with something like that. But the sorcerer's voice turned playful. Looks like you got lucky and picked it up somewhere. Kento was puzzled and denied it. I don't have anything like that. But the sorcerer didn't buy it. You think you can fool me? Saying that, he immediately channeled magic power. The stone on top of his scepter emitted curving streaks of white light. They descended upon the skeletons. He continued, if you had just let yourself be enchanted by my magic, then you would have died peacefully. By now, the sorcerer spoke firmly, but now I will wipe you out. After that, the white bones on the floor slowly began to rattle and stood up. His voice was cruel. Forward! My soldiers! As soon as he finished speaking, a skeleton soldier clutching a sword charged forward aggressively. Kento thought to himself, a dungeon with a hiding lich, huh? The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk. I basically get what's going down here. The skeleton soldier leaped up heroically. With cold eye sockets, it prepared to swing its sword. But before it could even swing, and without anyone seeing him move a muscle, Kento, with a cold face, slapped its head straight on. The sorcerer flinched. The skeleton soldier immediately collapsed to the side. Its skull was smashed into 3 pieces. then slowly crumbled into dust and faded away. Kento waved his hand, delivering a cold judgment. "You're more shallow than—" I thought he would be momentarily wary and keep his mouth shut. But very quickly the sorcerer regained his composure and spoke arrogantly. "Let's see if that mouth still talks trash after your limbs are cut off." He finished and raised his hand. Magic flowed like a swirling stream, once again raising the skeleton soldiers from the dead. Standing at the front, his voice was raspy. "As long as you're still alive, that's all that matters." "Take him down," the sorcerer ordered immediately. The entire group of skeleton soldiers charged at him at once. Kento clenched his fists. They even made an audible cracking sound. With a cold expression, he swung a punch. The skeleton soldier on the right took a direct hit, falling backward. Then Kento thrust his left hand upward, violently ramming into the head of the one on the left. Finally, he performed the kick-punch combo, kicking the skeleton soldier in front of him, leaving it no time to react. He just kept punching, as if he had a GPS locked onto the skeleton soldiers' skulls. One punch straight to the face and it's a perfect knockout. Just one hit kills. The sorcerer's jaw dropped in horror. As those pale white bones slowly vanished, Kento slowly stood up, his voice calm. Just as Kasan said, "If you lose your head, you die." Kento boredly rubbed the hair on the back of his head, looking at him, evaluating him as a lich. "I thought you'd at least command undead. Knights or zombies. But are you really this weak?" "No doubt about it." Those words stabbed right into his chest. Armor-piercing damage, 200% critical hit rate. The sorcerer's voice was heavy. "You bastard, I've played around enough." He looked on blankly as the magic stone on the scepter in his hand glowed brilliantly. His voice was raspy. "Awaken." A source of magic power quickly enveloped the skeleton, transforming into phantom armor. "Knight?" Kento was startled. "It's a skeleton knight." Magic had reconstructed it perfectly. Standing before him was a skeleton soldier, clad in full armor and helmet, equipped with both shield and sword. He was a bit surprised. "I didn't think I'd run into a skeleton knight here." "Wait!" Kento suddenly remembered the skeleton knights from before. He couldn't help but feel expectant since a lich created it. Maybe its structure is a bit different. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Suddenly, the sorcerer's hand released even more magic energy. It surged violently. "Kill him!" Obeying the command, the skeleton knight lunged forward in an instant. Its aura was solitary, yet as fierce as a tiger. Amused, he clenched his fist and said with a smile, "A knight created by a lich." Without hesitation, the skeleton knight swung its sword fiercely. Kento's voice was nonchalant. "I'm curious to see how it fights." Moving in a flash within mere milliseconds, he leisurely closed the distance, decisively throwing a punch straight into its gut. A powerful shockwave followed. With just a single hit, he sent it flying. The skeleton knight was blasted far back against the stone wall. A deafening explosion rang out. Dust and smoke billowed up. If you looked closely, you could even see pieces of armor or shield shattered into fragments, also being thrown out by the shockwave. The hazy white smoke gradually thinned in the air. A dark silhouette could still be seen. Though the skeleton knight was tattered and broken, it seemed to possess the rock-solid resolve of a knight, dashing out prepared for death. This was something Kento truly didn't expect. "It's tougher than I thought, I'll give it that." The sorcerer's eye sockets lit up with a blinding blue light. His voice was deep and raspy. "Take this, my ultimate dark magic power." Rings of magic, one after another, coiling around the charging skeleton knight. He stood there dazed, just watching. An ultimate surge of energy, reconstructing the knight with a majestic, exploding power. Just then, a bone soldier rushed in with a terrifying form. Kento blurted out, "What the heck is this now?" The bone soldier prepared to strike him, a skeleton knight conjured by the lich. Kento's fist clenched with unusual intensity. Then he swung a punch straight into its face. The bone soldier was sent flying backward just like that. A massive explosion erupted, leaving nothing but dust and smoke. Kento watched the situation with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Lich Cactus was startled and panicked. It took a long time for the dust cloud to settle. Kento stomped down hard on a skeletal hand. Then he spoke. "That was definitely weird. But it doesn't seem that different." "Is that all?" Lich Cactus questioned. "Who are you?" he thought to himself. "I can't sense any mystery or magic coming from this manji at all. If he were using an artifact, I should at least feel a trace of mana. But I feel absolutely nothing. So is this really his raw, pure strength? He defeated a knight of Scotland with just physical power? How is that even possible?" Then he exclaimed, "You are truly special." Kento looked over in that direction, startled. Lich Cactus, clutching his weapon with skeletal hands, shouted, "Fine, I will face you myself. Consider this an honor." Immediately, a surge of dark energy radiated out, consuming the space. Kento looked around in shock. At that moment, he was submerged in darkness. Two glowing eyes appeared within it. "Are you scared? Good, fear me, Manji. You must pay for trespassing on my sanctuary." But suddenly, Kento just put on a nonchalant face and said, "No, I only came here because the orb called to me. Weren't you the one who scattered those orbs?" Hearing that, Lich Cactus broke into a cold sweat. "That's right, actually. Those who come to this place are drawn by the orbs whose magic he released. And I am in the same situation." Then he roared in fury, "Shut it! Shut up, Manji! I am the great and supreme mage. You have destroyed 5 kingdoms and fought with heroes." Cactus brand new last Cassie. Hearing that, Kento immediately remembered that girl. Remembering her name, the elf queen Maxaria Hasia Cassia. Having a name longer than 2 lines is the meta in this world. Ha! Lich Cactus continued to release haunted power, becoming the stepping stone for Taji's resurrection. "You lowly Manji!" That terrifying and hideous power shot straight toward Kento. It looked incredibly surreal and powerful, yet he calmly stared right at it. Kento's pupils began to swirl. Magic that controls human emotions. It brings forth negative emotions that swallow the victim whole until they are completely paralyzed. Their minds are shattered completely. Signature magic created by the ghost. It is extremely potent relative to the mana it consumes. A mediocre Manji, who can't even control mystic powers, is totally helpless against true magic. He kept calculating. Now what should I do next? This Manji is different somehow. In spirit, he doesn't seem to be carrying any special artifact. Then Lich Cactus snapped his fingers. "I'll take him with me and study him, drag him away." Immediately, the bone soldier lying on the ground started to move. It was being controlled to approach Kento. Kento shifted his stance. The bone soldier's power surged even more intensely. Suddenly, Kento's eyes flashed. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending that bone soldier flying into the air again. The skeleton's head was smashed to oblivion. Kento maintained a perfectly calm expression. Lich Cactus looked so shocked his jaw practically dropped. A massive explosion erupted. He was in disbelief and panicked. "No, how? My mind control spell. It should have worked." Kento spoke up and asked, "You're just going to stand there and watch? Are you planning to use those skeletons? To capture me like this again? How boring." His face showed clear disappointment as he let out a sigh. Those words were like an arrow piercing Lich Cactus's chest. Humans are creatures who act based on their emotions. Even if they are powerful supernatural beings, deep in their hearts, negative feelings always exist. That is why they cannot escape emotion control magic. However, Kento was now feeling puzzled. "Can't you use spells like fireballs or missiles?" "Spells?" Lich Cactus immediately replied, "I don't know how you're still standing. But how dare you compare my magic to such low-level incantations?" Then his eye sockets glowed intensely. "Gathering aura, O murky stream of any form, like a tidal wave. Swallow the world and unleash chaos upon the unseen realm." As he spoke, Lich Cactus raised his scepter. A surge of mystic power appeared. Seeing this, Kento wasn't worried at all. Instead, his eyes twinkled with greedy desire. That eerie power flooded the area. Then skeletal hands reached out to consume everything. Kento stood his ground before the eerie surge arrived. As the ominous force swept through, Kento's body gradually vanished into thin air. Lich Cactus opened his mouth and roared, "Ha ha 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 ha! Victory is mine." The Manji was feeling incredibly smug, but a second later, an invisible surge of blood sprayed from his throat. "Gwahaha, cough, cough!" His body collapsed onto the ground. Lich Cactus grimaced, thinking, "Ugh, I've overexerted myself. I used up everything but the mana required to maintain my physical form. But with that move, he must be finished." Right then, Kento spoke, making him jump. Impressive. He calmly reappeared right in front of him. He asked coldly, "But is that all you've got?" Lich Cactus was terrified at the sight. His face contorted in agony as he screamed internally. Even that move didn't work? "I used the most powerful dark magic. Among all mind control spells, I even used mind control. Even if a great hero were here, a direct hit should have torn their mind apart." "Who the hell are you?" Kento looked down at his hand. "That move was impressive, but I didn't feel anything special." "If that was your strongest attack..." As he spoke, he began to draw his weapon. Kento swung his axe up with a cold gaze and declared, "I guess it's my turn now." Suddenly, Lich Cactus cried out, "Stop!" Kento asked back, "What?" As the other continued, "You came here knowing who I am." "Exactly, it's all clear now." The more Kento listened, the more clueless his expression became. "What's up with him?" Lich Cactus grinned widely with refreshing excitement. "Ha ha ha! Is your empire really that afraid of me? I have to admit, your intelligence system is truly formidable.
To find me so quickly.
But I will return. I will shatter your sword and rule the world. Once again, I've heard, the Empire has a training camp for humans, a place that produces countless freaks. That Manji must be a product of that place, a blade forged only to destroy me, a killer sent by the Empire. He laughed more and more manically, screaming, either way, I am Kito's Brandy and Cassie. I will wipe out the Manji and overthrow the Empire. Kento stared blankly at his behavior, totally confused. Is he crazy? Right then, an invisible jar radiated, a surge of power. Kento's expression was becoming more and more surreal. Lich Cactus screamed, surrender your body to me. After that surge of power shot directly into Kento. His eyes rolled back, still filled with countless question marks. He calculated in his head, I've infiltrated the Manji's body, and swallowed his soul. Once that's done, if I can't become a lich again, he'll be stuck in that body forever. I have no other choice. Hehehe. Lich Cactus was feeling smug. This body belongs to me now. And now, shifting the scene inside, into Kento's consciousness, Lich Cactus was sensing something was wrong. Ugh. What is this? What is this? Is this the Manji's inner world? I've never seen anything like this. Something's not right. Just being here is enough to make my mind spiral and shatter. Could it be the Empire? Then, a terrifying image appeared before him. Lich Cactus clutched his head and screamed, in pure agony, ah! No, it's not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't create something like this. Kento now looked like a giant manipulating him. Everything started to descend into chaos. He was in a total panic. No, my mind is collapsing. Lich Cactus's final words on the outside. Kento scratched his head with a blank look, wondering, what on earth is going on? He did something to himself and then just collapsed. That black vortex looked pretty strong. But was that it, a lich? Isn't that the highest evolution of a mage? I was so curious to see what kind of magic he'd use. He clenched his fist. Then, with a serious face, he remarked, turns out a lich isn't scary at all in this world. Anyway, I've cleared the dungeon. Time to collect the loot. As he spoke, Kento leaned down to pick up the magic staff. This thing lit up when he cast spells. Does it help perform magic if I had this? Could I use magic too? He wondered. Suddenly, Kento pried the blue stone out of the staff. His face went blank again. A second later, he grinned happily and tucked it into his pocket. Better keep this safe. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something else. Since it belonged to the lich, could this be a soul jar? He looked down at the jar rolling on the floor. As he picked it up, Kento told himself, I should have Dausa take a look at this. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've gathered enough rewards. Wait, something's not right. His eyes suddenly widened. In front of him, a large circular symbol appeared on the wall. Kento reached out his hand, wondering, what's this? Could there be a hidden room? He pressed a spot with his finger. Immediately, the hidden door began to open. He looked astonished as the wall shifted downward. Exactly. Once it was fully open, Kento stepped inside. Inside, many people were unconscious, but they were still standing on their own 2 feet. There were so many of them. This was Lich Cactus's secret sacrificial chamber. Kento's eyes went wide, breaking into a sweat. So it's actually real. But then he started moving. He observed the people inside and wondered, who are these people? Kento waved his hand in front of one of them and said, hello? Then he called out to someone else. Is anyone there? No one responded. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What should I do now? Then he decided to head back. All right, I'll head back to the territory for now. Once I report the situation here, they'll probably send someone to handle everything. He walked along, happily planning ahead. Before long, Kento arrived back at the territory. The doorbell rang. Kento stepped inside. Rosa, who was working, looked up and was shocked to see him. Then she stood up, smiled, and greeted him. Lord Kento, you're home early today. Kento smiled and replied, just had a few things to take care of. Hearing that, Rosa's face was full of question marks. What kind of things? Kento flashed a mysterious smile. Well, it's about that orb I let you see yesterday. After hearing the story, Rosa sighed and said, oh, come on, Lord, stop capping. Kento insisted, I'm for real. She just laughed it off. Not believing it, she thought to herself, there are only 5 beings like that in the whole world. And one appeared in this backwater place? Right then, Kento placed the jar in front of Rosa. It startled her so much her eyes nearly popped out. His eyes lit up. I brought one back. It looks like a lich's soul jar. Can you take a look at it? Rosa's expression froze. Her body felt like it turned to stone. Then her expression became grave. She gasped in disbelief to herself. He really wasn't joking? Rosa's jaw dropped at the sight of the dark jar.
What is going on?
Kento suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, one more thing. There were some other people in there. I thought about bringing them out, but their minds were completely gone, so I had to leave them. It's best if the guild sends someone to check it out." Rosa shrieked when she heard that.
Sorry.
She fell silent, her eyes narrowed in deep thought. Thinking back for a second, there have been several disappearances in the territory lately, but there's been zero info on where they went. If a lich was behind this, just thinking that far, Rosa panicked and slammed the table. "Wait, hold up! I'll call for backup immediately." Right after the captain arrived, bursting through the door.
What on earth happened? What did you just say?
Kento looked confused, politely raising his hand. "Oh, hello?" Kento waved it off. "Everything's been settled. Nothing to worry about." The captain was helpless. "Wait, what do you mean?" The moment the story was finished, he let out a horrified scream. "Cactus Brandula's Cassie, right?" He admitted. "Yeah. I think that was his name. You know him?" He flinched and shouted in terror. "Of course I do. Cactus Brandula's Cassie, a mage who turned the world upside down over a century ago. The founder of mind control magic, who caused non-stop chaos. He drove kings mad and made them invade each other, pushing 5 kingdoms to the brink of extinction. And that monster appeared here as a lich? Is this for real?" Kento acted totally clueless, retelling the whole thing briefly. "Yeah, but he wasn't really that scary. He was just some guy sneaking around doing weird stuff. And then he just croaked." The man couldn't believe his ears. "What are you even saying?" 1,000 why questions flooded his mind. How could a mage like Cactus just self-destruct? "I need a clearer explanation." Kento rubbed his chin, racking his brain for a decent answer. "Even if you ask me that, I've got nothing else to say." The man was stunned by these unexpected events. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he turned away. "Wait here, I'm going to report this to the Lord." A few short minutes passed quickly. Luke was just as shaken as he was. "What the hell is going on? A lich right near my territory?" Luke carefully asked again to be sure. "Are you sure it's a lich, not some other monster?" The man honestly reported the whole story. "According to those we rescued, it seems correct, sir. We also have clear evidence. The ancient jar." Luke poured some water while deep in thought. "You mean a soul treasure? A lich of that caliber hiding near my territory. And nobody knew. The Empire might send investigators at any moment. And with Lord Canaway, this is a real mess." Without another thought, he slammed the table and stood up. "Get ready to send a report to the capital." The man watched Luke's back, looked out the window, and replied. "Yes," he whispered, "but perhaps we're still lucky." He felt it was right and chimed in with Luke. "That's true. If that mangy guy hadn't found him, I'm afraid we would have been the first victims." His eerie shadow emerged from a dark corner. Cactus was probably in the middle of resurrecting into a lich, so it's highly likely he concluded with a final word. "Everything is just too dangerous. That's for sure." Luke stared blankly out the window to clear his head and think things through. "Anyway, this is still a massive win for him. We must reward that manji guy properly, as long as it's within the territory's means." Before they knew it, the sky began to brighten. The first rays of sunlight shone through. In the vast hall, a shout echoed loud and clear. "Lord, Lord!" Someone stepped down and slipped on their sandals. Luke dressed properly. "I'm already up." "Let them in." The palace doors creaked open. A maid rushed in to report, her face pale with terror. "Lord, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, Lady Aquas has arrived at the territory." Luke's eyes widened in shock. "What, in the guest lounge?" A girl with white hair sat there, waiting. Luke ran over with his hair all messy. What is the meaning of this? Why is she here? That graceful and elegant lady was indeed the Inquisitor of the Sun God. In the quiet room, after a moment of panic, he straightened his clothes. The two sat down facing each other. Even now, Luke was still a bit flustered. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Luke Vacan, the Lord of the Vacant Territory. Thank you for visiting our land, even though this is quite a surprise." She opened her lips, calmly introducing herself and her status. "I am Aquas, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, chosen to judge the heretics." The youngest person ever appointed, the one who beheaded 7 mages who made pacts with devils, and single-handedly destroyed a summoning ritual of a terrifying demonoid. She is currently the most powerful Inquisitor of the Sun God on the continent, whom even the Empire must respect. The Church of the Sun God. She holds authority far exceeding that of a border lord. So why is someone like that here? Aquas began the conversation with an opening. Lately, this territory has been quite chaotic. Luke decided to cut straight to the chase. There was a minor issue in the dungeon, but it's been handled now. He pondered in his mind, so she didn't come here because of the lich? So he probed further. May I be so bold as to ask the reason for this visit? No way. She thought for a moment before stating her purpose. I came to discuss an oracle. Luke's eyes popped like saucers. Aquas's next words changed everything again. However, before going into detail, I want to know more about what has recently happened in this territory. Luke looked down, finding it hard to speak. In the end, he told her everything. Aquas's expression shifted dramatically. Manji, you mean this person took down a lich? Luke confirmed it, adding a few more details. Yes, and it's likely Cactus Brandiola's Cassie. The horrific image of him appeared. Aquas muttered to herself in fear. What, that guy was here, are you sure? The ancient jar was placed right before her eyes. Cactus's soul treasure. Aquas turned pale. This is just what on earth has happened in this territory. She gripped the sun pendant around her neck to ease her anxiety. Everything fell silent. Is that Manji guy still in this territory? Luke's answer was like a cold splash of water to Aquas's face. He's still in this land. Aquas frowned and asked again anxiously, as if trying to prove it wrong. That Manji guy defeated Cactus? Is that even possible? Luke confirmed it emphatically. It's the real deal. He's pretty cracked. Even Lord Can was beaten by him. Aquas knew a major shift was coming in the future. A new power has risen. What tribe does that Manji guy belong to? Luke pursed his lips, his low voice echoing with caution. He said he comes from the Ice Plateau. The eerie image of Kento flashed through Aquas's mind, full of suspicion. The Ice Plateau? You mean he's a Manji from that middle-of-nowhere place? How could someone from there show up here? Could it be that he's the reason I was sent here? Hearing the strange whisper, Luke paid closer attention. What was that? Taking back her words, she requested to see that Manji guy. May I meet him? Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Kento held a stone radiating a dark purple light in his hand. Curious, he wondered, and this thing, how on earth do I use it? It looks like some kind of ritual tool for magic. All right, then. I'll just ask a mage how to use it later. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah! Kento sat up and looked out the window into the distance. Come to think of it, I guess it's about time. Right then, he stood outside the door and called for him. The Inquisitor of the Sun God has requested to see you. The meeting is at the cathedral. He nervously advised him regarding the meeting. Please show her some respect, Kento replied with a grin. Don't sweat it, I got this. Seeing Kento act so casual, he was puzzled, but quickly let it go. As long as you understand. Well then, let's go. Sacred and alluring legends have been told throughout the ages. In this world, gods truly exist. They grant powers directly and can even manifest themselves in the mortal realm. The gathering place for those who worship them is called the cathedral. What exactly makes the difference? For a cathedral in this world? After walking for a while, they both stopped. He signaled to Kento that they had arrived. A corner of the white building came into his view. This was the Cathedral of the Sun God. Once there, he left Kento to fend for himself. When you step inside, someone will guide you. Thank you. Kento walked into the church alone. Once inside, he was even more surprised. The statue of the goddess was magnificently displayed. The seats were arranged neatly, and the silence felt divine. Priests stepped forward to welcome him. Welcome, Lord Kento. Inquisitor Aquas is waiting for you. Please follow me. Kento was overwhelmed by the sight. Ah, all right then. After a long silence, Aquas finally spoke. Nice to meet you. I am Aquas, Inquisitor of the Sun God. Kento confidently stood his ground and spoke clearly. The pleasure is mine. I am Manji Kento. Internally, he thought, so that's an Inquisitor? She's so young. He really did seem powerful. Aquas was startled by that smug-looking smile. He's smiling. What is the meaning of that? Seeing her silence, he had to speak up. So why did you want to see me? Aquas looked down, struggling to find the words. It's about the recent dungeon incident. Cactus, the mage, the one you said you defeated. He once committed countless crimes across the continent. In the end, he turned into a lich, and only the strongest heroes would have the skills and power to face him. Kento remembered the guy he fought before and said, I've heard a bit about that, but the cactus that I met was just a lonely lich struggling, lacking enough power before self-destructing. It seems you don't believe me, but I'm only telling you what I saw. Finally, Aquas proposed her main objective. Then would you agree to let my god directly witness this conversation? Confused, he asked back, witness? Aquas gave him a brief explanation. That's right. If you lie before him, God will react. Kento slowly understood. A form of interrogation using divine power, huh? She was on high alert while talking to him. Even though he wasn't your average Manji, he was still a Manji. There was no way he would agree to this. After thinking it over, Aquas gave him a choice. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you can decline. Kento's eyes lit up with pure excitement. He agreed right then and there. Why on earth would I say no to that? This is the perfect chance for me to experience divine power. She pressed further. Are you for real? He nodded, dead serious. Go ahead and start, please. Aquas couldn't help but feel annoyed by his expression. What? He actually looks hyped. She asked him over and over again. Doesn't this scare you at all? What do you mean? She repeated herself. Knowing that a god is watching you? Kento asked back innocently. Why should I care? I've got nothing to hide. I've never told a lie in my life. Without further argument, she closed her eyes and began. All right, I see. Then let us begin, O God whom I serve, the observer from his highest realm. You are the ruler of the radiant sun. Please with your gaze. Expose every lie in this place. An eerie, glowing gaze manifested. A brilliant beam of light shot straight from the heavens, down onto the cathedral roof. The light left Kento in awe.
What is this? I can feel it.
A presence far beyond imagination. How magnificent, a being that human language simply cannot describe. And facing it, I feel nothing but bewilderment. A surreal light enveloped where they were sitting. Fortunately, what Aquas feared did not happen. Thank heavens there's no reaction. Then let's get started. From now on, within this pillar of light, no lies are permitted to exist. Kento happily followed along. Got it. As Aquas and Kento sat opposite each other, their conversation began, under the gaze of the sun god. After listening to Kento, Aquas watched him intently. She thought to herself, he's explaining how he cleared the dungeon, exactly as he did before, and there hasn't been a single negative reaction. Aquas continued to ponder. In other words, everything he says is the honest truth. She looked at the matter from another angle. Perhaps Cactus was severely weakened during his resurrection. If Cactus could still use magic, this Manji wouldn't even be here right now. He really lucked out. While she was lost in thought, Kento's voice rang out. Have all your doubts been cleared up? Hearing this, Aquas snapped out of it. She looked at him wide-eyed, then quickly nodded. Aquas placed a hand on her chest and said calmly, Yes, I have, thank you. Please forgive my rudeness, Kento replied politely. It's fine. I found it quite exciting. Aquas then asked cautiously, Then finally, may I ask you something personal? Kento quickly replied, Sure. Aquas hesitated for a second, but decided to ask anyway. Are you really from the ice plateau? Kento looked at her, slightly taken aback, then casually said 2 words. That's right. Aquas still didn't believe it and asked again. You're really from there? Aquas's expression shifted slightly. She looked at him with worried eyes, thinking to herself, the demon realm, could he be the gray magi from the Empire's legends? This time, Kento didn't answer. Instead, he threw a question back. Then let me ask you one thing. Aquas looked at him, startled. Kento crossed his arms and asked nonchalantly, Why did you come to this land? The sudden question made her stammer, Aquas lowered her head slightly. Avoiding his gaze, she said, I have personal business to attend to here. Kento continued calmly, That personal business. Is it to confirm whether or not I am an untouchable? At this point, Aquas felt a bit shook, but she still calmly replied, I don't understand what you're talking about. Kento thought about how he stood there and saw the divine eye. Resting his chin on his hand, he spoke his mind. I'm not sure. But for a god to look down in person, that's not something that happens every day. It's overkill just to spot a lie. Aquas frowned slightly. She closed her eyes, her heart full of confusion. I want to say it's not like that. But under the divine eye, all lies are forbidden. Finally, she spoke up and admitted, You're right. Kento hummed in response. He asked, So you've been targeting me from the start? But Aquas looked at him. She firmly asserted, That's not it. She remembered when she first arrived here. Aquas knelt with her hand over her heart in the church. She explained that there was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought, you could be the one mentioned in the prophecy. But as you can see, this time Aquas bowed her head again. She placed her hand on her chest and said sincerely, I'm sorry. I hid my true intentions. Kento looked at her and said casually, It's cool, I find it interesting in my own way. Then let me ask one more thing. He curiously asked, What did the prophecy say? She looked up at Kento in shock. She gripped her necklace tightly. Hesitating in her heart, she thought, Normally I shouldn't reveal this to someone I don't trust. But in the end, Aquas still spoke up and said, The prophecy said that... Aquas looked at him hesitantly. The conversation between the two became more mysterious than ever before. No one knew what Aquas had revealed to Kento. The words Aquas said left him stunned. The dialogue soon came to a close. Soon enough, it was pitch black outside. Aquas stood by the window, deep in thought. In the quiet space, suddenly there was the sound of rapid footsteps. Hearing them, Aquas immediately glanced back. He walked towards her with a stern look. He was the Lord. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and said, "You seem to be quite troubled." Aquas nodded in admission. "Yes, I've met him, but that only made my thoughts more tangled." Hearing that, he curiously asked, "Who exactly is he?" Aquas chose to hide his identity. Her sharp gaze looked out the window. Her voice was firm as she said, "He is definitely a manji from the ice tundra." Hearing this, he asked in shock, "Is that for real?" Aquas replied, "Yes. We have no news from within the ice tundra, but that fact has been confirmed." The Lord became silent, thinking to himself, "I was hoping it was a false rumor. But in the end, the truth is undeniable." His voice went hoarse as he said, "If this gets out, the whole world will be shook." The Lord thought of the ice tundra and the Emperor. Deep in thought, so many people want to explore the ice tundra, especially the Emperor. He worried that if the Emperor personally made a move, just imagine the chaos. While he was reflecting, Aquas spoke up. "You don't need to worry about that." That statement made his eyes widen in surprise. She calmly said, "We will handle the toasts ourselves, and we will also keep that manji's existence hidden from the public." Hearing those words, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's a blessing. But then he frowned slightly in suspicion. Could it be that all the manji in the ice tundra are just like him? Aquas immediately countered that thought. Definitely not. If they were all like him, they would have left the ice tundra and conquered the world a long time ago. Pondering her words, they made sense. The Lord said, "That's true." Then he thought about other barbarians, reflecting silently. Even if it's not him, there are still many barbarians in this world. They are very strong but also foolish at the same time. That is the natural limit of a barbarian. He was once again lost in thought about Kento. But what if those creatures with physical superiority also possessed high intelligence? Then what? Very quickly, he brought this matter up with her. "Now that I think about it, I've heard this generation's manji king is different. I heard he has both brawn and brains." Aquas closed her eyes and let out a sigh. She asked, "The king of all manji? You mean him, right?" Aquas recounted, "I've only met him once, but indeed, he is on a whole different level from regular manji." Upon hearing her words, he lowered his head and muttered, "Is that so? If those two met, things would definitely get wild." Aquas had a different take. "I don't think so." Once again, he looked at her in surprise. Aquas remained quiet, her heart filled with conflicting thoughts. The relationship between the manji and those who serve the gods has always been quite strained. That's why them getting stronger is no laughing matter to me. The Lord brushed this topic aside. He asked, "By the way, what exactly was written in the prophecy that made you request a private meeting?" She responded calmly, "I needed to confirm something." The Lord asked curiously, "What do you mean by confirm?" Aquas turned to look outside. She spoke her mind, to see if he's a pure human, or just something masquerading as one. Standing behind her, the Lord exclaimed, "Good grief, what on earth was in that prophecy?" Aquas said cautiously, "The prophecy said that—" Her gaze grew sharp. Her face was stern. It seems the prophecies cannot be taken lightly. The Lord's expression turned to one of shock after hearing it. He stammered, How is that possible?" The morning sunlight streamed through the window. A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. The Lord spoke up, asking, "Are you doing all right?" Kento replied nonchalantly, "Thanks to you, I'm living quite well in the territory." He asked curiously, "So why did you call for me again?" His tone became serious. "In my capacity as the Lord, I have something to say." Kento crossed his arms and said easily, "I don't really mind." The Lord then said, "This isn't an apology, but I have prepared a reward for your service in saving the territory." Saying that, he brought out an object. Upon seeing the object, Kento's eyes widened in clear surprise. The Lord placed a large bag on the table. He said seriously, "We are presenting the reward granted by the Lord." Looking at the sealed bag, he thought to himself, "A leather bag, huh?" He said gently, "It's no ordinary leather bag. Check it for yourself." Suddenly, his eyes filled with amazement. Kento thought, "This is a spatial artifact bag." Seeing that he had opened it, the Lord explained, "You can store as many items as you want, as long as there's still space inside." Kento looked deep into the bag. The bag was incredibly spacious. He estimated the internal space was about the size of a room. Kento pondered. A magic artifact, an object created through magic. Kento stared blankly at the bag, thinking, "This is the first time I've ever seen a magic artifact." In real life, seeing his amazement, he added, "Even if the item is larger than the bag's opening, you can still stuff in as much as you want." Hearing that, Kento picked up a large axe. He thought, in that case, let's test out an item. Looking at the axe that was way too big for the bag, Kento thought, it looks like it won't fit from the outside, but once he brought the axe to the bag's opening, it automatically sucked the axe inside. He let out a surprised, "Whoa!" The Lord continued to instruct him on how to use it. Whenever you want to take something out, just reach in and visualize that item. Kento listened and followed along. He really was able to take it out. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheered. That's truly amazing. In contrast to his excitement, the Lord's voice said calmly, "This is a gift in return for you saving the territory. I hope you like it." Kento quickly replied, "Like it? I absolutely love it. I'll definitely put it to good use." Hearing that, he smiled and responded slowly, "Seeing you this happy makes me happy too." The joy didn't last long before he thought worriedly, "All right, I think we can consider this matter concluded here." The rest was just the Lord's mouth muttering the prophecy. Right? He wondered to himself. Just what exactly is going on? In this faraway land? In another world? Monstrosities from the demon realm are swarming into the world. Standing before Azitia, his face was stern as he said, "It seems something is indeed happening to the world." The Lord also broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, perhaps it's related to this prophecy. He remembered Aqua's standing by the window saying, "The prophecy said a devil would descend, a great devil. It will descend and spread throughout the world." The territory of Bacon is a network connecting countless villages. Because of this, the villages maintain periodic contact with each other. Then one day, communication with one of them was suddenly cut off. Initially, no one thought much of it. But when days passed without any news, a nearby village sent someone to investigate. They never returned. Upon hearing the news, the Lord dispatched guards, but they didn't come back either. Only then did the Lord realize that something was definitely wrong. Rosa held up a finger and asked, "What requests do we have today?" "There is an urgent request today." Kento crossed his arms and asked, "What's it about?" Rosa replied immediately, "It's to verify the situation of a village that has lost contact." Seeing him just sitting there, she relayed the information. A few days ago, one village stopped responding entirely. "You just need to go check the situation. It's just a simple scout mission, but the pay is very generous." Hearing about the big payout, Kento rested his chin on his hand with a bright face and said, "I like jobs like that. I'll take this quest." Looking at his eager expression, she thought, just as I expected. He quickly set off for the mission. Each footstep drew closer to him. Hayes, looking exhausted, was leaning against a tree. She dragged her heavy feet forward. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hayes!" She started and looked toward the voice. She cried out in panic, "Kento!" Kento appeared before Hayes with a smirk. Hayes scanned him from head to toe. She said doubtfully, "Kento, your clothes?" He replied, "I just had a new set made. The old ones I wore before were all worn out." Hayes gaped in amazement and praised him. "The design looks pretty unique." Kento didn't hesitate to show off. "I commissioned that design myself." Hayes responded, "That's really impressive." Suddenly Hayes remembered and asked, "Come to think of it, did you also take this mission, Kento?" Kento crossed his arms, nodded smugly, and said, "Yup, I couldn't possibly pass up an interesting mission like this." Hearing those confident words, Hayes thought to herself, just as I suspected, he's truly special. Seeing him alone, Hayes wondered, "But why are you by yourself? Aren't your party members coming with you?" Hearing her question, Kento also remembered his two party members. He asked, "Alexandro and Kasan aren't joining?" Hayes analyzed calmly. "They must have received the mission details already. Perhaps they declined to participate, right?" Hearing her say that, Kento simply replied, "I see." Saying that, he turned and looked around. Seeing 3 people in the distance, Kento's voice dropped. "Fewer people than I thought." Kento stood with his chin in his hand, reflecting. "The mission is simple and the pay is high. I thought there would be more people signing up. Yet there aren't even 10 people in total." He grumbled to himself, "This mission is definitely sketchy." Kento didn't get it, so he turned to ask her, "But so what?" The mission itself seemed simple enough. Hayes analyzed it without hesitation. "True, it sounds simple, but the reward is way too high," she said worriedly. "There are rumors that the guards left and never came back. So in the end, this isn't exactly a walk in the park." Kento was also very hesitant. He looked around the place and said, "Even so, the number of participants is way too low. I thought there would be at least 10 people. Hayes, standing beside him, said tentatively, "Actually," she whispered, "there's another rumor going around." Kento's voice turned curious as he asked, "What kind of rumor?" Suddenly, Hayes gave an extremely forced smile. It turned out Aquas was approaching. Her face looked heavy, her eyes gloomy and unhappy. Seeing her, Kento thought, "Aquas," Hayes secretly noted, "the heresy inquisitor of the sun god. She's also joining this mission." In her heart, she was worried. Not many mercenaries dare to cooperate with the heresy inquisitor of the sun god. Hayes timidly muttered, "She isn't planning to split my head open, is she?" Hearing Hayes, Kento turned to reassure her. "That's not going to happen. She's actually a very good person." Hearing him say that, Hayes suddenly blurted out, "Wait a minute, you know Lady Aquas?" Kento admitted it naturally, "Of course." After saying that, he walked toward Aquas and said she was his friend. Hearing that, she was stunned. Her eyes widened. In her mind, she was screaming, a heresy inquisitor and a barbarian are actually friends? Seeing him get closer and closer to Aquas, Hayes hurriedly called out as Kento walked to Aquas. Kento raised his hand toward her and said cheerfully, "Great to see you again." In contrast to his mood, Aquas replied coldly, "I don't recall us being friends." Hearing that, Kento burst out laughing and said jokingly, "Oh, so you heard that? Well then, we can just be friends starting now." Aquas could only shake her head at him. She glanced to the side and said, "Now that you mention it." Aquas asked bluntly, "Your teammate also serves another god, don't they?" Seeing that, Kento didn't seem to understand yet. She continued, "I mean Lady Kurosha." At this point, Kento finally realized and asked a clueless question. "So are you like her too?" But Aquas found it confusing and replied, "Yes, but wait. Did you say she is a serving priestess of Kolosha?" Kento asked softly. "Is there a problem?" She went silent for a moment and then spoke. "No, it's just that as far as I know, the followers of Lady Kolosia are currently in a period of secluded training." At this point, her voice became heavy. "Only someone of high status could be active right now." Kento also lowered his voice and hesitated. "Don't tell me that." Aquas then let out a heavy, tired sigh. She quickly hid her thoughts. "No, it's nothing. I cannot know the details of every sect, so perhaps I was mistaken." Then from afar, Hayes suddenly cried out in panic, which made both of them turn to look at her. Sturdy footsteps approached. A majestic voice rang out, "You're here." Kento looked over and saw it was Jen. He thought to himself, the guard captain. Kento greeted him enthusiastically. "We meet again here." In contrast to him, Hayes appeared more pensive. Zen was with two other guards. He stated clearly, "I welcome everyone who has accepted this request. He is Jen, the captain of the kingdom's guards." Jen expressed that now everyone was present. "We are heading out." The firm steps of the guard unit began to depart. Aquas only watched them coldly. Kento also looked at them and thought to himself, all of us gathered like this. Feels like we're about to raid a dungeon. The sky began to turn golden. Kento was no longer smiling like before. Now his heart started to sink. Kento asked in a low voice, "Moving out now. Does that mean the time has come?" This sudden question caught Aquas off guard. She didn't answer immediately, but turned to stare at him. Kento also glanced back at Aquas. A moment later, Aquas's gaze softened. She whispered, "I'm not sure about that myself." She hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. The god didn't reveal the exact timing. It might simply be that. "We've lost contact with the village," Aquas added fearfully. But that also means the possibility remains. Kento wasn't too worried. He smirked. Kento thought back to what she had said that day. The god has decreed that evil shall descend. He vividly remembered the phrase, the emergence of a great demon. Recalling those words, Kento seemed more confident. He smiled, thinking to himself, a great demon. The guard's footsteps came to a halt. Jen's voice rang out, "We're here." Both Kento and Hayes looked ahead in surprise. Before them stood a small village, with houses huddled close together. Jen introduced it. With a grim expression, he said, "This is the entrance to the village." Jen turned and asked Aquas, "How does it feel?" She immediately replied, "I can't sense any presence at all." When she said that, Jen's face grew even more tense. His voice turned hoarse as he said, "Then perhaps they've fled." Jen turned and shouted, "Everyone fan out and look for clues." The members of the guard unit complied obediently. "Yes, sir," while Kento excitedly said, "Got it." He scanned the area and made a quick assessment. This village only has room for about 100 people, but even so, there's no way everyone could just vanish without leaving a single trace. Suddenly, Jen's eyes sharpened. He questioned silently. There must be some kind of clue. His voice urged them, "Start searching." Everyone split up and scattered throughout the area to search. Suddenly, one of them found a dining table. The food on the table was still very fresh. Seeing this, he stood dazed and muttered, "This is..." He turned and waved to call Jen over. "Captain, there's food over here!" Hearing this, Jen analyzed calmly. They might have left it behind while fleeing. He immediately countered, "No, that's not what I mean." He shouted out, "It was just cooked! The food is still warm." Jen's eyes widened in shock. He blurted out, "What?" He immediately went over to check. Upon seeing the food still piping hot, Jen asked suspiciously, "What on earth is going on here?" In his heart, he thought, "We lost contact with this village several days ago." He found it baffling because many people have been sent here since then. A flash of confusion crossed his mind, but no one ever returned. Setting that aside, Jen turned and asked, "Are there any tracks?" He replied decisively, "There's no sign they left the village, or are hiding somewhere else." Hearing this, Jen's eyes clouded with deep thought. He gave an order, "For now, just keep searching." Upon hearing the order, he replied briefly, "Understood." Jen looked at the food that was being prepared. He thought to himself, there are plenty of signs of daily life, but not a single soul in sight. His mind was a tangled mess. How is this even possible? His hands clenched as he walked up behind the man. Jen spoke up, asking, "How's it looking over there?" Hearing the voice, he immediately turned around. He scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Same here," he added, confused. "It's obvious people live here." "But there's no one, not even footprints." Jen turned to Aquas. "Do you know anything, Lady Aquas?" Aquas felt helpless too. "I don't know either." Then he turned his head to Kento and asked, "Did you find anything out?" It's still the same answer. "I haven't found any significant clues either, and I don't feel any presence at all." Jen lowered his head and said in frustration, "This is driving me crazy." Seeing that, Kento suggested asking someone who might know. He turned to look at him with startled eyes. "What?" Kento looked around and said casually, "Can't you still feel it?" "There's someone else here." Kento's words made Jane's face turn pale as a ghost. He hesitated and said, "Wait, what did you just say?" He pondered to himself. "Someone else, in other words, is someone who wasn't here when we arrived at the village." Thinking back now, Zen looked at a strange woman in front of him. Many questions arose in his heart. Who is that woman? Since when has she been here? Azitia had been there without anyone knowing. She flashed a very innocent smile. Her voice was clear as she said, "How interesting. I was perfectly disguised. Yet you guys still found me out?" Kento crossed his arms and replied coldly, "When a stranger suddenly appears, of course we're going to notice." Azitia burst out laughing and said eerily, "No, that's not what I meant. Normally, others wouldn't have noticed." Azitia glanced over at Aquas. She smirked and spoke in a mocking tone. Even the Inquisitor of the Sun God's cult didn't catch on. Then she turned to Kento and said, "It looks like you haven't awakened any special abilities yet." Azitia smirked coldly and asked, "Who are you?" She continued to say confusing things. "This is an unexpected bonus." Jane's eye twitched as he suddenly shouted, "Everyone get back!" Everyone followed orders and pulled back immediately. "Yes, sir." Jane turned to look at Aquas, who was still standing there. He called out worriedly, "Aquas!" She was completely stunned. Aquas said in disbelief, "I can't feel anything at all. There's no presence whatsoever." Hearing that, both Jane and Heist turned their worried gazes toward her. Heist thought to himself in shock. Even an Inquisitor, of the highest ranking order today, didn't detect her presence? Then she thought of two possible scenarios. If so, there are only two possibilities. One is that she's not a demon. The other is that she's such a high-level demon that she's undetectable. Azitia rested her hand on her chin. She complained, "What a pity. I wanted to keep tabs on you for a while, before leading him down into the abyss." Then her face began to sag and melt. Azitia's voice became creepy as she said she had made her decision. She looked straight at Kento and called him an interesting manji. Her fingers transformed into sharp claws. Seeing that, Kento's jaw dropped in shock. A pair of thick horns appeared on Azitia's head. Each sharp tooth bared as if she wanted to devour Kento alive. She gleefully said, "You'll become my slave and go to hell with me." When Azitia snapped her fingers, Powerball appeared, sending the whole group into a panic. With her eyes wide open, she slowly levitated into the air, leaving Hayes and Aquas in total shock. One of them screamed a warning. "Everyone run! Quickly, hurry up!" Hands slammed against the barrier along with miserable screams. No, every effort was in vain. Two members of the guard were trapped. They shouted, "Open it!" The sound of despair echoed. "Open it up!" Azitia smirked with her sharp teeth, looking like a total psycho. She gloated to herself, "This entire village is my territory. No one can escape." She eyed them greedily and spoke with a wicked voice. "Because you're all my prey." Suddenly, screams rang out. "A demon? No way! How can a demon be here?" Kento wondered. "A demon?" While she tremblingly answered him. "That's right, it's a named demon." Hayes clasped her hands, devoutly praying to Lord Kolosha. "Please save me." Suddenly a hand patted her head. A warm, deep voice resonated. "Hayes, calm down." He comforted her. "I'm right here with you." Making Hayes turn to look up at Kento. She immediately regained her composure. Her gaze became bashful and hesitant. He continued in a curious tone, "But what does a named demon even mean?" Making Hayes flinch. She hesitated. "Well, you see, it's not like that. Not everything called a demon in this world is actually strong. They're just called demons for convenience. But in reality, most are just fragments of evil thoughts and mana. However, there are entities that can be called true demons. They are born from darkness, without a mother giving birth to them, naming themselves through their own will. They are the genuine demons, even the weakest one. can shake an entire kingdom. After hearing this, Kento spoke up. Then that guy is definitely one of them. Hayes replied tremulously, yes. That's exactly how it is. She hesitated while offering her speculation. And based on those horns, that's Azetia, a demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. Hayes wondered, why would something like that show up in such a remote land as this? He touched the outer barrier and asked, so we can't break this thing? She answered Kento, no, this place has already become a demonic domain. Unless the demon is killed, there's no way to break this seal. He poked the barrier with his finger, asking back disdainfully, is that so? Kento conjured a dense black smoke and then flashed a cunning smile. Suddenly he paused to think. Well, maybe I'll just spectate a bit longer. Kento swiped his hand, making the smoke vanish, then chuckled. Weirdly, Hayes called out to Kento in confusion. What exactly are you doing there? He gave a thumbs up to reassure her. It's nothing. She could only nod. Got it. A demon's prank, huh? The sound of Aquas's teeth grinding accompanied her voice. Azetia laughed sinisterly while taunting them. So what, isn't it fun? Doesn't it make you want to dig deeper? She recalled the piping hot loaves of bread, chopping boards, and a warm pot of food as she pondered. A village vanished. Yet there are signs that people were just here. It's just the demon's mind games. Aquas gritted her teeth in rage. Perhaps it just sees the villagers as toys. She whispered, what a twisted game. The demon Azetia only smirked, revealing sharp, malicious teeth. Hayes could only look dejectedly at Kento, who was chilling, as if he were at the theater eating popcorn. A named demon, huh? Summoning a demon like that requires a massive sacrifice. The population of a single village wouldn't be enough. And to have an entire territory transformed without anyone noticing should have been impossible. As she finished her train of thought, a question blurted out. How did it even descend into this world? She put her arms behind her head and spoke nonchalantly. Do you really think I'd tell you? Aqua scowled in anger upon hearing that. You filth who defile this land! Azetia burst into a loud laugh. She asked back crazily, filth? Me? Not pure enough for you? Hey, you lapdogs of God? Azetia snarled mockingly. You really think your God will save you? Making Aqua so furious that veins popped on her high forehead. Listen closely. The rifts appearing in this world is no longer yours alone. She spoke from high above. A very, very long time ago, God and humans fought against demons. In the end, victory went to God and mankind. The defeated demons were banished from this world. She let out another maniacal laugh and continued speaking. From the depths of a hellish misery, I have waited for this day for a long time. Azetia slowly set foot on the ground. She spoke slowly, formally introducing herself. I am Azetia, the demon of gravity. I will wash away the humiliation of the past and stain this world black with your evil karma, Azetia whispered with a mysterious smile. She shot back angrily. You disgusting creature. This world belongs only to God and us. So go back to where you came from, demon! As soon as she finished, Aquas raised her hand. A golden light appeared. Invoking the power of her god, she spoke. A brilliant light shone upon Aquas's body, making the earth and sky tremble. She donned her armor, along with a shimmering golden scepter. He looked up at Aquas and the demon, thinking to himself under her confused gaze, just as I thought. So the demon won't attack while she's transforming. With the shimmering golden scepter and iron boots, a suit of radiant golden armor appeared, enveloping Aquas's body, bathing her in powerful golden light. All of this made the demon smile in praise. Interesting. She raised her hand, manifesting her power. Very well, Azetia. Now wielding a hammer, she became even more disdainful. Then come at me, lapdog of God! How arrogant! Angrily, she charged toward her. Azetia's eyes narrowed as they both clashed. The two sources of power exploded, making the entire land shake with them. Aquas exerted herself, her eyebrows knitting together tightly, veins bulging on her forehead. The ground looked like it had been bombed, with rocks flying everywhere. Hayes held her head and screamed at the terrifying power. She smirked and leaped high into the air, aiming to dodge a lethal blow from Aquas. Azetia twirled the weapon in her hand. The wind blew, making her hair flutter. Azetia taunted again. A battle must have dignity. Don't you lapdogs of God know that? Irritation flared within her, making her eyelashes knit tight. Veins bulged on her forehead. Aquas growled, Are you done yet? Aquas took a running start from a distance. Then she channeled her inner energy and soared upward, surrounded by a flow of spiritual aura. Despite that, Azetia remained calmly in place. Soon after, her image began to fade away. This left Aquas completely stunned. Before she could even process it, the demon's voice rang out. Appearing behind her, Gotcha. She immediately spun around, quickly raising her shield to block the attack. Suddenly, Azidia flashed a mysterious smile. Then she powerfully unleashed her ability. Be crushed! Immediately after, she was completely overwhelmed by her. Aquas's feet kept sliding back upon seeing this. Azitia was delighted as she heard her cry out in agony. Her shield seemed on the verge of being shattered by her. Bible, chapter 2, verse 12. The light of glory shall never be defiled. Aquas immediately unleashed a massive power, turning the tables. Azitia was sent flying back 2 meters. Her entire body was surrounded by a source of light. Right after that, she asked, "You can read the Bible at that age?" Then she praised her calmly. "You are truly impressive." But Aquas didn't care at all and continued reading. Come in chapter 5, verse 59. A great source of light appeared from the sky. That light shall incinerate all evil. With those words, she quickly charged forward. Instantly, Azitia focused with high intensity. Then Aquas raised her weapon. She struck down, but luckily she managed to escape. After that, she laughed with delight. Azitia began to counterattack her. She quickly gained the upper hand and landed a blow that sent Aquas flying far, sweat starting to pour down her forehead. Azitia was having a blast. Not long after, they charged at each other again. 2 swords clashing with 2 opposite expressions. Both massive sources of power radiated out, creating a massive earth-shattering explosion. It even reached Hi-Hi, making her scream at the top of her lungs, and the others were no exception. As the dark power closed in, "Please save me!" The war between Aquas and Azidia raged on. Suddenly, another light appeared right between the 2 sources of power. Kento didn't panic like everyone else. Instead, he just stood there commentating. Impressive. Seeing Hiji arrive, he immediately asked Kento,
Kento, can't you help Aquas?
Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, "Maybe then." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "But why should I help?" She was instantly stunned as Kento continued to ask, "Why should I interfere and ruin that fight?" "Say what?" Immediately after, he glanced toward the battle and added, "Of course, I also want to fight a demon someday." Then he shared, "But for now, I just want to stand back and watch this battle." Suddenly, she was struck by pure shock. This isn't what I expected. The fight went on without any sign of letting up. Then the 2 pulled apart. Azitia landed safely, and Aquas did the same. Now she began to feel annoyed. Truly the lapdogs of God. But anyway, in terms of raw power, I still have the upper hand. Suddenly, Aquas unexpectedly lunged forward. Luckily, she managed to block it this time. But Azidia was the one losing her edge. However, the mismatch between the 2 sides was too great. In this world, magical entities cannot stand against divine power. Shortly after, she broke free with a burst of strength, sending her flying. If this continued, the battle would drag on. She flashed a mysterious smile again. In that case, I'll have to tip the scales. Right after that thought, Azidia charged in fast. This speed left her completely stunned. Aquas tried to guess her landing direction. That way? That was exactly where everyone was standing. Danger! A huge flash of light exploded. Just as she unleashed her attack, she arrived just in time to shield them. He was terrified by the situation. As Azitia slammed her axe straight into her shield, everyone was spooked by this sight. As for Aquas, she was so anxious she was sweating bullets. But then she launched a counterstrike. Then she spat out, "You filthy piece of work!" Hearing that, she laughed with delight. Then she lunged at her again. "Did you really think a demon would play fair?" These words left Aquas absolutely livid. Bible chapter 1 verse 1. Golden rays of light spread through the area. Bible chapter 1 verse 1. A surge of light enveloped the entire person standing at the center. Let the radiant golden sanctuary be opened. The rays diffused, piercing through the gloom. Aquas turned her head slightly, glancing back with a tense expression. "Everyone get in here now!" The crowd scrambled toward the golden light. "Thank you, Lady Aquas." The corners of her lips curled into a devious smile, spreading her wings across the sky. She looked down at this group and said maliciously, "Are you really going to waste the Holy Scripture like that?" Aquas's eyes were completely filled with white light. She kicked off the ground forcefully. She lunged forward, growling, "Shut up!" Then, Azidia laughed excitedly, staring right at Aquas. "That's it! That's the reaction I wanted!" She didn't reply to her words, only gritting her teeth and pressing on. Right after, Azidia started moving as well. Aquas's hand tightened around her weapon. A powerful arc was drawn in the air, blocking her strike. Azidia unflinchingly flipped through the air. Under Aquas's stunned gaze, death is just death. She leaned close to her face and said, "No one will care about your noble sacrifice." Aquas furrowed her brows, bracing for the opponent's next blow. Azidia's feet hit the ground. She said in a calm tone, "If this keeps up, you will lose, and your god's honor will be tarnished." She spread her wings and soared up once again, while looking at Aquas and continuing, But if you defeat me and make it back alive, your reputation and even the influence of your god will both skyrocket. Azitia's tone was seductive. It's simple, really. How about you just drop the holy shield protecting them? Aquas's brow furrowed in pure rage. Are you trying to play me? Her response was, the devious smirk continuing to bloom on Azitia's face. Do you really want to kick the bucket here? Aquas clenched her fists. Her eyes locked onto her as she cut her off. There's nothing left worth hearing. The glint of a smile on Azitia's lips deepened even further. Right after she finished speaking, a powerful beam of purple light shot forward. Fine, then die like a martyr! Aquas tensed her body, using both hands to brace against the attack. A blackish-purple hue representing darkness spread throughout the entire space around Azitia. The eyebrows above her glowing eyes knitted tightly together. Something made Aquas stand frozen in shock. It was Azitia, using an inexplicable speed, to close in right in front of her. Horror radiated from Aquas's eyes. What? Followed by a booming explosion. She quickly leaped backward. Aquas lowered her center of gravity to keep her balance. The dread in her eyes still hadn't faded, as Azitia's body lunged forward, at a blistering pace. Powerful surges of purple energy swirled toward Aquas, surrounding her completely. As she watched the layers of purple light close in, Aquas whispered softly, "Radiant Sanctuary, repel the darkness!" But before she could finish, the purple light, like a tornado, had already reached out. A hand from Azitia muffled Aquas's mouth, cutting off all her sound. That's enough. Her bright red pupils were filled with rage. I don't want to hear another word of your scripture. The strength in her hand increased as Azitia slammed her hard against the ground. Aquas struggled with all her might to break free from her control, but to no avail. The ground cracked beneath them as Azitia pinned her down. She raised her weapon arm high, her grip tightening. Aquas's golden shield gradually went limp in helplessness. However, a split second later, she forcefully broke loose. At the same time, she raised her shield to parry the blow. Gold and purple clashed violently. Aquas gritted her teeth, straining to hold up the shield. A sharp contrast to Azitia's nonchalance and triumphant smirk. A loud bang rang out. The golden shield shattered into pieces. With a casual snap of two fingers, Azitia slowly paced forward in victory. Opposite her, Aquas's whole body was bound tightly by black chains. Amidst her cries of pain, the golden barrier protecting the others began to crack, and finally shattered completely. The crowd was consumed by fear. No, if this keeps up, we're all toast! Azitia raised a hand, laughing gleefully. I'll enjoy you all as my dessert. Suddenly remembering something, Azitia whipped her head around. But first, she leaned her mouth close to Aquas's neck from behind. I want to know what God's lapdog tastes like. Her sharp fangs bared, ready to bite down, when a voice suddenly cut her off. Stop! At the same time, a broad hand was placed on Azitia's shoulder. Kento calmly stepped forward and spoke to stop her. That's enough. Azitia's gaze was stunned by his sudden action. What? She looked at the tall man before her, secretly astonished. When did he get here? The three of them remained in that position, motionless amidst the debris. The hand on her shoulder moved slightly. Azitia continued to think, I can't sense his presence at all. Don't let her regain her composure. Kento forcefully swung his arm, throwing Azitia away. Amidst her agonizing screams, Azitia's body traced a beautiful arc before slamming hard onto the ground. He smiled and reached out to Aquas. Are you okay? She stared blankly at him, then it clicked. Right. That's the man who defeated Sword Saint Ken, a superhuman tier warrior. Looking at his gentle, smiling face, her thoughts continued. But even so, before she could finish, a pair of eyes flashed, a vivid red light. You! The voice rang out, catching both of their attention. On the other side, Azitia slowly stood up from the shattered ground. You arrogant savage! Fury was written all over her face. How dare you interrupt my meal? Kento responded with total indifference. She's my friend, so I can't let her die. Azitia gnashed her sharp teeth and growled. I originally wanted to keep you as a toy. But before she could finish, his nonchalant tone cut her off. But I'm not interested in being your toy. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Oh, really? She spread her hands, long, sharp claws extending, summoning her weapon. Azitia stood tall and declared, Then you must die. A calm voice spoke up, making Kento tilt his head to look. Step back. Aquas, clutching her wound, staggered to her feet. You can't defeat a demon. But he turned to face her and replied casually, You know I'm pretty cracked, right? Aquas replied grimly. No, this has nothing to do with strength. Her entire body was trembling, but she struggled to stand tall and continued. Only divinity can banish demons from this world. No other kind of power can do it. With a resolute expression, she thought to herself, "This is the law, set in stone since gods and demons coexisted. Moreover, this is demon territory. There's no room for luck." Her steady voice rang out. "Therefore, only a god can oppose a demon." Kento looked pensive after hearing that, resting his chin on his hand. But even so, he paused and glanced over, his nonchalant tone unchanged. "You don't seem fit to fight." Aquas's entire body was shaking, but her voice remained firm. "I must do it. I serve God." A sudden sharp pain flared up, making her wince, one eye shut. "And I stand against the devil." Aquas's words made Kento's eyes widen in admiration. "Is this the will of a divine servant?" He placed a large hand on her head. "Impressive." After saying this, he slowly stepped forward. "But just let me take care of this." Kento's move left Aquas wide-eyed and confused. He grinned and looked ahead. "I've always wanted to throw down with a demon." Azichia's cunning voice rang out once more. "You really don't get it, do you? I told you." "You can't beat me." He answered her with a confident look. "Wanna bet?" A long tongue licked her sharp teeth. Azitia spoke maliciously. "I want to see your face twisted in pain." Immediately after, she closed in on him, using an instant teleportation spell. Kento's tall figure stood firm in place. Aquas shrieked in panic. "No!" Azitia's smirk widened even more. His fist tightened. She raised her weapon, ready to swing, but a powerful punch landed right in the middle of her face. Azitia's headless body was sent flying, as blood splattered everywhere. Aquas witnessed it all, dumbfounded. "Huh?" Kento's move just now was completely beyond Aquas's expectations, using a punch to smash the demon's head. How could he crush a demon's head using only his bare hands? He just stared blankly down at his hands, while she continued to wonder how that could even be possible. Over there, the body of headless Azitia was still flying through the air. Kento's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Streams of blackish-purple light began to converge in one spot. Azitia's fully restored body stood at the center of the light. Kento shouted excitedly, "You can regenerate even if your head is crushed?" Her resentful expression was her only answer. "Who the hell are you?" This question made Kento hesitate. "Me?" He raised a hand, scratched his head, and answered honestly, "I'm just a regular manji." This answer completely triggered Azitia. "Don't be ridiculous!" But immediately after, she fell into a state of confusion, wondering what this weird feeling was all about. She couldn't sense a single ounce of mystery from him. He wasn't an aura user or a mage. If that's the case, Azitia's slitted pupils flashed. A blackish-purple vortex suddenly appeared behind Kento. Azitia's lips curled into a sly smile. "I'll just have to see for myself." Sensing the vortex, he turned his head back. Right then, her body suddenly appeared directly above his head. He dazed out and tilted his head up slightly. She muttered to herself, "Though this human form is a bit annoying, it'll have to do." A powerful punch pierced through Azitia's body. Her mouth hung open in agony, her face full of disbelief. Azitia's brow furrowed deeply. "What?" Kento punched her body away yet again. A blinding purple glow radiated from Azitia. The gaping hole in her chest closed as if it were never there. Blackish-purple fluid spewed from her mouth. Azitia propped herself up amidst the thick dust. She shook her head, refusing to accept it. "This is Cap." Azitia's eyes were filled with shock. A dark stain still lingered at the corner of her mouth. It was just a plain punch, not reinforced by aura or magic. She kept muttering to herself. It was just a raw punch, while Kento stood opposite her, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Instant regeneration. Azitia's vivid red pupils looked up at him with pure hatred. Kento's innocent gaze met hers. His face turned serious as he asked earnestly, "Exactly how does this mechanic work?" He stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him. His large frame charged at an insane speed. Hesitation began to show on Azitia's face. She spread her hand again to summon her weapon. But before she could get ready, the other guy's fist was already closing in. Her vivid red pupils flickered with fear as she glanced over. Kento's fist was already set to swing. Azitia's face distorted upon impact with the punch. Her body was sent flying back again after the collision. Her limp hand amidst the rubble twitched slightly. Her headless body lay flat on the ground. Dark aura and blood swirled around Azitia's body. Kento watched the scene intently with wide eyes. Immediately after, Azitia stood tall, completely whole once more. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. It seems if her head is shattered, a brand new one just appears. Kento looked over with excitement, thinking to himself, "That's more like it. A devil's got to have at least this much skill." He muttered a question to himself. So the core weakness is in the head? While Azitia's entire body was trembling, her mind at this moment was overflowing with rage. "Lameo, stop! You really think you can take me on with pure brute strength?" Blackness almost completely consumed Azedia's eyes. Or are you saying you don't even need to go all out? Against me? She stood tall and spoke up. Kento innocently pointed at himself. Azetia's voice continued to ring out. Listen well, I am Azetia, the devil of gravity. She grinned wide, though a bead of sweat ran down her cheek. You really think that with raw power alone, you can keep standing against me? Kento fell silent for a moment after hearing her question. Finally, he replied honestly, it's just mid. You don't look like anything special either. This answer left Azedia completely shook. What? The sound of something shattering echoed in her ears. The devil's pride had been smashed into pieces. A furious scream erupted while Kento remained clueless. Immediately after, Azetia's body lunged forward at an insane speed. The distance between the two rapidly closed. Azetia swung the hammer in her hand. The opponent's weapon was already right in front of him, but Kento still stood his ground. Then a hand reached out and blocked the hammer cold. A calm voice spoke as Azetia watched in horror. Not bad, you actually have some skills. No matter how hard she struggled, the hammer in her hand wouldn't budge an inch forward. Finally, Kento's massive hand gripped that weapon, and it instantly shattered. A fist flew straight for Azetia's head. Her body was sent flying again, leaving her head empty as blood splattered through the air. Along with Azetia's thoughts. This is Cap. Purple light radiated from her body. As her head regenerated, she thought, I am the devil of gravity. Azetia gritted her teeth, calculating. If I go all out, I can channel the weight of an entire fortress wall into this hammer. The thoughts raced through her mind. And yet, you didn't just stop it with your bare hands, but you actually crushed it? A mere manji, who hasn't even mastered mystic powers. Kento's attention was suddenly caught by something else. I'm getting roasted again. Devils aren't exactly known for being eloquent anyway. Never seen one learn their lesson. Azetia's body couldn't stop trembling. That is absolutely countless. Streams of blackish-purple aura surged out after her scream. Impossible! The purple haze of rage lunged toward Kento. Die, you manji! He tightened his fist and with a single punch, intercepted the opponent's attack. A powerful golden pillar of light shattered the purple haze, blasting straight at the stunned Azetia. A pillar of smoke exploded with a loud bang, accompanied by her tragic scream. A shockwave swept through, forcing Aquas to raise her arm to block it. While she wondered in shock, what the hell am I even witnessing right now? Azetia's cunning image flashed through her mind. Azetia, an incredibly powerful devil, the one who single-handedly destroyed an entire kingdom hundreds of years ago. A devil of such caliber. Kento's powerful fists hadn't stopped yet. They continued to punch straight through Azetia's head, while Aqua stood there dazed, eyes wide in disbelief. Is she really being cooked by just basic punches? On the other side, Azetia lay silent on the ground with a battered face. Kento had one foot stepping on her. His expression looked thoughtful. He looked down and admitted in a low voice, so you really don't die. Which means I can't kill this devil with just pure physical strength. Azetia's lips curled into a scheming smile. She thought with amusement, this is the first time I've felt such pressure. Azetia recalled the sensation when his punch landed on her face. Under his boot, he was overwhelmingly strong. She wore a scheming, intrigued smile. What kind of freak are you? Kento coldly glanced at her and replied humbly, just a regular manji. Azetia scoffed and then lowered her voice. Stop capping. Still, I'm feeling a bit better now. With that, she slowly raised her sharp claws. But I want to try something. Finished speaking, her claws slashed a sharp line, causing Kento to startle and whip around. He still stood there dazed, not understanding what happened. Meanwhile, Azetia, who had been watching him, had already turned pale. No way. Both of them stood frozen there, staring wide-eyed at the meteors, racing each other to slam into the ground. But it didn't just stop there. From the core of the magic circle, a massive purple orb slowly emerged. Suddenly, the purple orb exploded, and a female devil with a thick body and giant black wings appeared. She growled, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Manji! Azetia's voice grew colder. I will unleash every bit of my power upon you. As she finished, a barrage of sharp spears from the sky plunged down all at once. Kento looked up, meeting her gaze with pure defiance. The full power of a devil, huh? Watching from the sidelines, Aquas gritted her teeth in fear. This is too dangerous. She closed her eyes, clasping her hands tightly in prayer. You can't handle that devil with pure strength alone. Divine Azetia smirked wickedly. Holy spear! Pierce and destroy! In an instant, the swarm of spears locked onto Kento and lunged. But against all her expectations, he stood perfectly still, his face unfazed. He just stood there, using his elbows to deflect the spears that were about to impale him. Every single spear flying his way was smacked aside. Azitia couldn't believe her eyes. Jaw dropped in shock, she gasped, "What the hell? What is this?" Before she could even react, Kento had already blitzed toward her. In a flash, he was right in her face, making her flinch back. Azitia was still stunned, unable to process the current situation. Right then, Aquas shouted from afar, Kamanun, chapter 3, verse 58, "Light that incinerates all evil." As soon as she finished speaking, the massive golden axe in his hand flashed with a blinding light. Kento's eyes lit up as he looked at the axe in his hand. "What is this? Is this the power of a god?" Aquas quickly informed him. "I've gathered enough divine energy. Strike that devil now." Immediately after, Kento raised his hand, speaking slowly but with heavy killing intent. "I wanted to observe it a bit longer, but I guess that's not happening. You were fun, devil." As he spoke, he swung his arms toward her. Azitia watched in terror, as the axe blade was about to cleave through her. "Wait, what?" While she was still shook, bursts of divine power instantly seeped into every corner of her body. Azitia's eyes went blank. In her mind, only one thought remained. "I lost to him?" She was completely defeated. Her body lay sprawled across the ground. Suddenly, Kento gently walked up to her. He sat down and expressed his gratitude to Azitia. "Thanks, that was a fun fight." She bared her teeth in a bitter smile. "It's a shame to be summoned back to hell like this." She glanced toward Kento. "But it wasn't a total waste, because I've confirmed that someone like you exists in this world." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Azitia asked, "What is your name?" He replied nonchalantly, "I'm Kento." Aquas panicked and tried to stop him. "No, don't say it!" But it seemed too late. Kento stood there cluelessly, not understanding a thing. Azitia burst into a wide laugh. "Oh, all denizens of hell! Engrave the name of the Manji. Kento, into your memories!" Following her words, an ancient castle emerged under a blood-red sky. Aquas collapsed to the ground, trembling. In that crimson sky, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared. She continued to chant loudly, "Devour my memories and feel them!" The one known as Kento. He stood there silently, listening to every word of her chant, but was still totally lost. Gleaming red eyes began to descend from the sky toward where Kento stood. Azitia burst into a triumphant laugh. "Magi, you belong to us now." Those bloodshot eyes also formed a massive grinning mouth. Those eyes were itching to invade his body, but they suddenly froze up. Kento stood rigid as if a shield was blocking them. He reached out with his large hand, trying to grab them, making them all retreat in fear. They quickly scrambled far away from Kento. He slowly opened his eyes. Then the sight before him left him speechless. Kento confusedly touched his chest. "What was that?" "It felt like something just pierced through my body." Azitia stared at him wide-eyed. "How?" "The darkness definitely flowed from him into me." Suddenly she appeared in his line of sight, making him feel itchy all over. He raised his foot and stomped once, making her completely vanish. Aquas watched the scene, jaw dropped in surprise. Not just her, but even Hayes hadn't expected this. Kento clenched his fists. Then he loosened up and stretched, feeling refreshed. He smirked with satisfaction. "Is the mission done? Kingdom of Genti. Bacon territory." The messenger boy ran hurriedly through the streets, announcing urgent news. "Extra, extra! News from the village we lost contact with." The citizens who received the paper first looked stunned. Then a large, powerful hand slammed the paper onto the table. A devil appeared after the Lich Azitia. The Lord was angry, confused, and terrified all at once. What on earth is going on? How could such a disaster befall this small land? He slumped powerlessly into his chair, a demon whose name was recorded even in ancient texts. A knight stepped forward to report to him. A rumor was spreading like wildfire throughout the territory. The Lord gritted his teeth, deep in thought. The only silver lining in this catastrophe is that an inquisitor of the sun god successfully drove it away. The Lord lowered his gaze and bowed his head, his voice trailing off. "We must carefully consider our next move." Kento was now sitting with his arms crossed, speaking casually. "The whole territory seems to be in a state of unrest." Aquas, who had just slumped onto the bed, agreed. "Well, obviously, this is no small matter. The Lord must be having a real headache over this." By the next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the room. Both of them, Kento and Aquas, sat across from each other, talking. "Don't tell me you're planning to leave right away. Why not rest a bit before heading out?" She clenched her fists, her eyes downcast as she spoke sadly. "No, I can't afford any delay. I have to report this to the Holy Land as soon as possible." He knew he couldn't stop Aquas, so he could only give her some parting advice. If that's what you want, I won't stand in your way. After he finished, Aqua suddenly called Kento's name softly. Surprised, he quickly turned around. Aqua then gave a formal, solemn bow. Thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have become that devil's plaything. Kento waited for her to finish before speaking. No need to thank me. He smiled and continued, his emphasis on the word friend catching her off guard. I was just saving my friend. Just as he said that, Kento pointed at himself with a puzzled look and asked, Oh, we are friends now, right? Though she didn't say a word, the emotions she was feeling were written all over his face. Aqua thought to herself in disbelief, a magi, and a servant of the gods being friends? After a moment of silence, she asked him again, I am an inquisitor of the sun god. Even so, you still want to be my friend? Kento asked back, confused, making her once again feel surprised, mixed with a bit of joy. Is there any reason why I shouldn't? Aqua's clenched her fists, standing there stunned. Well, no, but seeing her confused expression made Kento burst out laughing. Then that shouldn't be a problem, right? Aqua smiled slightly and replied to him, You're not wrong. After the lovey-dovey vibe settled down, Kento suddenly made a goofy face and approached her to ask, By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Aqua's answered softly, Is there something you want to know? Kento rested his chin on his hand, looking pensive. Is it true that you shouldn't tell a devil your name? She spoke with a mysterious tone. That's because of the mark. Kento asked back in shock, The mark? Seeing his confusion, Aquas began to explain the details thoroughly. Devils use names to engrave a dark mark onto a human soul, and use that mark to summon evil spirits. Those who are marked will be no different from a rotting stench, a scent that lures evil things. At this point, her eyes lowered, reminiscing about the old days. Ancient tradition holds that those who are marked must receive a baptism to be saved. Otherwise, they will be hunted and destroyed by dark forces. Kento pointed at himself with a blank stare. So, was I marked too? She worriedly clenched her fist. No, that's not it. You haven't been marked, Kento. However, your name might now be known to the entities in hell, and that was indeed the case. The issue weighing on Aquas's heart still remained unresolved. She spoke up to reassure him, Even so, don't worry too much. Without the mark, they can't pinpoint your location. They might know the target's identity, but there's no way to track you. Having said that, Aquas also felt much more relieved. Unless you meet them face to face, everything will be fine. After getting a clear understanding, Kento looked at her with an impressed gaze. I see, that's actually wild. I couldn't kill it with just physical strength. Aqua stepped forward pensively. That is the nature of a devil. She recounted an old story. Since ancient times, the high gods created humanity. Humans were foolish and weak, acting only on instinct. But the gods did not interfere in the human world. However, outside entities took an interest. In the world of men, they crossed dimensions and slaughtered humans in a brutal fashion. Finally, the gods could no longer tolerate it and descended into the human world. They sided with humanity, labeled those entities as devils, and drove them away. From then on, humans built sanctuaries to honor the gods who saved them and continued to thrive under the guidance of the divine. But over time, for unknown reasons, devils gradually reappeared and interfered with the human world. Her voice suddenly turned serious. So the gods chose faithful followers, granted them power, and continued the fight against the devils. Devils are creatures that can only be destroyed with divine power. After hearing the whole story, Kento couldn't help but be impressed. So that's how it is. They don't belong to this world, so they can't be killed by normal means. Aquas explained further. Exactly, from the start. We aren't creatures of this world. He wore a look of awe. I get it. If those things showed up often, it would be a total nightmare. Hearing this, Aquas countered, No-named devils cannot manifest so easily. She shared her recent suspicions with him. It seems the demon realm, which should be sealed, is influencing this world. The dungeon cycle is becoming abnormal, and more dark entities are gradually showing. Up in the human world, Aquas's gaze became more determined. It all started a year ago. Kento flinched as if remembering something guilty. A year ago? He recalled that time. If it was a year ago, wasn't I on my final mission back then, in the land of ice and snow? Suddenly, Aqua spoke up, bringing the story to an end. We've been talking for way too long. Thank you, Kento. She bowed slightly to express her gratitude. I have to hit the road right now. If you ever have the chance to visit, we will definitely welcome you with open arms. Kento smiled back in response. I hope so too. A carriage slowly started rolling. Sitting inside, Aquas gazed out the window, with a heart full of countless thoughts. that she couldn't put into words. She narrowed her eyes slightly and thought, even though my body hasn't fully recovered yet, I can't afford to hesitate any longer. I have to report this to the Saintess immediately. Her thoughts were suddenly cut short. But images of Kento kept flashing through her mind. Just why is that? Why? The sun god never gave a single prophecy about that. Manji guy. Along the seemingly endless corridor, a figure walked with a back heavy with worries. Ken let out a long sigh. He lowered his eyes, which were lined with crow's feet, and spoke. Meeting His Majesty always leaves me totally gassed. Suddenly a voice rang out. Looks like you've had a rough day, causing him to snap his eyes wide open. Ken whipped his head around. Long hair reaching down his back, and a noble red outfit caught his eye. Ken stared blankly, filled with confusion. He pondered. The Archmage of the Magic Tower, the gathering place for all mages and sages in this world. The master of the mighty Magic Tower. Finally, Ken decided to speak up and ask, so what brings you here? Lich, leaning on the railing, answered, just a regular check-in. And what are you doing here? Ken glanced away, turning his head to the left evasively as he answered Lich. I'm just here to report the mission results. The reconnaissance mission to the demon realm, right? To the silent forest where everything is hushed? Lich placed a hand on his chin and asked thoughtfully. Ken replied, That's right, Lich. Lich asked another question. So how was it? Sweating, Ken spoke in a raspy voice. It's beyond everything we understand about this world. A truly terrifying place. Just like its name, the Silent Forest. You can't hear a single sound. Even the mana-sensing magic was acting up, and even if I screamed, there wasn't the slightest vibration. Ken recalled the scene back then and continued speaking. Then before we knew it, the soldiers vanished one by one. A place so quiet it's infuriating. A truly unpleasant place. He grumbled crossly. Seriously, what the hell does His Majesty want to conquer the demon realm for? Maybe he wants to rule the whole world? Who knows? Who can tell what crazy ideas the powerful have? The other person replied. Hearing that, he smirked and said, But I have to say, the demon realm is a pretty interesting place. Lich crossed his arms. I'm a little intrigued myself. Ken replied with a serious tone. Well, I don't want any part of that place. I'd rather have a normal life. Suddenly, Lich snapped his fingers, pulling him into a magic matrix. They both entered a highly detailed magic circle, shimmering with the blue light of the galaxy. Ken looked at the formation. Must be teleportation magic, I thought to myself. He asked the other guy, Why all of a sudden? He just offered a smile, reassuring Ken, no need to be so stiff. Lich stepped toward him and asked, You met someone very special, didn't you? As if remembering what Lich meant, Ken jumped, stammering, There's no way. Lich looked at him with a gentle, soft smile. Ken seemed to catch on and cursed, Damn it! The observing eye. When did you even put that thing on me? Lich replied, a smile still hanging on his lips. Since our last meeting. It's one of the few hobbies this old man has left. In contrast to Lich, Ken was furious and snapped, Just drop dead! He asked irritably, If you've seen it all, then why even ask? I want to hear your thoughts, Lich replied slowly, about the person I thought only existed in ancient legends, specifically about that Manji guy from the White Snowlands. Ken hesitated. I'm still not sure. Think carefully. His deep, raspy voice echoed, A magi, strong enough to defeat the Sword Saint and wipe out Lich. Cactus like swatting a bunch of mosquitoes and appearing from the edge of some snowy region. Isn't that already extremely suspicious? Wait, you said he defeated Cactus? Lich wondered, What, you didn't know? Then he placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. But then again, it's true that the news hasn't leaked out yet. Lich slowly recounted. But rumors have already begun to spread within the Magic Tower. The ghost mages who once shook the 6 continents. I heard he tried to resurrect in the outskirts, but it was a fail. So I went there to pay my respects to him. Half of his face turned back into a bare skull. Lich spoke in a heavy voice. One of the few Lich who was my friend has passed away. It's a bit sad, Ken. Surprised to recognize a different side of the other man. I didn't expect you to know what sadness feels like, Ken replied. Of course, friends are indispensable to someone who has lived as long as I have. However, Lich pondered thoughtfully. It seems no one found any relics in the cave. The Lich's lair. Ken was alarmed. Weren't all the relics collected when the ghost mages died? For the most part, yes, but the most valuable treasure was not. But Lich remained optimistic as he pondered. I wonder where it is now, but let's put that aside for a moment. I want to hear your opinion. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he spoke. Lich asked, Do you really believe that Manji guy could defeat the ghost mages? Ken thought to himself, If it's that barbarian. Then he answered hesitantly, I think it's possible. He reminded him, Now that you mention it, You still haven't informed the Emperor, have you? After hearing that, Ken clenched his fists and fiercely pushed back. Why would I do that? That man is throwing away precious lives into the demon realm like they're trash. If that crazy Emperor finds out about the existence of Manji, Ken thought of the bloodshed on the battlefield, there will definitely be a head-on collision. A Manji who acts as he pleases, and an Emperor who wants the whole world in his grasp. If that happens, the kingdom will surely be dragged into it. Lich spoke as he walked. Really? Sounds fascinating. Are you implying that Manji guy could take on the entire empire by himself? His question made Ken hesitate. I'm not sure. But I got a vibe from him. Very similar to when I first met you, Lord Lich. As if realizing something, he spoke up. Don't tell me he's hero class. Ken furrowed his brows and answered, Lich, I'm not in a position to judge. But he's the real deal. Maybe even more than that. Before the other person could finish his sentence, he spoke up in a panic. Don't tell me you're planning to. A bustling market crowded with people in the Bakan territory of the Gente Kingdom. A girl with long hair was looking around curiously. She accidentally tripped over a stone on the road. As her body pitched forward toward the ground, a quick hand caught her. A man's warm voice rang out, Oh my! You have to be careful. Kento supported the girl and asked kindly, Are you okay? The girl stood dazed for a moment. Suddenly feeling uneasy, Kento thought to himself, She'll probably run away out of fear. She politely bowed in greeting and replied to him with a thank you. Once she had walked some distance away, he turned his head and stared at her. Kento's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered blankly, what on earth is this? What is this strange feeling? Kento looked up at a girl on the street, his heart filled with confusion, his mind a total mess with racing thoughts. As if suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened, wondering why everyone wasn't staying away from him. Honey gold light gradually filtered into the room through the door crack, shining down on the shimmering teacup on the table. The Lord sat in the presiding chair, looking at the person in front of him and asking anxiously, Are you feeling all right? I heard you were almost branded by another demon. Kento sat with his arms crossed, answering calmly, It's no big deal at all. Actually, I don't even really know what a brand is. Hearing that, he lowered his eyes in deep thought. I know you're very strong. But even so, the Lord couldn't help but blurt out, It seems everything around you has changed, too. Hearing that, Kento asked back, You mean the people? He calmly added more info. The people in the territory. He replied with a solemn face. It's probably because of the rumors. The Lord began to recount from the time the surviving guards and mercenaries returned and spilled the tea everywhere. They said that after Aqua was defeated, everyone else collapsed. Only one person remained standing, and when they woke up, Kento's kite was glowing with a divine aura. Witnesses believe that Aquas has bestowed divine power upon you, so they started calling him the one who fought alongside. Aquas against the demons. Kento's face went blank as if he finally got it. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lord bowed his head low, wanting to apologize. I'm sorry for that. But by the time I intended to set the record straight, the rumors had already spread, way too far. As if he didn't care about the world, he thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand. It's fine. I guess that's why people aren't afraid of me anymore. Seeing him still bowing in agreement. Perhaps so. They see you as the one who stands against demons now. Kento pursed his lips thoughtfully. He looked up at the sky, repeating the Lord's answer to himself. The one who stands against demons, a casual remark suddenly spoken aloud. Guess I've got clout now. When the scene shifted to the reception desk, Rosa began to announce with a professional smile. Congratulations, Sir Kento. You've been promoted. You're now rank C, Kento asked back skeptically. Rank C? Looking at her with a blank expression. You mean I jumped 3 ranks at once? Rosa explained with a bright smile. Well, you did something worthy of such a promotion. He quickly regained his composure and flashed a confident smile. Great. At the same time, Rosa held the paperwork professionally and continued to explain. Your mercenary badge will also be reissued, since it will be a custom-designed badge just for you. It might take a little time. Kento asked back, bewildered. Even my badge has to be custom-made for me? She answered quickly. That's right. From rank C upwards, you're considered an official mercenary, recognized by the guild. So naturally, you must be treated accordingly. And from rank C and above, you have the right to enter nearly all areas. Rosa quickly stood up and motioned while explaining, You won't face any issues? Approaching most capitals and sanctuaries, feeling something was off, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Except for the imperial capital, that is. The empire sure is strict. Rosa broke into a sweat while smiling and playing along with him. True, only those recognized by the nobility can enter the empire. She covered her mouth and began to speak seriously. Actually, no one knows anything about the imperial capital. There are only worrying rumors. Honestly, there's even less info on it than the demon realm, making Kento sweat in disbelief while listening. It's that bad? Rosa suddenly covered her mouth and coughed. Immediately, she put on a professional smile and changed the subject. Anyway, since you're now rank C, you can take on most available quests. You can even enter rank A dungeons if you're in a party. He, on this side, grinned like he'd just struck gold. Really? A rank A dungeon. That means I'll have the chance to do many different quests. Very quickly replaced by a smirk, turning elsewhere. Alexandro was shook and choked on his water. He didn't expect this to happen. He broke into a sweat, quickly slammed his mug down and asked him, "Is everything settled yet?" Kento answered calmly. "The demon has been eliminated, and the heresy inspector said it's all good, so I think it's fine." These words made Alexandro and the other two feel uneasy. Well, that's good then. Kasan suddenly spoke up. Even so, the heresy inspector of the sun god is truly extraordinary to defeat a demon like that. Haisa jumped in panic and stared at him. No, she thought with a dark face. I didn't pass out that day. That's why I realized just how strong he is. He completely overwhelmed a named demon. Haisa seriously calculated like someone who lost their soul. And if that's the case, Aqua just stepped in and picked at a meal that was already prepared. Kasan suddenly spoke, making her jump. Now that you're rank C, what do you plan to do next? While Kento over here calmly crossed his arms and said, "Nothing has changed. I'll continue doing the quests I'm assigned as a rank C mercenary." Kaisen's eyes sparkled as he stared at him. Defeated a demon and still remains so humble. Damn, that's pretty fire. Heise over here was grinding her teeth, fuming inside. Don't be fooled. That thing isn't human. He also blankly asked a question. So what do you all plan to do next? Kasan quickly volunteered to answer, stammering, "We're just rank F. Can't really do much." He looked down, his voice turning gloomy. "Honestly, I was planning to just scrape by day and die like a parasite." Kaisen stood up with burning spirit. "But now I want to live my life to the fullest like Kento." Alexandro bowed his head in disappointment. "You're just now thinking about that? What a total mid." The very next second, Kento sat in the middle looking clueless, watching the two staring each other down. "I see. So what do you all plan to do next?" Heise cleared her throat. She looked at him and answered calmly. "As usual, I simply follow the will of Lady Kolosha." He propped his arm up, thinking, "Now that you mention it, I think I heard something from Aquas." "That's right," Kento continued. "Those who serve Kolosha are currently on a break. Only high-ranking members are still active." This sudden information made Heise freeze. "What?" She panicked and denied the truth. "Aquas must be mistaken. I'm just a normal priestess." "See," he replied nonchalantly. "Is that so? If you say so, I'll believe it." As soon as he finished, Heise smiled in sheer desperation. He clearly knows, doesn't he? Don't tell me he's waiting for me to confess. Heise's thoughts drifted further and further away. Or is he just trolling me? She was terrified to the core. So scary. Quick cut to the black sky. Late night at the Mercenary Guild. Rosa thought excitedly, "I did it!" The receptionist, Rosa, was heading home. A pair of leather shoes suddenly stepped in, making a girl who had been smiling all day turn around cautiously. "No way." The man opened his mouth and said, "I have a request." As soon as the words left his mouth, Rosa, she despairingly thought, "Great, more overtime." She sighed gloomily and spoke reluctantly. "Fine. What kind of request is it?" Aaron looked at her, confused. "What the heck?" Her eyes looked like she wasn't focusing at all. He raised his hand, coughed dryly, and stated his request clearly. "I need an escort for 2 people. Myself and a young lady." Her fair fingers began typing. 2 people. "And the destination is?" Rosa was shocked. Her eyes widened when she heard the final words. "Daniel Kingdom." She looked up into those blue eyes. "The capital?" Rosa was both dazed and serious as she speculated. An escort mission all the way to the Daniel Kingdom, from a remote area like this. She began to recall his appearance when he first entered, wearing a cloak like that, clearly trying to keep his identity on the down low. Polite speech but shabby clothes, very suspicious. Rosa spoke warily. "All right, I'll accept for now. So, do you have any identification?" Aaron stroked his beard and thought for a moment. "I need something to verify my identity." He handed Rosa a shiny silver badge. "Use this." She blinked and observed it. Rosa's thumb traced over the intricate engravings. A badge from the Mercenary Guild. This wasn't something easily obtained. She trusted her gut. As expected, he's no ordinary person. Rosa returned the badge to Aaron. "Verification complete," she said offhandedly, following procedure. "I will now proceed with collecting the commission fee." He reached into the folds of his cloak. Aaron placed something on the wooden table, a shiny gold coin. "I'll pay with this." He spoke confidently. It was pure gold. Rosa did the math and said, "With this amount," she picked up the coin, examining it over and over.
"We can provide one person?"
Aaron's face suddenly fell.
"What?"
His jaw dropped as he asked with a shaky voice,
"Only one person?"
Aaron actually felt the pinch. The pure gold coin he just gave up. Well, it is an escort request after all. Rosa had already calculated quite thoroughly. You'll have the mercenary for the entire journey, and the risk is very high. Besides, the Daniel Kingdom is quite far from here. She had to ask for his understanding. Depending on the situation, it could take nearly a month. So obviously the fee is higher than normal missions. Aaron looked flustered. Well, that's true. But he stubbornly asked again. Isn't there any other way? At least 2 people. Rosa suggested another option. It's possible, but in that case, the mercenaries would be of a lower rank. Is that acceptable to you? But she didn't forget to advise Aaron. If you want a reliable escort, it's best to choose a mercenary from rank D or higher. He hesitated. Then Aaron recovered his composure very quickly.
"Please choose one skilled individual for me,"
Rosa patiently explained. In that case, this amount is only enough for one person. He asked slowly, "Even so, is there really no other way?" She frowned slightly. "Seriously, why look so desperate?" Rosa couldn't guarantee anything. To be honest, in a remote region like this, just finding someone willing to accept an escort is hard enough. I'll try my best, but finding 2 people is extremely difficult. Aaron suddenly replied concisely, "I see, understood. I'll leave it to you then." After he left, he examined the brilliant gold coin again. The gold coin was small but very pure, but the surface had been heavily worn down, as if to deliberately hide its origin. Rosa had a bad premonition and gripped it tightly in her palm. This is going to be a hassle. Night fell. Aaron's steady footsteps eventually came to a halt. He knocked on the wooden door a few times to signal the person inside. Ellen was slightly startled by the noise. "Who is it?" Aaron took off his hat outside and spoke up. "It is your loyal subordinate." Recognizing a familiar face, she finally felt safe to open the door. Ellen still looked fragile. "Come in, Aaron." She anxiously asked about what he gathered from Rosa. "How did it go?" Aaron didn't dare look Ellen in the eye. They have accepted the request for now. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. How many people did they say they could provide? He suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Well, Aaron had no choice but to admit it. Just one person. He suddenly felt hit by a wave of guilt. "I'm sorry, we're broke." Ellen just lowered her eyes in resignation. She couldn't blame him. Aaron turned to self-blame. "If only I wasn't so stupid to get scammed like that." She immediately cut him off. "No, that was unavoidable. Even if it were me, it probably wouldn't have been any different." The 2 felt so much empathy for each other that their eyes began to well up. He and Ellen burst into tears like 2 children. Suddenly a shout echoed from inside. "Shut up!" The 2 of them whimpered and choked back their tears. She quickly got back to the point. "By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take?" Aaron said gloomily. "I don't know. We're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it might take some time." Ellen tried to reassure herself. "I see. Then for now, all we can do is wait." She forced a smile. "It's late. Get some rest." "You've done a great job, Aaron." He immediately nodded in obedience. Yes. The next day, Ellen also saw that things weren't looking much better. "No luck again?" Aaron had a downcast look on his face. "I'm truly ashamed." It was only then that he realized it seemed very difficult to find someone truly reliable. She sucked it up and thought, "This is going to be a pain." Ellen jerked her head to look behind her. The food was starting to run out. "There's no other way. We'll have to go hungry for a while." Aaron kept apologizing. "It's all because I'm incompetent." His words made her feel awkward. "It's not your fault, Aaron." Aaron's face darkened. "Still telling the local lord here about our situation." Ellen cut him off. "We can't do that." He was a bit surprised, noticing her hands were trembling as she clenched them. Ellen held her head high and declared, "We can't trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is a huge gamble. We can't take any more risks." Her expression was unusually serious. "Aaron, remember? Why we had to leave the kingdom and run? We don't even know who's a friend or who's a foe." Ellen also tried to boost Aaron's morale, even though we've been in hiding for a while. "There's still no news from there, even though both of us managed to escape." He understood her point and frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, I've become too weak." She spoke hesitantly. "By the way, are you sure the Daniel Kingdom is actually safe?" Aaron affirmed firmly, "Yes, that place will protect you. The King of Daniel made a vow when you were born." His blue eyes suddenly lit up. "They might even help us get revenge." Aaron placed a lot of hope in Ellen. "That's why you must live. Ellen Morochi, our princess. If even you are lost, our kingdom will truly be gone." She was afraid to face such fragile faith.
But the mercenary, can we really trust him?
He held Ellen's hands tightly. No need to worry. We paid in gold just to ensure trust. They will definitely introduce someone reliable. She hesitated.
I hope so.
Ellen momentarily drifted into a daydream. After all, who will be the one to escort me? She imagined to herself. A guy whose image was just like Kento.
A mercenary.
I hope it's someone handsome, with a knightly style. Kento at this moment was leisurely leaning back with his hands behind his neck. Nothing to do. He felt an indescribable nostalgia. Speaking of which, I wonder how those idiots over there are doing. They were the only ones who didn't shun me. They're probably still living their stupid lives as usual. Kento thought for a while and was then surprised. Ah, right, is the quest over already? His memories were still fresh. From the moment I woke up in the snowy region, that quest window has always been with me. At first I thought I was just dreaming, but the biting cold and the monsters made me realize that everything is very real. That's not it. The first quest was just to survive for a week. This time he went to Rosa to pick up a new quest. An escort request? She grinned, her smile saying bingo. Kento crossed his arms, waiting. What's the quest about? Rosa pushed a quest description toward him, just like the name implies. Just protect the client until they reach the destination. Kento glanced over the few short lines of text. Is that all? She replied, yes, but the journey will take at least a few days. Preparing for the trip is also entirely the mercenary's responsibility. He didn't shy away from hard work. Looks like it'll take some effort. Rosa saw the pay for this case as a major perk. In return, the pay is very generous. However, hearing this, Kento's eyes snapped open in surprise. However, she put on a serious face. There's a certain smell to it. To be honest, this mission is shady as hell, so you can turn it down. He stood up abruptly and countered, You don't know anything. Rosa, Kento flashed an arrogant smirk. That's exactly what makes it good. Rosa was confused. Yes? He looked at the quest paper again. Anyway, a quest to escort a woman and an old man to Daniel Capital, rank D. Kento rubbed his chin, lost in thought for a long time. Daniel Kingdom? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Milena's silhouette suddenly flashed in his memory. Milena of the Akaza clan. Kento remembered their meeting in the white, snowy forest very clearly. The woman from the clan. The merchant I met on the snowy highlands. Snow. She said she'd welcome me if I ever had a chance to drop by. He was particularly impressed by the glowing pendant in her hand. Kento placed the quest paper back on the table. What a coincidence, I accept the quest. At that exact moment, a blue light flashed, displaying the familiar system board. He froze, his pupils involuntarily contracting. The stool even tipped over backward. Kento took half a step back from that blinding light. The words on the system board finally appeared. Quest number 785. Escort the target and move to the Daniel Kingdom. His face went pale with dread. No, why is this appearing here? Seeing Kento's strange reaction, she worriedly called out his name. Kento shifted back to Aaron's situation. The old man walked as fast as the wind. Ellen felt a bit uneasy hearing the urgent knocking at the door, yet she still decided to open it. Aaron stood there panting heavily. Yes? Ellen's eyes widened in surprise. Aaron? She peeked around cautiously. What's going on? Don't tell me it's the assassins. He took a breath and announced the news in a heavy tone. The quest has been accepted. Ellen was stunned and asked again, yes? Aaron suddenly felt a surge of pride in this territory. The only rank C mercenary has accepted our quest. It was as if a torch of hope had been lit in her heart. A rank C mercenary? Is that for real? He confirmed joyfully. Yes, we've scheduled a meeting for tomorrow. So please rest easy today, my lady. Ellen was incredibly excited. Meanwhile, with Kento, his face was frozen stiff as he looked at the system. The blinding blue screen displayed a few words. Quest number 785. Escort the target and move to the Daniel Kingdom. Kento still had a difficult question. Why appear now? After being silent for all this time, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Kento realized something. A giant question mark formed in his mind. Could it be that this isn't exclusive to the Snowy Highlands? Snowy Highlands. Kento's eyes narrowed slightly. Or is something else going on? At the guild, thunder was rumbling outside. Rosa rearranged her thick stack of papers. Ellen suddenly felt a hint of tension growing. She and Aaron sat opposite Rosa. The atmosphere was dead silent. Ellen was lost in thought. I wonder what kind of person he'll be. She was so curious that she started imagining what he looked like. Since he's a mercenary, he'll probably have some sharp features. Or maybe his whole body is covered in scars for some reason. He'll probably look super badass. Kento's powerful footsteps stomped into the rain puddles. He pushed open the guild door with a loud creak. Even though she knew him, Rosa still greeted him politely. "You've arrived." Kento's head was way above the doorframe. Ellen spun around to look, dying to satisfy her curiosity. Finally, he stepped inside with a massive, towering frame. His intimidating appearance made her freeze the instant their eyes met. The master and servant were both shell-shocked as they looked at Kento. He took heavy steps toward them. Ellen's eyes rolled back in terror. "It can't be!" Kento exhaled a misty breath. "Nice to meet you." Tears of pure fright welled up in her eyes. "Mr. Mercenary?" Ellen finally went limp and fainted. Aaron quickly caught her. He barked at Kento in a loud voice. "You're not Lady Ellen, you. Who exactly are you?" A dark aura flashed through Kento's dull gray pupils. "It really has been a long time since someone in this territory was this wary of me. After the demon was defeated, the people of the territory no longer avoided me." Ignoring them, he turned to Rosa. "Rosa, are these people my employers?" She replied briefly, "Yes." Rosa, still holding the stack of papers neatly, said, "Allow me to introduce him." She nonchalantly announced that, "This is the person who will be in charge of your escort. Lord Kento, a magi." Aaron found it hard to stomach those last two words. "What?" He flew into a rage. "A magi? What kind of nonsense is this? I demand a different mercenary right now." Rosa spoke up calmly. "So what you're saying is—" Her face suddenly darkened. "Are you questioning the decision of our mercenary guild?" "Are you?" Aaron immediately backed down. "No, that's not what I meant." Rosa spoke sternly. "If you doubt the judgment of the mercenary guild," she flatly called off the deal, "then this transaction never happened. We'll refund your deposit." He stammered, unable to find the words. "No, what I'm saying is—" Even Kento, watching from the side, was sweating. "I feel like I just became a ticking time bomb." As soon as Ellen woke up, she agreed to the deal. "I'll accept it." She used her hands to steady herself and stood up abruptly. Aaron tried to talk her out of it. "Lady Ellen!" But he was truly shocked by this turn of events. Ellen reached out to Kento, looking for help. She seemed to have gotten over her brief moment of panic. "My name is Ellen." Soft footsteps moved forward, followed by Aaron and Ellen. Kento suddenly stopped as if he'd realized something. He turned back and asked them suspiciously, "Isn't this a bit too far?" Kento addressed the two of them, who were walking way back there. "I think we should get a little closer." Aaron and Ellen both awkwardly refused. "No, we're okay." They figured for the time being, since there were still no signs of anyone else around. He went along with it. "What's with that? I don't really get it. But if you're comfortable like that, it's fine." Kento then continued walking. Looking at his back as he walked ahead, Aaron and Ellen could only follow in silence. They remained on guard against him. Ellen thought to herself, feeling a bit awkward. It ended up like this in the end. Last night at the Mercenary Guild, Kento had happily shaken hands with her and introduced himself. "I'm Kento, looking forward to working with you." Ellen bit her lip, looking at the massive hand in front of her. "Is this really going to be okay?" Kento's eyes were full of excitement as he looked at her. "Just trust me and leave it to me. As long as I'm escorting you, I'll keep you safe." Ellen gave a forced smile in response. "Yes," she replied, while secretly crying inside. "Is this really the best choice?" Kento's voice suddenly snapped Ellen back to reality. "And first of all, we'll be staying overnight here today." He looked at her startled face and asked, "Are you okay?" Ellen, taken aback, asked Kento to clarify. "Yes," he had to explain again. "As you can see, it's late, so it's hard to see the road." "That's because she set out in the evening at your request." Hearing that, she immediately complied. "Yes, let's do that." Looking at Ellen's expression, Kento thought to himself, "It seems she's even more afraid of a manzi than I thought. This trip is definitely going to be a long one." After thinking for a bit, he picked up a small pouch from his hip. "For now, I'll prepare a place to sleep." A massive object was pulled out from that tiny pouch, and it formed into a tent. Aaron gasped in shock. "An artifact!" Ellen was also stunned, thinking to herself, "An artifact of this level? Why would a manzi have—" Kento looked at them calmly. "You mean this? I worked hard on quests and received it as a reward." Hearing those words, both Aaron and Ellen couldn't hide their horror. He continued on. "But since there's only one tent, you two will have to share it." "Is that okay?" she suddenly whispered to him. "What about you, Kento?" Kento immediately reassured her. "I'm fine. I'm used to sleeping outdoors anyway." He thought back. Compared to having to dig through ice and riverbeds just to sleep on the snow highlands, this place is already paradise. I can handle the night watch by myself. Back in the snow highlands, there were times I had to stay awake for an entire month because I was being hunted by monsters. Kento thought with great satisfaction. Either way, this is just too easy. He reassured the two of them. "You guys just rest easy and sleep. I'll take care of everything else." Ellen spoke up, looking a bit worried.
It's okay.
You don't have to carry so much on your shoulders alone. We'll take turns keeping watch. Kento didn't refuse when he heard that. Whatever works for you. The two of them replied in unison. We're fine with that, too. Seeing their determination, he had to give in. In that case, I guess it can't be helped. Kento secretly felt a bit of regret. I intended to use this chance to gain her trust. What a pity. Meanwhile, Aaron and Ellen remained hyper-vigilant. Who knows what he might do while we're asleep? The dawn broke to greet the new day. Inside Kento's tent, a gloomy scene was unfolding. Ellen's eyes were bloodshot and wide open. I didn't get a single wink of sleep. I'm gonna die. She looked over at the corner. Aaron was the same way. But when Ellen pulled back the tent flap to step outside, her stomach let out a loud growl. I'm so hungry, a kind voice spoke up. Are you hungry? That makes sense. You haven't had a decent meal yet. Just wait a moment, okay? Ellen startled and looked over. Yes. Kento looked at her and said, I'll cook for you. A mouth-watering sizzling sound filled the air. Kento chopped up spices and happily started cooking. Seeing the scene before her made Ellen's eyes widen in surprise. As she watched him skillfully sautéing, she thought to herself, a manzi, who cooks? Both Aaron and Ellen were so hungry they were practically drooling. Aaron asked him longingly, Did you ever study culinary arts? Kento glanced over and replied nonchalantly, It's just a hobby. He remembered when he first arrived in this world. The people on the snow highlands didn't cook at all. They only knew how to fill their empty stomachs with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. As for me, I used the leftovers from those monsters to cook. The ingredients in the snow highlands were all toxic and dangerous, so there were times I almost died. But finally, after countless trials and errors, I was able to cook perfect dishes. I mastered cooking in a place where even starting a fire was a struggle, like those snow highlands. There's nowhere I can't cook, Kento thought to himself smugly. As expected, this is just too easy. A moment later, he held out a plate of noodles in his hand. Here, it's all done. Looking at the glistening, fragrant plate of noodles before them, the two of them were practically hypnotized. Ellen suddenly snapped out of it and dejectedly lowered her head. No, thank you, I'm good. I'm just not really into greasy food. Ellen pulled a piece of food out of her bag. I already have this. Seeing that, Aaron cleared his throat. Me too. Kento stared at the two of them wide-eyed. Is that so? You prefer jerky then? He leaned over, took a bite of the noodles, and said, What a bummer. I guess I'll just have to eat it all by myself. Watching Kento eat with such gusto, Ellen held her jerky, thinking longingly, I want some. But food from a manji can't be trusted. There's no way I can eat that. The third night of the journey, Ellen felt the chill and pulled her legs in. She curled up, shivering in sheer discomfort. Aaron watched worriedly as Ellen's condition worsened. Princess, are you all right? Aaron thought anxiously that 3 days had passed. We've been trekking through this brutal journey without any proper food or drink. He lowered his head, his heart aching. For someone raised with so much love and pampered like her, enduring this must be impossible. I really should have paid more attention. Elena turned slightly to comfort him. Aaron, I'm okay. Sorry for making you worry. Aaron softly replied, It's all right. She smiled and asked, What about you, Aaron? Are you doing okay? You've been taking over my watch shifts, too. You must be exhausted. Aaron patted her hand and said, I'm fine. He offered a reassuring smile. Old folks don't really need much sleep anyway. Elena nodded and said sincerely, Thank you. A while later, after Elena fell asleep, Aaron thought for a moment, Poor thing. He sat upright, keeping a focused watch over her. Aaron thought with determination, I must protect her, even if it costs me my life. A few hours later, outside the tent, beside a fire grilling some savory-smelling food, Kento stood by the grill, flipping a steak on the grate. Nearby, Aaron and Elena were gnawing on dry rations, drooling with envy. The two of them just stared intently at his grill. A little later, the sound of Elena's stomach growling snapped Aaron out of it. She stood up quickly, feeling embarrassed. Elena lowered her head and hesitantly said, I'll be away for a moment. Kento turned and asked curiously, Gotta go to the bathroom? Elena snapped back, How rude! He suddenly realized and replied, My bad. Elena turned away, still a bit apprehensive. It's fine. She thought, confused, Wait, what? Did a manzi just apologize to me? Then Elena lowered her head and continued, Well then. She hurriedly turned to leave. Elena quickly walked into the forest behind them. Aaron watched her go, looking a bit worried. Her Highness. Kento suddenly spoke up beside him. I know you guys don't trust me. He continued, But I am your guardian. Kento added as he flipped the meat. I wish you'd trust me at least a little bit. I'm human too, you know, I have feelings. Hearing that, Aaron was slightly stunned. Then he guiltily muttered, Is that so? Kento turned to Aaron and said, Here. He handed over the freshly grilled meat and asked, "It's just beef. Want some?" "Want to eat?" Aaron looked at the plate of meat, hesitating for a second.
About that.
His eyes lit up with surprise. Over on Elena's side, she was quietly crying by a stream. The clear stream glistened under the sunlight. Elena looked at the beautiful scenery before her, gnawing on her dry rations and sobbing. She softly lamented, "I'm so hungry." Elena muttered, "My feet hurt so much." She quickly wiped away her tears, thinking, "I can't." Elena told herself she had to endure. Aaron must be having a harder time than me. A little later, when Elena returned, she suddenly froze in shock. Nearby, Aaron and Kento were leisurely enjoying their food. The atmosphere between the two of them seemed quite harmonious. Just then, as Aaron was eating, he suddenly stopped. Elena softly called out to Aaron. Aaron panicked as soon as he heard her and looked up. He quickly dropped the piece of meat he was eating. Aaron scrambled to his feet. "Princess, this is all just a big misunderstanding." Kento looked at his behavior with a bit of surprise. Then he took a quick, sneaky glance up. Kento looked at Elena in front of him and wondered, "Princess?" Elena clenched her fists in anger. "What on earth do you mean it's not what it looks like?" She recalled what Aaron had once told her. "Be careful of the manzi and let's protect each other. That was the promise we made." Aaron stuttered, trying to explain that it wasn't like that. "Actually," he whispered, "he doesn't seem to be a dangerous person, to the point where we need to be this guarded." Elena asked in shock, "You're saying that now?" Kento quickly cut in to interrupt. "I'd like you both to just calm down." Elena, now startled and fearful, turned toward him. Kento questioned them briefly. "So the reason you wouldn't eat the food I cooked was because of that? Even the part about intentionally taking turns on guard duty, that must have been because you didn't trust me, right?" Hearing that, both Aaron and Elena turned pale. They had messed up. Elena flustered and replied, "It's not like that at all." Looking at the terrified expressions of those two, he fell into thought. "How should I handle this?" He thought to himself, "This world has a very heavy prejudice against the manji. Of course, I am a manji. But since I'm from the snow plateau, I don't know the full details. Perhaps the manji, outside of the snow plateau, have done a lot of terrible things, haven't they?" He pondered thoughtfully. "If I say I'm not a manji now, no one would probably believe me anyway." Then Kento came up with a new solution and smiled slightly. It was this. He quickly spoke up. "You guys are having a bit of a misunderstanding." Elena and Aaron looked at Kento with some confusion. He smiled gently and said seriously, "I am not a manzi." Kento explained softly, "To be more precise, I was born a manzi." He continued, "But I wasn't raised as a manzi." Elena and Aaron were instantly frozen after hearing that. Both of them had puzzled and dazed expressions. Kento quickly made up a story and told it. "Only a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. Later I was picked up by an adventurer, and I grew up under his care." He felt a bit guilty and thought to himself, "Of course I just made that story up, but it's fine." Sometimes, depending on the situation, a lie, it can become an effective remedy. Kento said softly, "So even though I'm a manji, I grew up as a civilized person." He continued further, "Of course I know it's hard to believe, but," Kento sincerely suggested, "I hope you both understand that I am just like you two. There is no difference at all." He thought to himself, "It's all a bunch of lies." Kento looked at the flustered expressions of the two in front of him and thought, "But look at that. Isn't the pity in their eyes for me becoming so clear now?" Elena said with slight hesitation, So that's what happened. She felt a bit of regret, remembering that because of her fear of the manji name, she had rejected his goodwill and the food he provided. But even so, Elena thought with a bit of guilt, this person still cares for and respects us. Perhaps his whole life, just because he is a manji, he has had to live, enduring countless prejudices and discrimination. Then she bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Kento. To be honest, until just now, I still couldn't trust you." Kento quickly replied, "It's okay, I completely understand." He laughed inwardly with joy. It had worked. Elena, on the other hand, thought with remorse, "I can't believe I doubted someone like this." She felt truly ashamed. Kento reached out a hand and said, "Well then, I look forward to working with you more from now on." Elena asked in surprise, "Yes?" Kento still gave her a friendly smile. Elena looked back at him, feeling a bit dazed. Only then did she smile and reply, "Yes." Nearby, someone was watching Kento and the others through a screen. What kind of magic is that? That person was the master of the Lich Magic Tower, is in disguise. He was a little curious. "They sure got cozy all of a sudden, didn't they?" Lich muttered under his breath. "I'm watching through the eye of observation, but too bad I can't hear a thing." He rested his chin on his hand and talked to himself. "But for real, that guy is just as weird as CA said." Lich was lost in thought. Just what exactly is inside that white snow plateau? That a manji like that even exists? He wondered in disbelief. It's so strange. How does he look way more civilized than the other manji, usually found outside the snow plateau? Lich kept watching Kento's group and thought to himself, wait a bit longer. He stepped lightly toward them to get a closer look. At that exact moment, Kento suddenly grew alert and turned toward the spot where Lich was standing. Seeing this, he flinched in a panic.
Did we just make eye contact?
Elena, noticing Kento's guarded stance, asked, Lord Kento, what's the matter? Kento replied in a low voice, someone's here. Elena gasped in fear. Kento softly told her, wait here for a second. He quickly headed toward the forest in front of him. I'll be right back. Kento pushed off slightly, gathering power in his legs. In an instant, he blurred and vanished into the woods. A faint whistling of wind echoed in the forest, caused by something moving at high speed. Kento darted swiftly to where Lich was standing. His eyes widened in terror. What? No way! Lich hurriedly used magic, trying to stop Kento. In that split second, a massive explosion erupted where the two stood. But as the blast cleared, Lich stared in horror at the scene before him. It's impossible, he thought in a panic. I clearly erected a barrier. In that very moment, Lich found it hard to believe. A screen that can withstand a hit from a great cannon! Was it really useless? He asked himself in fear. At the same time, Kento had already grabbed Lich. He warned him sternly. You'd better not try anything stupid. Kento glared down at Lich below him. He whispered, if there's even the slightest hint of a suspicious move, I'll snap your neck right then and there. Lich quickly babbled in a fluster. I have the utmost admiration for you, Lord Kento. Kento stared silently at the person on the ground, confused. He asked back, me? Lich immediately replied, yes. A few minutes later, Kento hauled Lich up by the collar and asked his name. He quickly made one up, Patrick. Elena and Aaron looked at the sight of Kento dangling Lich in front of them and were a bit speechless. Meanwhile, Lich was crying on the inside out of humiliation. Was that guy also in this situation? After a while, Elena asked with a hint of worry, Lord Kento. Who is this? Kento replied softly. The one who is tailing us. But suddenly he claims to admire me. Elena asked again, a bit skeptical. Wait, what does that mean? Lich suddenly spoke up, exactly what it sounds like. He put on a serious face and said, ever since I was young, I've always wanted to be a powerful adventurer. Lich kept praising Kento to his face. The one who helped the Inquisitor defeat the demon. He continued with feigned awe. You are my goal and my idol. Lich thought in fear. I'll just wing it for now. Since the original goal was to get close to him anyway. I guess I'm already halfway successful. Kento asked in surprise. So that's why you followed me? Lich scratched his head and replied shyly, yes. I was so starstruck by you that I did it without thinking. Kento pondered for a moment and then said, but even so, I can't just let you go. He thought carefully. There's still no proof to show for sure that this guy is harmless. Suddenly, Kento remembered something. He said excitedly, doing this should work! Lich turned pale and asked himself in fear, doing what? One of the most talented mages in the world, the head of the magic tower, in the body of a lich. Such a being would actually wear a human skin to come and observe Kento. Of course, he also prepared a fake identity named Patrick. Lich turned pale with confusion, staring at the rope in front of him. Kento grabbed the end of the rope and pulled it tight. He grinned and said to him, all right, this should do it. Aaron and Ellen stood by watching helplessly. Then let's roll. Lich was still in shock, totally speechless, and so Kento dragged him along and set off. Ellen glanced at Lich with a hint of caution. He sighed deeply and thought, this is the first time I've ever been in such a spot. But Lich looked up at Kento with a calculating gaze. I managed to stay right by his side to keep an eye on him, though. Now I get what that guy said. Speed that far exceeds the limits of perception, and raw power that can even shatter magic. He's both fast and strong as hell, even in this homunculus body. I can still easily handle superhuman rank. If so, he looked up. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Looking at Kento's back, Lich made a guess. Could he actually be hero rank? A voice suddenly spoke up beside him. Lord Kento, I have something to tell you. It was Ellen who spoke up. She looked at him hesitantly. Kento turned his head back slightly surprised and said, finally decided to spill the beans, huh? Ellen was shocked by his question. Yes, did you already know something? Kento heard that and replied immediately, purposely setting off at night to avoid being seen by anyone, and taking detours to avoid the main roads. He crossed his arms, looking at her nonchalantly. The fact that you guys were hiding something was way too obvious. Ellen froze, only able to stammer, is that so? Finally, Kento reassured her. Look, I get it. It must be hard to trust a complete stranger you just met. Ellen bowed her head and spoke with difficulty. Regarding the fact that I've kept silent until now, she clutched her hem. I'm truly sorry. If you don't mind right now, I'll tell you the whole story. Ellen didn't dare look up. She said nervously, if, after hearing everything, you feel that? You can't go through with this mission anymore. Please just say so. Kento suddenly cut her off. Hold up. He glanced to the side, frowned, and said, We've got uninvited guests? Ellen was startled. What? She looked in the direction Kento was gazing. Ellen made a wary judgment. Could it be? A pair of armored legs stepped out. Following them were more armored men closing in. Kento turned to Aaron and Ellen and said, Looks like they're here for you guys. She turned pale with fear and cried out, No way. Ellen gasped out a name, Rukento. The soldiers all bowed respectfully. The leader of the soldiers spoke up. Captain of the 6th Night Order, Rukento. I humbly greet the princess of the Luton Kingdom. Ellen Mavrosi Luton. Lich thought to himself upon hearing this. Luton Kingdom? Rukento stepped closer toward them. He made a request. Princess, since we didn't know your whereabouts, we've been searching everywhere for a long time. Now please come with me. His Majesty has been very worried about you. Hearing this, her eyes widened in fear. Rukento turned to Kento. You look like a mercenary. The person you're escorting is the princess of our Luton Kingdom. He crossed his arms and asked with wide eyes, Then why is the princess in a place like this? Rukento immediately explained, The princess left home not long ago. He turned to look at Aaron, even bringing along her loyal servant. Regardless, mercenary, this is our business now. Ellen suddenly interrupted. No, Rukento asked her doubtfully. Princess Ellen? Her face darkened. Who are you? He frowned, completely puzzled. What exactly do you mean by that? Sitting there, Ellen clenched her fists and said coldly, You... She looked straight at Rukento and asked in a cold voice, Who the hell are you, really? He stammered in response, I am Rukento, Edenheim of the kingdom's 6th Night Order. Before he could even finish, Ellen screamed out in a rage, Don't give me that crap. I don't know you, I know Rukento. Edenheim, but you are not Rukento. You've infiltrated the palace, without anyone noticing, and you're impersonating my friends. And my family! She recalled how strange they had been acting, despite looking exactly like them. Ellen, her heart filled with bitterness, shouted, Just what the hell are you? My parents and everyone else. Where are they, Lich? Hearing her words, felt a bit intrigued. He secretly used magic to investigate. The red magical aura passed through Rukento and returned. After checking, Lich suddenly thought, He's actually human. Ellen, still with her head down, said, You guys... She bit her lip hard and spoke her thoughts aloud. You surely want to devour me alive, to take over our entire kingdom, right? Ellen looked up with a fierce glare and shouted, But I will never let you have your way. Just you wait. Aaron looked at her with sorrow and continued, I will avenge everyone who has vanished. Rukento fell silent for a moment after hearing this. He let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Rukento didn't reply to her but turned to speak. To Kento, you heard that, didn't you? The princess has become delusional. Ellen immediately shot back. What? Me? Delusional? Don't talk nonsense. He calmly explained to her. Please try to think logically. Claiming that everyone except the princess has become strange. Do you really think that's possible? Ellen hesitated and argued, but he didn't let her say another word and said, The princess needs treatment as soon as possible. Rukento reached out and said to her, Come now. His footsteps didn't falter for a second. Princess, please stop this and come with us. Ellen watched in terror as Rukento closed in. She shut her eyes tight and prayed in her heart. No, it can't end like this. Please, somebody save me. Kento then calmly spoke up and asked, What kind of game are you playing? He suddenly stepped in front of Ellen. Rukento glared and ordered Kento to get out of the way. He smirked and said to him, I'm afraid that's a no-go. Ellen looked at the back of the man standing before her in amazement. He lowered his head slightly and said without yielding, If you don't step aside, then I'll have to use force. With those words, Rukento instantly lunged at him. As soon as the distance between them closed, Kento grabbed his head with one hand, and then slammed Rukento straight into the ground with sheer force. The knights in the order watched in shock and cried out, Captain! They yelled at him, What the hell are you doing? Kento immediately argued back, Your side attacked first, and my job is to deal with enemies. Who dare approach my client? Rukento struggled to stand up. The princess is sick. Do you really believe all her delusions are true? Contrary to what the man wanted, he replied nonchalantly. You're the one saying weird stuff. For a mercenary to trust his client's word, isn't that just a given? Ellen's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Kento to trust her. Rukento's face darkened with anger as he said, "All of you have gone insane!" "Well," Kento smirked slightly, "that remains to be seen." After speaking, he turned back and called Ellen's name. Though she was confused, she still answered doubtfully, "Yes?" Kento glanced at Ellen and said, "They appeared without any warning signs whatsoever." She asked back in bewilderment, "What do you mean?" He didn't hesitate to expose Rukento. "Simply put, they are just a bunch of—" They suddenly appeared out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Ellen turned pale, thinking in shock, "Wait, what?" Looking at the current situation, Lich also had his suspicions. Kento continued to voice his doubts. "How exactly did you guys just pop up here out of nowhere?" Rukento's group now looked grim. Their faces darkened and they didn't say a peep. He looked up and asked sternly, "Does that even matter?"
We came here to find the princess.
Yet you keep nitpicking about such bizarre things. But seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Kento had no choice but to say, "It seems like you have no intention of answering. In that case, I will escort her to the kingdom of Daniel." Seeing Kento taking her side like that, Ellen bit her lip and thought, "No one—" She recalled everyone's behavior.
No one has ever believed a word I said.
Seeing that things were going south, Rukento gripped the sword at his hip. He secretly signaled the other soldiers. Further talk is useless. Kento stepped forward, not forgetting to warn the others. "Back up a little." Ellen said to him anxiously, "Sir Kento, please be careful. They are the strongest Knight Order in our kingdom." "Rukento unit, all of you!" Without hesitation, Rukento coldly ordered, "Draw your swords!" Kento smirked, looking intrigued. "Interesting." Lick assessed them all with his blood-red eyes. Second-rate, all of them. They can all manipulate mystical energy. Furthermore, he looked toward Rukento. "Is that guy over there first-rate?" Rukento then ordered to handle that. "Clown over there, just kill him!" Instantly, several soldiers moved in unison. They targeted only one person, Kento. As all five closed in on him, Kento remained calm and stood his ground. Then with just one punch, the guy on the right was knocked back in agonizing pain. The guy on the left met the same fate. Facing Kento's physical damage, he raised his fist high, getting into a stance to unleash his power. A series of 3 soldiers were knocked down by Kento's rapid-fire punches. In the end, the entire encirclement was easily taken out by Kento. He looked up, appearing slightly annoyed. As expected, getting jumped by a mob is actually quite a hassle. Seeing this, Rukento didn't give up. He continued to deploy his troops. "Don't stop! Attack all at once!" The soldiers obeyed and replied, "Sir!" Another wave closed in on Kento. He grabbed 2 of them by their heads at the same time and threw them away. Not only that, Kento casually used them to knock back the remaining ones. And so, another round of attacks ended in a victory. So overwhelming that Rukento couldn't take it anymore. Finally, Rukento himself started charging at this monster. He screamed in pure resentment, "Die!" Seeing the blade closing in on Kento, Ellen screamed in worry, "No, it's dangerous!" But the scene before her eyes made her freeze. Kento used his sturdy teeth to stop Rukento's sword stroke. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. Rukento saw with his own eyes the blade being snapped in half by him. As he was knocked back, he thought, "Blocked by teeth, really?" Kento clenched his fist and said, "Want to keep going?" In front of him, all the soldiers were lying scattered all over. Rukento struggled to get back on his feet and said with difficulty, "Everyone fall back." Hearing this, those who were just lying on the ground vanished as if by magic. A voice called out to Kento, "Sir Kento!" Ellen stepped closer anxiously and asked, "Are you all right?" Kento immediately replied, "I'm not hurt. There's no need to worry. Ellen, I will fulfill the request as promised. However, I want to hear the whole story in detail." She clenched her hands and nodded at Kento. "Of course. I will tell you everything that happened.